Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de projets de loi.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member from Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 9th report of the Standing Committee on Science and Research entitled Pay Gaps Among Faculty at Canadian Universities. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And thank you to our witnesses, to our clerk, our analysts for the great work on this, and to our committee members for some great questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Dissenting report, the Honourable Member from Saskatchewan University.
Conservatives believe that if you work hard, you should be able to get ahead, no matter who you are. That's why, unfortunately, we had to write a supplementary report clarifying where the Liberals fell short in this report, as in many other areas of governance. The federal government must respect provincial jurisdiction. No one benefits when provincial jurisdiction is ignored. Doing so merely helps those who actually have responsibility to pass the buck. The federal government should recognize that much of the responsibility for removing barriers to pay equity in universities fall in the universities themselves. Again, we need to focus on who actually has the ability to make the changes that are needed. The federal government must ensure that the federal managed research granted programs do not enable discriminatory hiring practices. Conservatives believe that pay equity should be achieved by removing barriers that prevent the achievement of that goal, not by instituting new discriminatory hiring practices.
Well done. And I apologize to the member for getting his name of his riding wrong, the Honourable Member from Saskatoon University. Présentation.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to present in both official languages the 16th report from the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities, entitled Canada Summer Jobs Program. And pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee asked the government to table an overall response to this report. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Summer Jobs Program is one that is very important both for young people and employers. And I'd like to thank, on behalf of the committee, all of the witnesses that were kind enough to share their knowledge and expertise, and in terms of also the importance they grant our program. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville, and I recognize the member for Colonial Lakes Comfrey for a supplementary dissenting report.
Summer Jobs Report. Conservatives are tabling a dissenting report, and to summarize some of the points from that report. From the start, the program's accessibility to employers who must navigate through a complicated application process was repeatedly raised as a yearly challenge that they faced. And a long application process leaves many non-technologically advanced employers confused about the steps they need to take to apply to receive funding from the program. As well, employers across the country can benefit from simplifying the application process and making it more accessible. Another issue was repeatedly highlighted with the Canada Summer Jobs Program is a lack of clear service standards in responding to issues from confused applicants or relaying updated information on the program in a timely manner. The department also fails to communicate effectively to applicants about changes in funding, the beginning of the application process, and a number of other key elements that employers rely on. The report makes no recommendations to ESDC to implement service standards in its review processes or processing times. And lastly, it also mentions faith-based organizations' submissions in passing, but it does not clearly present their concerns surrounding the fairness of eligibility screening processes. The absence of their points of view in the report does not fully represent the contrast in opinion the committee received in the briefs submitted. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Presenting petition.
Presenting of petitions. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Stella Quinn Crawford, a 3-year-old from Alberta, was killed by an impaired driver in the afternoon of April 15, 2023. Phelan Milburn, Stella's aunt, reached out to my office to sponsor petition E4710, and I'm honored to table this petition today and call upon the government to make these changes. The petition calls upon the Government of Canada to amend the Criminal Code of Canada to require individuals convicted of multiple impaired driving charges for the same incident to serve prison sentences consecutively. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Speaker, I have a petition from residents across Canada drawing attention for the House of Commons to the following. Whereas Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation, exercise, and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance, that in July 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched an intensive nationwide persecution campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. Hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners have been detained in forced camps, brainwashing centers, and prisons where torture and abuse are routine, and thousands have died as a result. The European Parliament passed a resolution condemning the organ harvesting abuses in China and calls for the government of China to end immediately the practice of harvesting organs from prisoners of conscience. Therefore, the undersigned petitioners request the Canadian Parliament and government to A, pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime's crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, B, amend the Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and C, publicly call for the end of the persecution of Falun Gong in China. Thank you.
Presenting the petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
We also have 2 NDP members now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure to rise today to give voice to a number of local advocates who would like to see greater recognition for the 5,000-year-old Magickaning fish weirs, which are older than the Egyptian pyramids and one of the oldest, best preserved wooden fish weirs in North America. And the world knows too little about these fish weirs. The City of Orillia, Chippewas-Arama First Nation, and the Township of Ramara have been working together to provide greater recognition. Even Parks Canada recognizes that these fish weirs have a profound cultural and spiritual meaning for First Nations peoples and critical component of our country's cultural heritage. These petitioners request that the government work with the Chippewas-Arama First Nation, the City of Orillia, and Township of Ramara to provide greater recognition for this wonderful Canadian historical artifact. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's a huge honor today to rise to table over 70 petitions, Mr. Speaker, in support of Bill C-310, which is calling for the firefighter tax credit for search and rescue volunteers and volunteer firefighters to be increased from $3,000 to $10,000. And Mr. Speaker, I do want to give huge kudos to every member in this House and every party, because we've had petitioners from the Green Party, from the Liberal Party, from the Conservative Party, and the Bloc, and of course New Democrats, all table petitions, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of firefighters and search and rescue volunteers from coast to coast to coast, calling for the government to make this change in the upcoming budget, Mr. Speaker. And this is a tribute to all of the selfless hours that these search and rescue volunteers put in. They put their lives on the line for us, Mr. Speaker. It's critical that we support them and that the government support them in this call to action, Mr. Speaker. So again, my hands up to the 165 communities that have written a letter, and the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs for the really important work and advocacy they've been doing. But most importantly, to those that put their lives on the line for each and every one of us to make sure we're safe, especially in rural Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, you know what a stickler I am for the rules, but I support the member for Courtenay Alberni breaking those rules in order to point out that on one petition at least, we really are in strong support, even though we're not supposed to say so. And that was the one, of course, about volunteer firefighter tax credit. I'm presenting a petition, Mr. Speaker, and I'll conform to the rules and summarize it briefly. Who knows if I'm for it or not, but many of my constituents have asked me to present a petition to protect critical old-growth habitat, which is absolutely necessary for the survival of a species at critical risk. It's threatened under the Species at Risk Act. It's the marbled murrelet. Its Latin name is the Eorampus marmaratus, otherwise known as the marbled murrelet. Its habitat is limited specifically to old-growth forests and along the BC West Coast. We really propose this to the government to take action to protect that critical habitat. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, présentant sa pétition, the honourable member for Provencher.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. I have several petitions to present. The first one is a petition to this House which comes from Canadians who are concerned about Bill C-21, a bill that targets law-abiding firearms owners. The petitioners say that hunting, firearm ownership plays an important role in Canadian history and culture. The petitioners are concerned about the government's intent to ban several hunting rifles and shotguns, including bolt-action rifles. And the petitioners ask that the government have their guns alone, or leave their guns alone, vote against Bill C-21, protect the property rights of Canadian hunters. And I support that wholeheartedly. And I've also got another 4 petitions here all along the same line, and I'm going to consolidate them, Mr. Speaker, because and I'm going to do it because I'm eager to listen to my leader speak about axing the tax. And so in the sake and the interest of time, I'm going to just consolidate these 4 petitions from the RM of Emerson Franklin, the RM of Springfield, the communities of Niverville, and the communities of Kleefeld. And they've signed petitions in support of Bill C-310, which recognizes the many volunteer firefighter first responders that we have, and they're asking for the increase in the tax deduction to apply to those, and I would support that as well. Having been a former volunteer ambulance driver attendant, I'm sympathetic to the lifestyle that these guys choose for themselves and the volunteers that are in each and every one of our communities to keep Canadians safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just, of course, a quick reminder that we can't really support I know this happened a couple of times today, and I think starting from over that side, and they went over to this side, whether we support a petition or not, so just make sure we keep that to ourselves. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be tabling a petition today signed by dozens of people in British Columbia, including the Fraser Valley and Okanagan Valley regions, in support of the member from Courtenay Alberni, who's just spoken, and his Bill C-310, which would provide support for volunteer firefighters. And, Mr. Speaker, as you're well aware, volunteer firefighters increasingly, because of the climate crisis, are called upon to try to save our villages, towns, and communities across the length and breadth of this land. They receive very little for all of the sacrifices they make. And the member from Courtenay Alberni has started a movement, I think, across the country that has meant that MPs from all parties have tabled petitions in support of this important legislation. What this would do is increase the tax credit for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue from $3,000 to $10,000, Mr. Speaker. The government has the opportunity in next week's budget to make this a reality, and these petitioners are urging the government to do that and actually support volunteer firefighters across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting the petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, and once again, with the Indo-Canadian community's growth, what we have seen is exceptional relationships that have been continued to be built between Canada and India, and as such, there's been an increased demand to see direct flights internationally from Canada going to India, and the people signing this petition are calling upon the legislatures and in particular airliners to look at ways in which we can see additional flights that are direct from Canada to India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are joined today on the Hill by some great members of the heroic, freedom-loving Latin community here in Canada, and it's a great pleasure for me to table a petition on their behalf highlighting the plight of some political prisoners in Venezuela. The people of Venezuela, people of Cuba, various other Latin American countries have suffered greatly under the scourge of communism, socialism, and dictatorship. And petitioners wish to draw the attention of the House to the plight of political prisoners and call for stronger action by the government in defense of those supporting freedom and democracy in Venezuela, in particular, various other South American countries as well. Petitioners highlight a number of the events in Venezuela, violations of fundamental human rights, and the persecution, unjust incarceration, torture, forced disappearance, in particular of 257 individuals, including 146 military personnel, and highlight individuals with close connections to Canada who are among those who have faced this persecution. Petitioners ask the government to do the following: to include political prisoners with close ties to Canada, particularly Egbert Jose Marin Chaparro and Oswaldo Valentin Garcia Palomo, in any discussions or negotiations to restore diplomatic ties between Canada and Venezuela, to advocate for the unconditional release of the prisoners of conscience Egbert Jose Marin Chaparro and Oswaldo Valentin Garcia Palomo due to their strong family ties in Canada, and all political prisoners in Venezuela before any concessions are given to the Venezuelan government by Canada and by the international community, and to request the release and further return to Canada of these two individuals before any concessions are given to Venezuela, such as on sanctions release, reopening of mutual embassies, or economic agreements. Thank you very much.
Presenting of petitions, Presentation Petition, the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by the great people of Pickering, Uxbridge, Ajax, and Whitby. They're calling on the House of Commons to immediately repeal the new regulatory constraints on natural health products passed last year that millions of Canadians rely upon, and that has since affected their medical freedom and choice and affordability.
Well, here. Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Speaker, I'd ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion on the subject of the carbon tax emergency meeting.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Motts, moves that the House declare that the Prime Minister convene a carbon tax emergency meeting with all of Canada's 14 First Ministers, and that this meeting address la crise actuelle de la taxe.
A, the ongoing carbon tax crisis and the financial burden it places on Canadians. B, the Prime Minister's recent 23% carbon tax increase.
For provinces to opt out of the federal carbon tax to pursue other responsible ideas to lower emissions, given that under the government's current environmental plan, Canada now ranks 62 out of 67 countries on the Climate Change Performance Index, and that this meeting be publicly televised and held within 5 weeks of this motion being adopted. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Surrey White Rock. Imagine for a moment, Mr. Speaker, that you've fallen into a coma in 2015 and you're just waking up now from that coma. Imagine the last impression you would have had back in 2015. You would have been in a country where inflation and interest rates were lower than virtually at any other time in Canadian history. And taxes were falling faster than at any other time in history. The budget was balanced, the crime rate had dropped by 25%, and all across the country, people didn't even need to lock their doors. Our borders were safe and secure, And our immigration system was working very well. Not perfectly, but in general, long-standing Canadians and new Canadians were satisfied with the situation. It was orderly and compassionate. The cost of housing was half what it is now. In fact, the average rent in Canada was $950 a month. $950 a month. Can you imagine that? And family income after tax and inflation, family incomes had gone up by 10%, one of the biggest increases in 50 years in this country in Canadians' income. And internationally, people were noticing. The New York Times said that the Canadian middle class was richer than in the United States for the first time. At the same time, there were problems all around the world. There were wars in Syria, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, and in Ukraine. But that didn't cause inflation here in Canada. But you wake up 8 years later, wow. What a different country you're going to find yourself in, Mr. Speaker. Inflation, after reaching the highest level in 40 years, is still above the Bank of Canada's target range. And individual personal income is dropping. In fact, we have the lowest per capita rate of growth in all G7 countries. And according to the OECD, we'll be the worst for the next 5 to 35 years among 40 developed countries. There are families that have to extend their mortgages to a 90-year term or even a 120-year term because their mortgage is bigger now than when they originally borrowed because of the higher interest rates. This never should have happened. The cost of housing in Canada is 50% higher than the U.S. You could buy a castle in Sweden for less than a two-bedroom apartment in Kitchener. Toronto has the worst real estate market in the world, according to UBS Bank, and Vancouver is the third most expensive in comparison with average income and average homes. Vancouver is now more expensive than New York, London, Singapore, and other places where there are more people and there's more money and less land. And last year, fewer houses were built than were built in 1972, Mr. Speaker. And the national debt, this is a bit of a, you've just woken up to this, so this is news to you, Mr. Speaker. The national debt has doubled. When you fell into a coma, the national debt was about $600 billion, and now it's double that, $1.2 trillion. So one prime minister has added more to our national debt than all previous prime ministers combined. Our streets are now more dangerous. There's been a 100% increase in gang shootings, and people are afraid to go out into the streets where there's crime everywhere. Cars are being stolen, and you're waking up to learn, Mr. Speaker, that the chief of police in Toronto says, keep your keys near your front door so that when car thieves can easily steal your car. That's the Canada you're waking up to. And what's the solution of this Prime Minister? Increase taxes and deficits and free more criminals. And the other thing you'll find, Mr. Speaker, is that the Bloc has supported all the policies that have led to this nightmare. But, Mr. Speaker, there is hope. because there's also another thing that you'll notice when you wake up, and that is that there is a common sense party that will cut taxes, build housing, restore balance to budgets, and stop crime. And that is why we're proposing that as a first step, the Prime Minister should meet with the premiers to reverse these policies that have caused the hell we're seeing in this country today. They should discuss scrapping the carbon tax along with other taxes to allow Quebecers and all Canadians to work hard and succeed to be able to afford food and housing and gas in a free country. That's common sense, and that is what we are going to deliver, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, imagine if, in fact, you were in a coma for the last 8 years. You would have gone to sleep in a country in 2015 where inflation and interest rates were rock bottom, taxes were falling at faster than any time in Canadian history. The budget was balanced. Crime had just fallen 25% so that small town folks could leave their doors unlocked. Our borders were secured. Our immigration system was uncontroversial. Everyone agreed it worked and was the best in the world. Housing cost half of what it does today. The average rent was $950, an almost laughably low number by today's standards. Take-home pay had risen by 10% after tax and after inflation in the preceding years. The New York Times had just called Canada the richest middle class. In fact, they said that Canada's middle class was richer for the first time than America's. This, with lots of trouble in the world, wars in Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan, and yes, Ukraine, none of which caused inflation here at home. At the time, of course, we had Prime Minister Harper, who was able to keep inflation and unemployment low, even while the world suffered turmoil. But now you've awoken, 8 years later, to find a completely different place. Inflation, after hitting a 40-year high, is still 50% higher than its 2% target. The economy is shrinking in per capita terms. It's smaller than it was 6 years ago, perhaps the first time that has ever happened in Canadian history. Canada is expected to have the worst OECD growth out of 40 countries for the next 5.5 years and the next 35 years. It now takes 25 years to save up for a down payment for a mortgage in Toronto. And many people have had their existing mortgages extended to 90 years and 120 years, meaning their great-grandchildren will still be paying it off. Houses in Canada now cost 50% more than in the United States. You can buy a home, a castle in Sweden for a lower cost than it is for a two-bedroom in Kitchener. Toronto is the worst housing bubble in the world. Vancouver, the third most expensive when comparing median income to medium housing prices. This is the nightmare that would have been unimaginable to you had you fallen into that coma and just awoken now. But there is good news. You don't want to fall back into the coma because the best is yet to come. We now have a common sense, conservative alternative that will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. We call on the Prime Minister to meet the premiers and talk to him about their desire to see the tax cut or eliminated altogether. Let us grant relief to our people now until there can be a carbon tax election where the people of this country will restore the common sense consensus that will allow anyone from anywhere to do anything that their birthright is, that with hard work you can afford a good home and good food in a safe neighborhood in the country we love, in this, all of our homes, your home, my home, our home. Let's bring it home.
Yes. Questions and comments. Question from Altair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, one of the problems with the Leader of the Official Opposition's speech is that it is often, whether it's inside the House or outside the House, factually incorrect. If they're axing anything, it's the facts. And the reality that they portray is exceptionally misleading. For example, he talks about there were no immigration problems. Tell that to the thousands of people that couldn't sponsor parents. Or tell Tell that to the thousands of people that couldn't sponsor a spouse when he was actually in government, when the immigration was so-called no problem. That is the actual facts, Mr. Speaker. He talks about the economy. It took Stephen Harper 10 years to create 1 million jobs. In less than 8 years, we've doubled that. We've created over 2 million jobs. I'm wondering if the member could be a little bit more honest with the facts, whether it's here or outside of Ottawa.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I don't need to criticize this government's immigration policy because the Prime Minister has done it for me.
That's right.
He has said that the immigration system is, quote, out of control. Those are his words, reiterated by his immigration minister. Both of them apparently blaming their preceding immigration minister for screwing the entire system up so badly that they allowed hundreds of thousands of students to come in to study at fake institutions that don't even exist, diploma mills. By the government's own description, now those kids are abused, taken advantage of, forced to work 20 hours a week, going home in body bags, forced to rent out half a bed for 4 hours a day, paying $700 a month. It is absolute chaos in our immigration system after 8 years of the total incompetence and the cocktail of incompetence and radicalism that has defined this Prime Minister and his appallingly incompetent immigration and now housing minister, the member from Nova Scotia, who has given us 35 homeless encampments in the biggest city in his home province. That is the deplorable record that no one, that you, having fallen into a coma 8 years ago, would have been shocked to wake up to.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have a simple policy question. It should have a simple yes or no answer. The industrial carbon tax on big polluters has been doing the lion's share of emissions reduction. It is one of the most important climate policies. We all know where the Conservative leader stands on the consumer carbon tax, but he's avoided answering questions on the industrial carbon tax on big oil and gas. So please, could he answer just a simple yes or no question? Will he scrap the industrial carbon tax?
The Official Opposition.
There is no industrial carbon tax on the oil and gas sector, so the member should do her research before she asks questions like that. In Alberta, the province has something called the TIER system, which is a provincially administered system that stands for Technology for Emissions Reductions, and it allows the large industrial players to invest in green initiatives to reduce their emissions at no cost to consumers, and is one of the reasons why our oil and gas sector is the most advanced in the world. And what I propose is that we produce more of our clean Canadian oil and gas to displace the dirty dictators of the world. The real question is, why does the NDP want to put good union workers in Western Canada on the unemployment lines, steal their jobs, and send those jobs to foreign dictators around the world? We, common sense Conservatives, will bring home those powerful paychecks for our people in this country.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, we're going to spend another day in this Conservative carbon tax bubble. It's disappointing, but the opposition leader talked about the Liberals' housing disaster, and their record is really poor. In Quebec, nobody is talking about the carbon tax as a solution to the housing crisis, but what they are saying is that the cities aren't the problem. It's the federal government with all the delays in implementing programs, and that's why one of the Bloc's solutions is to call on the federal government to make a lump sum payment for housing, like they do for for health. That'll reduce delays. I wonder if the Conservatives would agree with that. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. First of all all the programs the Liberals have introduced had the Bloc's support. The Bloc voted in favor of $500 billion in discretionary expansionist spending by this government. And I'd like to point out and specify that that's not health care spending for seniors that didn't need to be voted on here in the House. I'm talking about spending on bureaucracy, consultants, and big centralizing programs here in Ottawa. They should stop building a bigger government here in Ottawa, and there should be more construction, less bureaucracy, more houses. That's the common sense conservative policy. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Leader of the Opposition for this motion that calls on the Prime Minister to listen to the calls of the Premiers to talk about the carbon tax. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, food bank usage is at record highs. Young people can't afford to buy homes. Canadians can't afford to put food on the table. Gas is over $2 a litre in British Columbia. Despite the Liberal media misinformation, this is a direct result of the failed carbon tax and a $1.2 trillion national debt. In fact, this is the policy intention of this tax, and Canadians are hurting because of it. But the Prime Minister isn't listening and doesn't care. Instead, he chose to hike the carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. Worse, he plans to quadruple it by 2030. Wow, this is not sustainable. The premiers of Saskatchewan, Alberta, and New Brunswick recently wrote to the Liberal chair of the Finance Committee asking for an opportunity to express their frustrations with the carbon tax and relay the concerns of their citizens who are struggling with rising costs. The Liberal chair, the member for Mississauga East Cooksville, ignored these premiers and refused to call a meeting. I will take this opportunity to recognize and thank the brave chair of the Government Operations Committee, my colleague from Edmonton West, who demonstrated principled leadership. He convened meetings at Government Operations so the committee, and by extension Canadians, could hear from these premiers directly. Sadly, their concerns fell on deaf Liberal ears. The premiers of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Saskatchewan, Alberta, Ontario, and even the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador have written to the Prime Minister demanding a meeting to address carbon tax issues. They understand an urgency that this Prime Minister ignores. Last week, the Leader of the Opposition also wrote to the Prime Minister, echoing the demands of the premiers, asking for an emergency meeting to hear from them directly. What was the Prime Minister's response? We had a meeting in 2016. 2016! That's an absolutely pathetic response. None of the premiers he met with in 2016 are even in office today. None of them. Here's the reality. The NDP Liberal carbon tax is a scam. It's nothing more than a tax plan, disingenuously disguised as an environmental plan. It's a behavioral science tool designed to control people's behavior, not reduce emissions. In fact, it hasn't reduced emissions, but continues to punish Canadian families for the crime of buying groceries and filling up at the pump. The Parliamentary Budget Officer confirmed as much, saying, quote, most households will see a net loss, end quote. To put it simply, the carbon tax is just like the Prime Minister, a failure and not worth the cost. Skyrocketing food prices have resulted in record food bank usage, including in my community of South Surrey White Rock. It was recently reported that more than 1,000 residents are now using the South Surrey Food Bank every week. That's a 35% increase. The Guru Nanak Food Bank that operates in both Surrey and Delta and is not even included in the BC Food Bank statistics is now helping support 3 times more families than in 2020 when it opened. They even have a special section for international students, Mr. Speaker. Food banks in my community are also dealing with a significant shortage in donations, raising concerns that they may not be able to accommodate the increase in demand. This is heartbreaking, but it is the reality after 8 years, despite what this government would have us believe. The carbon tax is not popular. In fact, there is only one provincial party that is enthusiastically embracing the carbon tax, and that's the BC's NDP. Main Street Research recently put this question to British Columbians. When it comes to the carbon tax dispute between the federal Conservative leader and David Eby, who do you agree with? 54% of respondents agreed with our leader and our position that the carbon tax hike should not be spiked on April 1st. Only 34% of respondents agreed with Premier David Eby. British Columbians are being forced to choose between filling up their cars, heating their homes, or feeding their families. Over 200,000 British Columbians are using the food bank every month. Yet Premier Eby is happily implementing the federally mandated tax grab. On page 75 of the 2024 BC budget, it states, quote, Budget 2023 implemented annual increases to the tax to align with federal requirements. BC's carbon tax is currently at $65 per ton and will increase every April 1st by $15 per ton until rates are equal to $170 per ton in 2030, end quote. He's telling us now BC's carbon tax will increase to comply with the Prime Minister's mandate. According to the Vancouver Sun, BC's carbon tax will raise $9 billion over the next 3 years and only credit back $3.5 billion. Liberal math defies understanding, but that's a $5.5 billion net cost to British Columbians. This brings me back to the motion we're debating today. Whether this NDP Liberal government can admit it or not, we are in a carbon tax crisis. Despite the opposition of 70% of Canadians and 7 out of 10 premiers, the Prime Minister refused to spike the hike April 1st and instead chose to inflict more pain on Canadians when they can least afford it. When it comes to emissions reductions, the carbon tax has been a demonstrable failure. COP ranks Canada at 62nd out of 67 countries on climate performance. Once again, this NDP Liberal government doesn't have an environmental plan. They have a tax plan. Provinces need the flexibility to determine what is best in their jurisdictions. Conservatives believe in technology that actually delivers results, like greenlighting green projects, exporting LNG to end Europe's dependence on Russian oil, carbon capture and storage. We don't believe in virtual signaling and taxes that only inflict pain and that is on struggling Canadian families. The reality is this: the carbon tax crisis is the Prime Minister's own making, and his response to the premiers is unacceptable. What is he afraid of? Although we're separated by thousands of kilometers, our citizens are all facing the same grinding issues. For a confederation like ours to work, if there was ever a time to bring people together, it is now. The Prime Minister must call a meeting, sit down with the premiers, and let Canadians into the conversation. After all, this is a Prime Minister that said, and I quote, "Government and its information must be open by default," end quote. Well, now's his chance, his big moment. The Prime Minister needs to do the right thing. He needs to show some courage, sit down with the premiers, who he's never met with before, and end the carbon tax crisis that he created. He needs to do his job, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Here. Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my friend from South Surrey, White Rock. curious to know how I'm going to vote on the Opposition Day motion today, which we're talking about at least peripherally. The discussion around carbon taxes always brings to mind, because it is a complex problem, the H.L. Mencken comment that for every complex problem, there is an answer which is clear, simple, and wrong. I could add as an update, and it very rarely rhymes. What I would love to see is a discussion which is fact-based, listening to the experts like the 200 economists who say carbon pricing works, or to sit down with the premiers and listen to the science. I recently in this place spoke of the record of the Right Honourable, the late Brian Mulroney, who definitely worked with provinces, who definitely imposed additional costs to stop pollution, and who made actions count. We don't have a carbon tax crisis. We have a climate crisis, and I would welcome an opportunity to listen to the scientific experts, the economic experts, and bring everyone together. Will the members of the official opposition confirm whether this meeting with premiers, should it take place, could listen to the top experts on climate science and the threat to our economy posed by wildfires, heat domes, floods, and storms of all kinds that are driven by the climate crisis?
The Honourable Whip for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I always welcome questions from a fellow British Columbian Member of Parliament. It is hard to speculate on what a dialogue will look like if we have a Prime Minister who says, well, I met with them in 2016. He hasn't even opened the door yet to such a conference. Certainly, details can be arranged after that, but there has to be a willingness by this government to sit down, show courage where there is a national crisis, and actually put bones onto solutions by talking to the first ministers in this country. This is a big country, but this confederation was built on dialogue. If there's no dialogue, there's no solutions. Talking to each other is always the way forward. Thank you.
Questions and comments of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The biggest problem that I'm anticipating in the debate that's going to be coming from the Conservatives today is they are going to be axing the facts throughout. And at the end of the day, I think it does a great disservice to Canadians. And I put this out to the member across the way. You know, I've had a difficult time trying to get a Conservative member of Parliament that would actually debate this issue with me, whether it's in Ottawa or in Winnipeg at any public school. If the Conservative Party is so confident of their policy position, why are they so scared to actually have a public debate on the issue? I would welcome any member of the Conservative caucus to debate me on this issue, on the carbon rebate versus the carbon tax, any day, if they had the courage to do so. I suspect not one of them will take me up, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Wow, Mr. Speaker, that was incredible. And the reason it's incredible is that he's talking about people going to public schools in his riding, which he's probably afraid to lose in the next election, and talk about this issue. We want the first ministers of this country, the people elected by our citizens. There is only one taxpayer, after all, Mr. Speaker. We want them to get together and show leadership. Leadership starts by the Prime Minister calling a meeting. We'll debate this anytime. My goodness, the Leader of the Opposition has been out at rallies bringing in thousands of people right across the country from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean talking about this issue. 70% of Canadians, 7 out of 10 premiers agree with us on this. Let's get the job done, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that GHG emissions cause climate change. We know that GHG emissions have caused a significant increase in the price of vegetables, fruits, and grain over the past few years. The carbon tax aims to decrease GHG emissions. That's what we have on the one hand. On the other hand, in Quebec, we are part of the Western Climate Initiative. That initiative is an initiative with California and British Columbia, and it aims to ensure that we are not unduly affected by the carbon tax. Wouldn't our Conservative colleagues agree that we should reduce GHG emissions and that we will do so by joining the carbon market with Quebec and with British Columbia? That would bring down emissions. That would bring down inflation as well. Meanwhile, we wouldn't have to debate the carbon tax every single day. The carbon tax, which is so incredibly useful in decreasing GHG emissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Suri White-Rock to respond.
I'll be quick, Mr. Speaker. I would just say this. Cooperation, dialogue is what we're aiming for in this motion. We want to include the premiers of the provinces, all provinces, including Quebec. So let's just get to the table, have the discussion, show leadership at both the provincial and national level, and show how this confederation can actually work at a time of crisis for Canadians right across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be back in the House of Commons, although it's sad that we're back debating the same tired argument that the Conservatives have been bringing forward for the last 2 years. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Conservative war on facts and evidence and science continues even since the Harper era, but now it's math they disagree with, Mr. Speaker. Failed former leader of the Conservative Party from Regina Capel and the Petro puppet from Carleton are on this cover-up campaign with the Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, who raised the price of gas on April 1st by more than the price of pollution. And by the way, that price increase on the price of gas, which was more than the increase on the price of pollution, did not include any type of a rebate. So it's clear why they're here and who they're here for. It's not for Canadians. It's not to stand up for affordability. It's to play a cover-up campaign for the Premier of Alberta and to defend the corporate, greedy interests of big oil and gas giants, as they always have, Mr. Speaker. Nothing changes with this Conservative Party, but things are changing with our climate. In fact, March 2024 was the hottest March ever on record. And guess what? February was the highest temperature and hottest February ever on record. January, same thing. Actually, that's the case of the last 10 months. Consecutive 10 months in a row, every single month has been a record temperature-breaking month. 2023, Mr. Speaker, was the hottest year on record. 2024, it's only April, and there's already wildfires burning, Mr. Speaker. Last year, 5.7 million acres of Canadian forests burned down due to out-of-control wildfires, and the Conservative leader blamed it on arson, which is what we know is not the case. Climate change has dried our forests out. They've increased the severity of the wildfires, and even still, the Conservative climate change denying caucus over there is heckling, as if, you know, I know that they don't believe in climate change, Mr. Speaker, but Canadians do, and Canadians demand that we stand up, lower our emissions, take a leading role on fighting climate change around the world. Mr. Speaker, if you don't believe in climate change, then you must believe in the amount of money that these wildfires are costing Canadians. Over $1.5 billion in economic losses last year just due to the wildfires. That doesn't include drought. That doesn't include floods. That doesn't include hurricanes. That doesn't include extreme weather, or like hyper-focused precipitation, as we've seen across this country. Just $1.5 billion in economic losses and an incremental $700 million of insured losses. Mr. Speaker, climate change is an existential threat to our economy, to our livelihoods, and to our very lives, and the Conservatives want to ignore it. So who do the Conservatives want to rely on for insight, for expertise, and for research? It's our universities who provide us with that insight, Mr. Speaker. And last week, when 200 leading economists from across this country wrote an open letter in support of carbon pricing in this country, the Conservative leader, the Petro puppet from Carleton, called them so-called experts. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but so-called experts, these are people who earned their degrees. They're people who went to university, did the research, got a PhD. They are experts. They are not so-called experts. They are leading researchers in the field. This coming from a guy who's never earned an honest red cent in his life, never contributed a dollar to our economy. This is the only job that he's ever had here in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, it's pathetic coming from somebody with no expertise. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to spend the rest of my time today reading into the record the open letter from economists on Canadian carbon pricing. Because it's not political rhetoric. It's not a bumper sticker. It's not a slogan that looks good on a hoodie. It's facts. It's evidence. It's irrefutable mathematics. And that's what we're getting from our experts. And I'll start by saying, Mr. Speaker, I'll continue to say in a moment, I'm sharing my time today with the member from Winnipeg North.
I believe we have a point of order from the honourable member for Sandwich Fallons.
Yeah, I hope that all in this place will forgive me for an interruption. But as a member of Parliament, I believe that my work here does earn honest red cents. I do think, I agree with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, that it's important for those of us here to have actually had jobs outside of politics. But I think he might want to rethink. It's up to you, Mr. Speaker, to recommend. But
I do appreciate the honourable member's intervention in this, and I will just remind honourable members be judicious in the words that they choose, especially when we're talking about other members of the House of this House when we're speaking on the floor of this House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll certainly take that under advisement. I'll continue now in reading the open letter from the economics on Canadian carbon pricing. And it'd be great if I didn't have to raise my voice and yell, but the Conservative members want to heckle, so I'll continue to speak at a volume which will allow them to hear it. This open letter from economists on Canadian carbon pricing, Mr. Speaker, signed by over 200 leading experts. These are people who are doing research on a regular basis to determine what facts and evidence, should be included in the political discourse. So they start, as economists from across Canada, we are concerned about the significant threats from climate change. We encourage governments to use economically sensible policies to reduce emissions at a low cost, address Canadians' affordability concerns, maintain business competitiveness, and support Canada's transition to a low-carbon economy. Canada's carbon pricing policies do all of these things. Now, the member from Carleton, the Conservative leader, might call them so-called experts. He might even call them liberals. It's not true. That's not a fact. These are people who work in our universities. They teach our students. They conduct world-class research, Mr. Speaker, and their facts and evidence ought to be read into the record. So I'm proud to do that today. Number one, they refute 5 claims. The first Conservative claim, carbon pricing won't reduce greenhouse gas emissions. What the evidence shows, not only does carbon pricing reduce emissions, but it does so at a lower cost than all other approaches, as was reiterated by Saskatchewan Premier Scott Moe just the other day, that they looked at other things, but they were all more expensive, so they're relying on the federal backstop program. So not only does carbon pricing reduce emissions, but it does so at a lower cost than other approaches. Since the federal carbon price took effect in 2019, Canada's greenhouse gas emissions have fallen by almost 8%. The Canadian Climate Institute shows that federal and provincial carbon pricing for industries and consumers is expected to account for almost half of Canada's emissions reductions by 2030. That's basic economics and common sense, as they say. Carbon pricing is the lowest cost approach because it gives each of us, each person, and the businesses in our communities flexibility to choose the best way to reduce our carbon footprints. Other methods, such as direct regulations, tend to be more intrusive, inflexible, and cost more. One of the reasons, Mr. Speaker, that that Conservatives around the world, in other countries, rely on carbon pricing. It's a market-based instrument considered widely as a Conservative approach to lowering emissions. The Conservative claim number 2, carbon pricing drives up the cost of living and is a major cause of inflation. Totally false. What the evidence shows, the Canadian carbon price has a negligible impact on overall inflation. The Conservatives can repeat their claims and their slogans all they want. That's not science, that's not evidence, it's not math, and it's false. The sharp increase in inflation between 2021 and 2023 was caused by several factors, mainly related to the COVID-19 pandemic and the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war on commodity prices. Just a few minutes, the petro puppet from Carleton was standing in this House suggesting that the war in Ukraine did not cause any inflation in Canada. Absolutely false. These forces are global, which is why the most advanced countries, whether they have a carbon price or not, experienced very similar inflation. Carbon pricing has caused less than 1/20th of Canada's inflation in the past 2 years. Now, 90% of the revenues generated are rebated back to households, which means that families receive more money in rebates than they pay in carbon pricing, particularly those from low and modest incomes, Mr. Speaker. Climate change, on the other hand, poses a real threat to Canadians' economic well-being. Climate change will cost our economy at least $35 billion by 2030, and much more in future decades. Mr. Speaker, again, reiterating that this is an existential threat for Canadians and for our species on planet Earth. Conservative claim number 3, it makes little sense to have both a carbon price and a rebate. The price and rebate approach provides an incentive to reduce carbon emissions while maintaining most households' overall purchasing power with the rebate, giving more back to families through the Canada Carbon Rebate. Carbon pricing revenues and rebates don't undermine the goal of the price, and they still have the incentive to reduce emissions. Mr. Speaker, another Conservative claim debunked by expert economists. Conservative claim number 4, carbon pricing harms Canadian business competitiveness. What the evidence shows: Canada's carbon pricing scheme is designed to help businesses reduce emissions at low cost while competing in the emerging low-carbon global economy. For large emitting sectors in most provinces like oil, steel, and cement, there is an output-based carbon system. In fact, it means that most large industries pay the carbon price on only the last 10 to 20% of their emissions, and their lower-emitting firms pay less when higher-emitting firms pay more, creating a strong incentive for all firms to reduce emissions. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to highlight here that the vast majority of the oil and gas used in the agriculture sector, 96%, 97% of it, is exempt from carbon pricing. Critics claim, the Conservative claim number 5, that carbon pricing isn't necessary. And here, the critics are actually right. Canada could abandon carbon pricing and still hit some of our climate targets by using other types of regulations and subsidies, but it would be much more costly to do so, both for businesses, our economy, and for consumers. So unfortunately, the most vocal opponents of carbon pricing are not offering any alternative policies to reduce emissions and meet our climate goals. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I'll just ask, there are more than 200 Canadian economists who wrote a letter to the Conservative Party asking them to adjust some of their demands because they're just not based on fact or evidence. So if there's even one Canadian economist who disagrees with these 200, I would ask that they bring those facts and evidence to this House, read them in to the record, because Canadians demand policies that are based on fact, evidence, science, and research, not bumper stickers, not slogans, and not just overly repeated political rhetoric, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Before I go to questions and comments, I just want to remind members to use people's riding names when referring to them in the chamber. I know this has been brought up a number of times. It's the Right Honourable Prime Minister, it's the Leader of the Opposition, it's the member for Dauphin Swan River Penipoa. So we want to make sure that we at least give people at least the correct title while we're speaking on the floor of the chamber. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dauphin Swan River, Penipoa.
Speaker, the member from Milton stated, and I quote, "Building highways doesn't fight climate change," end quote. Does the member still stand by his road building statement?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, that member has brought up a tweet that I put out a couple of years ago, a number of times ago, and he's yelling yes or no right now at the top of his lungs to the member. I believe that building highways is not a way to fight climate change. It's true. We should find ways to rely more on active transportation, on public transit, and on trains. And in my community, we require both directions all-day GO train service. So a lot of people use their cars when they don't have to. Mr. Speaker, it's true that we need highways. It's true that we need roads, and we need more of them in Canada with our growing population. But that doesn't mean that highways should be used as a wedge or a recommendation to fight climate change. Because what the Conservatives want to say is that when you build more highways, you get less gridlock and you get less carbon emissions. And that is proven to be false, Mr. Speaker. So yes, I stand by my statement.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
In the motion, it calls it a carbon tax emergency, okay? Mr. Speaker, we know that the PBO and the Bank of Canada, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, says it's about 0.15% impact on inflation of the carbon tax. It's about 15 cents on a $100 bag of groceries. What's really the emergency is the corporate greed emergency that's happening, the runaway corporate greed, Mr. Speaker, but that's not being dealt with. You know, we keep hearing emergency. We saw the Liberals host a summit on auto theft, and that's not an emergency, it's a serious issue. But what's an emergency? 42,000 people, Mr. Speaker, that have died from a toxic overdose. And this government still has not convened a meeting with First Ministers to deal with, you know, the leading cause of death between the ages of 19 and 59 in my home province of British Columbia. It's spreading across the country, skyrocketing deaths in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Ontario, Mr. Speaker. Yet this government has not convened even a summit on this crisis, Mr. Speaker. When will this government convene First Ministers to deal with the health emergency, Mr. Speaker, where we've lost as many people as we did to COVID-19, where this government spent less than 1% in their response to the toxic drug overdose crisis, Mr. Speaker, than they did in COVID-19? When?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm always proud to serve with the member from Courtenay Alberni in this House, and we've had many meetings together on harm reduction, on the toxic drug overdose crisis in Canada, and on ways to support people who are suffering from addictions. This morning, Mr. Speaker, we announced that our government will be investing a further $500 million into youth mental health, which will include addiction supports. But this is another occasion where we're faced with a war on evidence. The Conservative Party wants to suggest that, that safe supply and that providing people with the tools necessary to fight their addictions and live another day is causing the overdose crisis and is causing the toxic drug supply, which are, again, false. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the member from Courtenay Alberni for his leadership on this and many other issues. I'm always proud to work with him, and I'd be grateful for an opportunity to sit down and discuss how we can take further action on ending the opioid crisis in Canada.
Question commentaire, the honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the member from Milton's speech, and he said he would give us facts. He didn't give us facts, Mr. Speaker. He gave us people's opinions, void of any facts. And so I'm wondering if the member from Milton knows what the largest contributor to carbon is. Does he know it's the oceans? I'm wondering whether the member from Milton knows what the levels of carbon in the air that we breathe are, what their targets are, and what they need to be reduced to. So could the member from Milton provide us with some real facts?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That member is one of the most vociferous climate change deniers in this House of Commons. He stands up to deny Canada or Canadians and humans' impact on climate change. And I read into the record the recommendations and the policy guidelines of people who do this work for a living. They are not their opinions. These are facts that are uncovered by research and mathematics, Mr. Speaker. Now, the amount of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere is approximately 350 parts per million. And when it goes a lot higher than that, we have problems, just like inside of a greenhouse. Plants consume carbon dioxide. That's something that a lot of conservatives and climate change deniers will say, oh, it's plant food. No, carbon dioxide is not plant food, Mr. Speaker. It's part of the photosynthetic process. But this rhetoric that, the oceans are responsible for more climate change than humans, absolutely astonishing. And it's that type of climate change denial, that type of fact-free rhetoric that Canadians do not need in this debate.
Please, debate. Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to rise and speak on an issue in which I'm sure most Canadians will find the Conservative Party is in want of, and that is an actual idea dealing with the price of pollution or the environment. The Conservatives, in fact, Mr. Speaker, are like a fish out of water at times, flopping all over the place, hard to be able to actually pin them down. And I don't say that lightly, because what I would like to convey to my Conservative friends across the way is that at the end of the day, take a look back to 2015 when countries around the world went to Paris. And one of the consensuses that came out of the Paris conference was that the climate does matter, that there are initiatives that governments around the world should take in order to deal with the climate crisis. Canada is one of those countries that made that decision, that we were going to bring in a carbon tax, carbon rebate process to support something that was coming out of a Paris conference. And it was meant to be used as a national backstop. So, for example, the province of British Columbia and the province of Quebec do not have the carbon tax, carbon rebate policy. We have seen some provinces that have backed away from the program that they had in favor of the national price on pollution or the carbon rebate and carbon tax, Mr. Speaker. They did that, I would suggest to you, at least in good part, because they recognized the value of the national program. But still, nothing prevents a province from going on its own and developing what the world is demanding, recognition that we should be concerned about our environment, and the price on pollution is a way in which we can deal with that. Now, Conservatives have agreed with that. Take a look at Stephen Harper's policy platform in 2008, Mr. Speaker. There are 19 members of Parliament that are in the Conservative caucus today that supported that, Mr. Speaker. And that was in the 2008, the iconic leader that they have pictures of, Mr. Speaker. That leader supported a price on pollution. Wow. Now, fast forward. The last leader that they had, the one that the current leader replaced, Aaron O'Toole. He had it a part of his election platform, a price on pollution. 338 Conservative candidates in the last federal election went around the country with an election platform that made it very clear that there should be a price on pollution. There was nothing unique about that. Every political party inside this chamber, the Greens, the NDP, the Bloc, the Liberals, and at the time, the Conservatives actually campaigned on a price on pollution. Now, the Conservative Party, with their new shiny leader that goes about and they talk about axe the tax, the reality is they're axing the facts. That's what they're really doing, Mr. Speaker, and that's why I challenged the Conservatives, and it's not the first time. Is there a Conservative member of Parliament that has the brevity or the courage to actually debate? I'd love to have a debate with any Conservative member of Parliament, whether it's at a public school in Ottawa or in Winnipeg. Let's have that debate. I look forward to one Conservative member of Parliament throughout the day to stand up and say they'll have that debate. I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, they're going to have a tough time getting their leader to agree to have that public debate because they don't want the facts. They don't want people to understand what it is that the Conservative agenda really is on the issue. And, Mr. Speaker, that should be of great concern. So when the leader of the Conservative Party says, well, we want to axe the tax, it is so misleading, Mr. Speaker. And the Conservative members of Parliament know that. Shame. Because I'll tell you, the net disposable income in 80% of the residents in Winnipeg North will go down as a direct result of this bumper sticker policy that they're trying to sell Canadians through deception and misinformation, Mr. Speaker. And they do that consistently. You got to wonder, where do they get this stuff? And there's this interesting article that came out, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to kind of bring members' attention to it, because I think it's really important for us to recognize. This past week, we got an extremely revealing look behind the curtains of, I can't say his name, but it's the leader of the Conservative Party's baloney factory. First of all, he is accepting major donations from oil sands executives. Interesting, Mr. Speaker, to hear that. Wow. Who we know are fighting hard against the rules and regulation to clean up their operations. But secondly, he is outsourcing his communication strategy. I really like this one, Mr. Speaker. He's outsourcing his communication strategy to MASH Consulting. Understand who MASH Consulting is. Often I talk about this leader of the Conservative Party and his links to MAGA conservatism, Mr. Speaker, the far right. Brian Mulroney said how, they've kind of amputated the progressive side of the Conservative Party. Kim Campbell is even much harsher in her comments compared to, let's say, Joe Clark, who says that the Conservative Party have left progressive nature of their political heritage, Mr. Speaker. Well, MASH, and let me read right from it, is outsourcing its communications to strategy to MASH Consulting. That's where the Conservatives are going. A firm that has close ties to the Premier of Alberta, the Premier of Saskatchewan, but also companies like Shell. Companies like, I understand, Canada Proud, Mr. Speaker. Wow. You know, I think that Canadians should be concerned about what it is that we are seeing from today's Conservative Party that has abandoned any sort of progressive heritage. And it's not just me saying this, Mr. Speaker. This is former progressive Conservative prime ministers that are saying what it is that I'm conveying here today, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative reality is far, far right. It's on the extreme. They're more concerned about catering to the People's Party's vote than they are in terms of good, sound public policy, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, without any hesitation whatsoever, I have no problem in challenging any member of the Conservative Party to go to a public school in Ottawa or Winnipeg, because I would love the opportunity to see a person from the media and a classroom full of students and see how it is that the Conservatives can justify their irresponsible policy stand on the issue of a price on pollution, Mr. Speaker. And I can tell you that if you were to take me up on it, and I suspect they won't, Mr. Speaker, but if they were to, that it would be somewhat of an eye-opener. And when they talk about the polls, and they say, well, the polls tell us we are right, well, they have been very successful in deceiving Canadians, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the whole Axe the Tax campaign that they've had, and they drop completely the rebate portion, which increases the disposable income for 80% or more Canadians, at the same time providing an incentive to decrease the usage of fossil fuels. But they have no problem doing that. None at all. And we saw that today when we had the leader of the Conservative Party stand up and give all sorts of false information, Mr. Speaker. I follow immigration very closely. And I can tell you, the Harper years were not good years during immigration when I was the immigration critic, yet he seems to think that those were the best years of Canadian history, one would hear from the member. Or when he was talking about, well, the jobs. Comparing to Stephen Harper, Mr. Speaker, we've got well over 2 million new jobs created in 8 years compared to just a million jobs in 10 years. It's misinformation, misleading constantly in social media, statements being put into the House, and that is the Conservative Party today, Mr. Speaker, where we see that sort of behavior. And I would suggest to you, you're not going to fool Canadians. When the time is there, Canadians will know, and the Conservatives will never be put into a government situation.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it's always a pleasure to listen to my friend from Manitoba. But if we look at what the business of supply is about today, it is the opportunity to let the provinces make their cases about the strategies that they have in place to counter excess carbon emissions. The NDP member earlier talked about toxic drug supply, getting the premiers together to speak about that and how significant and how important it was. I wonder if the member could come back to the actual topic of the day and talk about the significance of having the premiers get together to talk about issues of national importance.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the topic of the day is the price on pollution, the carbon rebate and the carbon tax. I can tell the member opposite that our Prime Minister has had more meetings with the premiers than Stephen Harper ever had. I can guarantee you that fact. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a member that's from the province of Alberta. Do you know on April the 1st, Daniel Smith, the Premier of Alberta, increased the gas tax by 4 cents a liter, which is more than the price on pollution, Mr. Speaker, which was 3 cents a liter. I'm wondering if the Alberta Conservative Caucus has spoken and told the Premier of Alberta the damage that she is causing to Albertans. I suspect not, Mr. Speaker, because the Conservative Party today is so partisan they turn a blind eye to anything that's coming from the Conservative right to the detriment of Canadians.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton. Oh, and sitting in the wrong place. The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I do have a question to the honourable member. I believe the member did say, and I just want to have some clarity on this. He said that he would challenge any of the 118 Conservatives on the opposite side to a public debate in any forum in front of any audience, either back home or here in Ottawa. Does that include the actual leader of the opposition?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
To be perfectly clear, any Conservative member, including the leader of the Conservative Party, that has the courage to actually debate and talk about this issue of the carbon tax and the carbon rebate, I would welcome the opportunity in any public school in Ottawa or in Winnipeg, and if it was the leader of the Conservative Party, I would extend it to any public school in the country if he had the courage to actually take me up on it. But I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry to say to my opponent, that don't hold your breath, because that's the last thing they want, is to have an intelligent discussion on an issue that is so vitally important, our environment and the carbon rebate.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a terrible, terrible reality when so many Albertans and Canadians across the country are facing the affordability crisis. They can't afford homes, they can't afford gas, they can't afford food. And what we have is solutions from the Conservative Party, which is to axe the carbon tax. And it may sound really good for a lot of Canadians, but the reality is it's hypocrisy when we have a premier in Alberta who raises the gas tax 4 cents, has no rebate. On top of that, we have the Liberals and their carbon tax, which is 3 cents. But the reality of all of this is gas went up 20 cents. The remainder of that, the over 11 cents that was there, is pure profit for those like Richie Rich Kruger who continue to go off and burn, baby, burn, while we talk and debate about the 3 cents from the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, we have to get serious in this House. We're in a climate crisis. We're in an affordability crisis. And the Conservative solutions are Hippocratic ones.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, you have to admit, you just can't make this stuff up. When you actually have Conservative members of Parliament going around the province of Alberta saying, we want to axe the tax, and it was going to be like a 3% or 3 cent a litre increase on the gas on April the 1st. And they were going around the province saying, we got to get rid of it. And their own Conservative Premier increases it by 4 cents. I suspect we won't find very many news stories or social media hits coming from Conservative members of Parliament criticizing Daniel Smith and the Conservative government of Alberta for increasing the price of gas by 4 cents a litre for all of those Albertans, Mr. Speaker. If I'm wrong, please send me the link to your social media that says, as a member of Parliament, you are upset with the Premier of Alberta.
Please do debate.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of fairness, equity, and inclusion, I'll be sharing my time with the member for Jonquière. Look, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have evolved. They've evolved, and it's a pleasure to see. It took them some time. They're not evolving as quickly as others, but there has been some progress, because nowhere in this motion does it say that the 1st, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, the member for Lévis-Lotbinière has talked about the carbon tax, but nowhere in this motion does it say that the carbon tax applies in Quebec, not explicitly anyways. But there's lots of innuendo about the carbon tax and how it affects Quebec, a lot of implying that it affects Quebec. So this is some progress, because for the first time it looks like the Conservatives are showing a glimmer of openness to dialogue, even though they're still extremely ideological on this topic. The preamble is problematic because it talks about the increase in the carbon tax, and that implies that it applies to Quebec. It doesn't apply to Quebec at all, the carbon tax. And it says that in terms of reducing GHGs, we rank 62nd out of 67. And that we have that ranking because Quebec is doing a better job than other parts of Canada. So once again, the Conservatives are trying to create a link between taxation and the environment. But what they left out is the 61 countries that rank higher than Canada actually have a higher carbon tax. So I would have liked to see that in the motion. Whatever the other provinces and territories are doing, that's not our business. But in Quebec, we don't have a carbon tax. So the preamble is pretty mediocre. But then when you look at the meat of the motion, they said that Quebec and the 9 provinces and the territories need to meet with the Prime Minister so that it's transparent, so that it's public, so that everyone's at the table, and so on. In my opinion, if there were to be an amendment that would correct the inaccuracies in the preamble and so on, if the motion merely called for a meeting, we could hardly oppose it if the motion was drafted properly. The same thing for immigration targets. We asked for the First Minister's meeting around that. We asked about policies and targets. We asked for a transfer like is done in healthcare. But our motion was truthful. It was accurate. But this motion, the Conservatives have, it seems they've moved on to something else. They look a bit kooky when they say the carbon tax applies in Quebec when everyone knows it doesn't. Our messages are more consistent. We're proud of our messaging. And we have to counterbalance the falsehoods and spins coming from the Conservatives. So the Conservatives are now saying, or others are saying, that since the carbon tax doesn't apply in Quebec, well, Quebec is getting a free ride because we here elsewhere, other than in Quebec, are paying a carbon tax. And now Quebec is being painted as this lazy kind of parasite that's getting a free ride by not having to pay the carbon tax. So that myth has to be dispelled. And because in Quebec, we have a cap and trade system. We don't regulate the price on pollution. We regulate the quantity of pollution that's allowed. So there are pollution permits, and those are established years in advance before this Liberal government came along. And there's less consensus in the other provinces, but with a cap and trade system, the prices fluctuate. So if there's a green producer that comes along, if we invest in transition, then the price can actually come down. But we are guaranteed to meet our targets because our targets are integrated in the cap and trade system. And it has nothing to do with the federal government, Mr. Speaker. It's a cap and trade system that's run jointly with California. If obviously the Prime Minister knows about this but isn't interested. But in California, they're interested because they're innovative and they're forward-looking Californians. And this system is going to allow us to reduce our emissions by 37.5% over the reference levels. And it's called the Western Climate Initiative. That could include Alberta. Just look at the name, Western. It seems so. Oregon and Washington decided to join that cap and trade system. Why don't the other provinces join in? And then they could be beneficiaries. They could get this so-called free ride along with Quebec. And there are people from Quebec, California, Washington, and Nova Scotia on the board of directors of that cap and trade exchange. Because you know what? Why would Nova Scotia have members on the board when they decided to opt out of the system? they could have joined this system and really focused on innovation, growth, and green transition. The governors of Arizona and New Mexico were also founders. So we're not really talking about the extreme left here. There are some pretty right-wing players involved in this cap-and-trade system. But who was originally involved? Ontario. Ontario voluntarily decided to abandon that system, which gave them a cap-and-trade system with California, Quebec, Oregon, Washington, and other players that are yet to join. So the Conservatives obviously keep saying that we're marching to our own drum here in Canada. We're like loose cannons or lone warriors. But we have had, our record has improved. The Conservatives, there are 69 more countries using this type of system. It's progressive. There are people who want progress. They want to move forward. But then there are others, like the Conservatives, who would prefer to move backwards in time. So we need a dialogue. Some Conservatives don't believe in climate change, but they could at least have a dialogue. But one fact is quite simple. Look at Europe. Europe has a cap-and-trade system. And obviously in Europe, like everywhere else, there are big polluters. And those big polluters, under that exchange system, they get free permits so they can pollute. Like we're talking about sawmills and aluminum smelters and so on. That's part of the system. They're allowed to pollute initially until they can make the transition. So then that means that there are less permits for other industries. But this European system, that's going to come to a close because I think it's in 2025. And, you know, Europe's no small player. It's a huge economy. And in 2035, there's going to be compensation between countries. So countries who decide not to pull their weight on climate change, they will have to pay at the border. Industries like Canadian industries, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Nova Scotia, they'll have to pay duties at the border. And Quebec industries will be doubly penalized because that system will apply. There will be tariffs at the border. And if Canada hasn't pulled its weight and done its fair share in terms of fighting climate change, then we will pay a price when we try to export to Europe. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? And the Conservatives are going to say, well, that's the extreme left. That's coming from the extreme left. But no, the WTO, and let's agree that the WTO, they're hardly Marxist-Leninists. The WTO has confirmed that those duties and tariffs will be legit. And so in 10 to 15 years, countries that with a poor record on climate change, in 10 to 15 years, we will be treated like other countries that use child labor, for example, will be pariahs in international trade. So I think we've always been in favor of dialogue, and I think that of course, these premiers and the Prime Minister have to meet, but on the premise that it's honest and transparent and everything's above board.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think I appreciate many of the comments that the member has made across the way. And one of the things that we should be highlighting is the fact that there are countries around the world make reference to the province of Ontario and how Ontario had the cap-and-trade system and then ultimately opt out. And I think that was a backward step from a personal perspective because there are many American states that have actually taken it upon themselves to actually put a price on pollution. So it's not fair to say that the United States as a whole doesn't have a price on pollution. I guess that's fair to say, but there are many American states that do have a price on pollution. And I think that is something that is worthy of noting. And in Canada, provinces also have the option. Quebec and BC are a good example. And if you can just expand upon the importance of other jurisdictions.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, it's not a linear process. Some players have joined the system and then opted out when governments changed. And so there's room for discussion and efforts to bring those players back into the system. But the Conservatives are saying the First Ministers have to meet to discuss alternatives and better policies on climate change. And the message the Liberal government sent to Western premiers is that the taxpayer money is going to be used to invest in carbon capture, which will have no short-term effect, according to scientists. So that's part of their solutions. And now that the Liberals have put that in industry's heads, it's hard for them to become credible when it comes to alternative solutions. So if the government wants to be part of the solution, they have to stop flushing taxpayers' money into oil projects. Questions and comments? Now remember for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which I took the trouble to listen to closely. And it seems that he may vote with the Conservatives on this motion and listen to common sense. Unfortunately, the carbon tax in the other provinces is $80. It's cheaper in Quebec. But what does my colleague think of the idea of the current federal Liberal government requiring Quebec to increase the price on carbon so that all Canadians are at the same level, which would be a disadvantage for Quebec given all its experience in fighting climate change? The Honourable Member for Mirabel. I don't know where to begin, Mr. Speaker. It's like him asking what I would think if the federal government wanted to increase the price of IBM shares, or if the federal government wanted to go to the Chicago Exchange to tell them how much nickel should cost. That's not how it works. There's a set number of permits, and people trade those permits. If the member for Lévis-Lotbinière is able to do what he's suggesting, I'll certainly put my investments with him.
Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I appreciate that he suggests that there needs to be alternatives to addressing climate change. I know that there is this thing called the output-based pricing system, which is used to protect major emitters from paying full carbon pricing. So depending on industry and activity, 80 to 90% are actually exempt from carbon pricing. And I wonder if the member agrees that what we need to discuss in terms of alternatives is to remove such exemptions so that those major emitters are actually paying full price of carbon pricing.
Here. Good question.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. What's good about the cap and trade system is that we meet our targets, and it's a fact that some big companies pollute, and there aren't many alternative technologies available to them just yet. So they can pollute and trade these permits until, and they're given an exemption until to buy time for them to make the transition to cleaner alternatives. And that's what, but there has to be an end to this temporary exemption at some point. That's what Europe's going to do. And in most, under most systems, there will be border mechanisms to offset, and it'll be very expensive for countries that aren't pulling their weight on climate change. And so the price should go down as emissions go down. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Jonquière.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For a while now, I've been wondering what explains the Conservatives' obsession with the carbon tax. Now, I'm a person with good intentions. That's how I'm known in my party caucus. The member for Mirabel, in fact, often says that I am the Mother Teresa of the Bloc Québécois caucus. So in that capacity, I tried to understand the leader of the opposition's message. Sometimes it's hard to understand what he's saying. Sometimes he claims things that we don't really understand. We don't understand what he means. He says he wants to fix the budget. Does he want to do that with an axe and a hammer? Sometimes he talks about the Prime Minister. He says he's not worth the cost or the corruption. Well, is there any corruption that's worth the cost or worth occurring? It's very confusing. The leader of the official opposition has said many times that electricians can catch lightning bolts and use those lightning bolts to light our room. So I wonder whether sometimes there's information missing from what the leader of the official opposition is saying. Sometimes he might talk about the carbon tax without fully understanding the ins and outs of it. So as I was saying, I am a well-intentioned person, and I'm going to try to decipher this with you. I, in fact, have succeeded in deciphering the true intentions of the Conservative leader. What you need to do to understand it is it's like trying to understand an adolescent, a teenager. When I wanted to understand my son when he was a teenager, I would analyze his clothing. If he was into rock and roll, he would wear rock and roll T-shirts. My son once even wore a Quebec Solidaire party sweater, so I knew he was interested in that. Well, do you guys remember in this house the I Love Oil and Gas sweaters that people used to wear? That's really, when you wear that kind of a sweater, you are declaring your love for an economic sector. True love and passion. But the Conservatives seem to have moved from I love oil and gas to axe the tax. Why? Well, because nowadays, in the current context of climate change, you can't go around shouting that you love oil and gas. But, on the other hand, if you claim that you don't love oil and gas, but that you want to defend workers by axing the tax, defending those who are less well off by axing the tax, well then, people who don't have the time to really decipher what you're saying might support you. But I want to take the time today to truly decode and decipher the Conservative message. I don't think the leader of the official opposition is defending the purchasing power of the least well-off. I think they are selling an ideology that doesn't believe in climate change and wants to unconditionally support oil. Big oil. Now let's take a look at the facts, Mr. Speaker. The direct and indirect impact of the carbon tax on inflation is negligible, almost non-existent, and that's according to the Bank of Canada's numbers. If there is an increase of $15, then, according to the Bank of Canada, that will lead to a direct impact of 0.15% on inflation. That 0.15% impact, if you carry that to $1,000, if a family spends $1,000, there's an additional $1.50 from the carbon tax. And that $1.50 only applies in provinces where the carbon tax applies. That does not apply in Quebec. Those are not my words. That's according to the Bank of Canada. So why are people wearing sweaters and being so against this when it's just $1.50 per $1,000? And the Conservatives are claiming, for example, that because of this negligible increase, people are requesting medical assistance and dying because they can't pay for groceries because of the carbon tax. So the Conservatives were in a bit of a bind after the Bank of Canada released these numbers about $1.50 per $1,000. So they said, okay, maybe we won't talk about the direct impact anymore. We will talk about the indirect impacts. That's the new strategy. But there's an economist named Trevor Tome. He's an economics professor, and he calculated, in fact, the indirect effects. He calculated the indirect effects for Alberta and for Ontario. And his numbers are shocking. According to this economist, the indirect impact of the carbon tax would have an impact of 0.18% in Alberta and 0.20% in Ontario. So the Conservatives for the past 18 months have been up in arms about approximately $1.50 per $1,000. Is it really worth it to use all of their opposition days for an indirect impact of between 30 and 50 cents per $1,000? Does this really cause people to be unable to feed themselves or to buy clothing? Does this really lead to out-of-control inflation? I don't think so. And it bears repeating that this does not apply in Quebec. Professor Thome found the economic impacts so negligible that he did not even calculate them for Quebec. Now, imagine that the indirect impacts of the carbon tax in Quebec are 0.02% or 0.03%. That is 25 cents a month for an average Quebec household spending $1,000. So that would be 25 cents per family. This was calculated by an economics professor who many of his colleagues agree with him. Now, some members in this House have risen and shown us bills with the carbon tax on them, maybe one bill paid by one oil and gas producer. But that had an impact on me. I said, you know what we should really calculate, which would be relevant? We should calculate and put numbers on our economic support to the oil and gas sector. In the last budget, $83 billion are given to the oil and gas sector over the next 10 years in credits, tax credits, not to mention the pipeline that the federal government bought for $34 billion. So this money was handed to the oil and gas sector, and if we calculated the impact of that, I think it'll be a lot more than 25 cents per $1,000. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I'm a well-intentioned individual. I am the Mother Teresa of the Bloc Québécois. So I want to pick apart the Conservatives' message, but I would also like to help the Conservatives. If the Conservatives want to have agreement among premiers, well, that's a great idea, and the Bloc Québécois would support that. That's why I wish to move an amendment to the current motion. An amendment which would make it such that other provinces might like to join our carbon market, because we can, in fact, remove the carbon tax with carbon pricing. Other provinces are welcome to join Quebec. We would welcome them with open arms. I'm Mother Teresa, like I said. They're welcome to do away with the carbon tax by joining our carbon pricing system. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I would like to move the following amendment. I move that the motion be amended by A, replacing the words tax emergency with the word pricing, B, replacing the words that this meeting address with the word and C, deleting paragraphs A, B, and C. I couldn't possibly have better intentions, could I, Mr. Speaker? Thank you very much. I inform honourable members that an amendment to the opposition motion can only be proposed with the consent of the mover of the motion, or when the mover is not present, the parliamentary leader, deputy leader, whip, or deputy whip of the mover's party. Those are the individuals who can give consent.
In the chamber, I am asking the acting whip if he consents to this amendment being moved. The honourable member for Calgary Confederation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, we as Conservatives reject the amendment. Thank you.
There is no consent. Il n'y a pas de consentement par...
There is no consent. Therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention today and for his thoughtful comments on this. And one thing that I was reflecting on, actually, as I was listening to him speak and his colleague who spoke before him, was that You know, the one constituency that the Leader of the Opposition has not been able to gain a lot of traction with in terms of his position on price on pollution is Quebec. And I think that that's because Quebec has had a price on pollution for many years, understand the importance of it, and understand how the mechanics of it work. But what I can't understand, Mr. Speaker, is how Conservatives, in particular Conservatives from Quebec, keep getting up and talking about this price on pollution and trying to demonize this, this policy. They must know that Quebecers believe in pricing pollution, whether it be through a carbon tax or through a cap and trade. What is this member's position? What does he think about this, Madam Speaker? Can he wrap his head around why Quebec Conservative MPs keep getting up and going on about this, even though they know that Quebecers, by and large, don't support what they're saying?
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I think what's most hilarious about my colleague's question is the reaction of the member for Bellechasse-les-Etchemins-Lévis, who waved a sheet of paper in the air to criticize the carbon market in Quebec. But she was, in fact, a member of the National Assembly of Quebec when we implemented that carbon market. So Quebec acts one way, Ottawa acts another. The Conservative Party is not that popular in Quebec because they are talking out of both sides of their mouths. For example, sometimes the official opposition leader says one thing and then another. For example, Bill 96, protecting the French language in Quebec, the leader of the opposition said that he would contest it. He never said that he supported unique status for Quebec. So that's why the Conservative Party is struggling to rise in the polls in Quebec.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, one of the principal reasons why we oppose this is that the costs of this have their ripple-down impact, right? So the town of Shaunavon, for example, back home, with the carbon tax increase, it's going to cost the town $78,000. Now, in order for the municipality to cover that off, they would have to raise taxes on the ratepayers by at least 8 or 9% in order to be able to cover off the cost of the carbon tax. So there it is, another example of how the carbon tax continues to pile onto ratepayers more than just at the pumps, as the Bloc seem to think it only applies to. So I want to know what the member thinks about that.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. According to economists, these indirect costs are negligible. But if you want to talk about indirect impacts, you can talk about the Alberta oil sector. That is more expensive than the costs of the carbon tax. Why do the Conservatives never mention that? There's also a huge amount of taxpayer money, an indecent amount of taxpayer money, being given to oil and gas companies. We could use that money to support our towns and cities. We could use that money to develop much more helpful programs for Canadians. We could do all that rather than handing money to an economic sector that's already making record profits. Record profits, excess profits. We could talk about that, but the Conservatives have a deep, unwavering passion for the oil and gas industry, so they never want to talk about any of that.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Jonquière. I have a question for him. This Conservative motion gives us the opportunity to explain to Canadians what the situation really is. We can explain the reality of the climate crisis. When the Conservative leader testified in committee here, that actually helped the government. Conservative premiers, the reason why Conservative premiers are against the carbon tax, when they were asked why, well, their witness testimony wasn't quite logical. The explanations were not clear. Some are opposed to policies that work, but they struggle to explain why they would prefer to do nothing. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Why don't the Conservatives want to take action against climate change? Well, that's clear and simple. The oil industry. Period. Everyone will end up putting a price on carbon. So Quebec remains competitive, but will become less competitive in its dealings with Europe and other places because the Conservative Party has decided that in Canada, the oil and gas sector was the preferred sector to support, and we don't agree with that. Before continuing, the Honourable Member for La Prairie is rising on a question of privilege. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past few weeks, the Liberal government has been touring around Canada, coast to coast to coast, to announce all sorts of measures in its upcoming budget. The budget will be tabled on April 16th. Many times, starting 1 month ahead of the budget, the media has reported on cabinet numbers. The government has also announced measures in the finance minister's budget. We find it troubling that the government is going against the principle of financial discretion in the government. That is necessary for a government to be trustworthy and trusted. We feel that these actions go against the principles of good governance. We feel that the government has released aspects of the budget too early. These announcements made out of the context of the budget prevent members from doing their work properly. The government is dropping budget measures left, right, and center. Starting the 25th of March, ministers have made announcements about housing, daycare, the National Pharmacare Program for contraception and diabetes medications. The government has made announcements about the National Food Program, the development of artificial intelligence, strengthening national defense, and they've also made announcements about mental health. During the last 2 break weeks, the government made a plethora of pre-budget announcements, many electoralist announcements. According to Bosque and Boursier and the procedures of the House, the secrecy related to the budget is a long-standing parliamentary tradition and principle. But releasing aspects of the budget too early can impact markets and can lead to advantages and benefits for some and not others. Publicly announcing the contents of the budget before the finance minister tables the budget, usually there is an in-camera, behind-closed-doors briefing by department officials for journalists. The goal of that is to maintain discretion about the budget. Then this House debates the budget with full knowledge of it. Discretion, financial discretion, is a fundamental principle of democracy, which must be upheld by parliamentarians. Currently, the Cabinet and Prime Minister are going against this principle. It's very disconcerting that the government is releasing budget elements ahead of time without any concern for the possible consequences of that. We need to protect that principle. In 1989, the then Prime Minister Mulroney criminally charged a journalist for releasing budget-related information before the tabling of the budget. Mr. Michael Wilson, then Finance Minister, decided to pre-release his budget in order to uphold the principle of budget discretion. What is most worrisome is that the Liberal government has gone ahead with this, totally flouting the parliamentary practice which seeks to prevent insider trading and which also enables parliamentarians to consult the budget before it's released in order to better be able to debate it.
The Liberal government's practice of announcing dribs and drabs of its budget in front of the media is irresponsible, not only to all MPs, but also to opposition parties, which have a responsibility to monitor the government's policies. revealing some measures that the government deems to be popular is a ploy without offering parliamentarians or citizens a full picture of its budgetary policy. And it considerably undermines the ability of opposition parties to take an informed position and hold the government to account in full knowledge of the facts. Nevertheless, we consider that members of the opposition parties have been hampered in the exercise of their parliamentary duties, since they were not able to take into account all the necessary elements of the budget to make an informed position and properly inform their constituents about budgetary measures announced or their effects or repercussions. These budget announcements could give financial advantages to some specialists in the field, which could be considered insider trading. And this is the fundamental question for the Speaker's office to consider. Moreover, we must ensure that premature disclosure of budgetary measures does not infringe on the privileges of members who, hampered in the performance of their duties, have been unable to represent or defend the interests of their constituents. It would also be important to verify whether the premature disclosure did not have the effect of misleading the public about the budget and at the same time members of Parliament. According to Boscan Gagnon on page 116, misleading one or more members of Parliament can be considered a form of obstruction likely to hinder the work of the House. Therefore, if the Chair feels that there is a prima facie breach of parliamentary privilege, I would be prepared to table the appropriate motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for this question. We will look at this closely. The Honourable Whip of the New Democratic Party.
Speaker, and I would like to suggest that the New Democratic Party may come back with some comments on this in the future.
I think we will give them more time. The Honourable House Leader, Deputy Leader.
Comments made by my NDP colleague. If you would allow us the opportunity to do the same, it'd be appreciated. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank our bloc colleague for this motion, for this explanation, and also the Green Party, please, would like to present other points in the future. Thank you.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Victoria. I'd like to say it's always an honor to rise in this House and speak, but I am deeply ashamed at the ignorance and failure of this Parliament of Canada and Canada's politicians from the provincial level up to deal with the greatest crisis we as a civilization and people have ever faced. I say that because wildfire season is all officially underway in British Columbia. It began in Alberta in February. In Northern Alberta, they were bringing back their firefighting crews. In Northern Ontario, our firefighting crews are getting ready. I will say, Mr. Speaker, I'm 61 years old. Some people might say I never grew up, and that's a fair question. But one thing, in all my 61 years, I always felt so much excitement every single spring because I thought of summer. And this past year, when I talk with people about summer, they talk about fire season. This is the planet we're giving to our children. And as a 61-year-old old white guy with gray hair, I expect young people to look at us and said, when the crisis came, what did you do? Well, we know the Conservatives ridiculed and laughed and snorted every time we talked about the climate crisis. But climate crisis deniers don't just come from the ones who troll about it and ridicule and try and deny the science. We see other forms of climate denial, which is if you put out enough press releases, somehow the planet will get better and big oil will continue to be allowed to destroy the planet. But somehow, if we just keep giving them money, they'll somehow find a way to make increasing fossil fuel production net zero, and we'll all be better off. And we just note that the Liberal government underspent by $15 billion on climate commitments. In the face of a climate catastrophe, the press releases went out, the money was promised, and it wasn't spent. I mention this, Mr. Speaker, because to bring a little bit of reality to this conversation today, I just want to bring a few facts of what's happening in the outside world. This past month, Antarctica posed the single biggest increase that has ever been recorded on the planet, 38.5 degree Celsius jump in temperatures. Glaciologist Professor Martin Seegert stated, "No one has ever thought that anything like this could ever happen. It's extraordinary. It is a real concern. We're now having to wrestle with something that is completely unprecedented." Other scientists have called it simply mind-boggling. What we're seeing in the Atlantic is the highest temperatures ever recorded. Just over the last 14 months, the highest temperatures ever recorded. And of course, you know, people will say in the climate denial world, well, you know, it's going to be life as normal. It'll just be a little hotter. It'll be a little different. It's the problem of Lucretius. Lucretius' problem was that nobody could anticipate a problem bigger than what they had seen in their lifetime. So we have no capacity to recognize the damage and the ongoing planetary breakdown that is happening. The fact that in 2023, the loss of global tree cover in the areas outside of the tropics, like Brazil, where the trees are being hacked down, Canada was responsible for the largest tree cover recorded. A loss, 24% loss in a single year. That's from our burning forests. And I would have thought that the Conservatives would have thought it would be great to bring all our parliamentarians and our provincial leaders together to talk about solutions to this crisis. But that's not what they care about. This is about a gotcha moment. And so, you know, there's a couple of things in this Conservative motion that I'm kind of interested in, and some of it I just find ridiculous. If this was going to be, the ongoing carbon crisis and the financial burden it plays to Canada, that would show leadership. Yep. That would show vision. That would show that we are being adults and we care about our kids. But no, they don't want to talk about that. They're going to let our kids burn. And so then it's like, well, we're going to bring our premiers in to talk about options of opting out of the carbon tax. What, would Doug Ford grift our government? Ontario wasn't paying the carbon tax till Doug Ford said, hey, you know what, we're going to get rid of that cap and trade, and then we're going to make every ordinary Canadian Ontarian pay a carbon tax. And then he turned around and said, whoa, how come we got this carbon tax? That's that bad Liberal government. Are we seriously think we're going to let a grifter like Doug Ford come in and talk about how to deal with the climate crisis? The guy who went, as soon as he was elected, went and ripped up all the EV charging stations? And then realized, oh my God, Ontario wants to be an automotive superpower with EV. Someone's going to have to build those EV charging stations. Danielle Smith, are we going to invite Danielle Smith, the conspiracy queen in chief? Because Alberta had a carbon tax. It was a made in Alberta solution. And I will say that the NDP Alberta solution makes a lot more sense than the Liberal solution ever did, because it was about taking money from pollution and reinvesting in business, reinvesting in alternatives, because what the Notley government had said was that they needed to reduce emissions in Alberta. They wanted to get it down by, I think, 30 million tons by 2030, and that they were going to use to pay the money from pollution was going to be reinvested. And you know, even some of those big oil companies got backhanders on that too, if they were willing to commit to clean energy and alternatives. Danielle Smith came and ripped all that up. Then she kicked out $66 billion in clean energy projects strictly for ideology. There's no place on the planet that you can get more clean energy projects off the ground with the drop of a hat than Alberta. She didn't want any of that. So what do we have in Alberta now? Alberta's got rolling blackouts in April. This is the Canada's energy superpower, and she can't even keep the power on. This is a failed state approach. And you know what the other thing is, Madam Speaker? Is that Alberta's suffering a severe drought from the climate catastrophe, and we have not seen a single Conservative from Saskatchewan or Alberta get up and talk about how they're actually burning the province. So now they're saying, well, maybe we'll get ourselves this, Athabasca pipeline of water to take water out of the already suffering, damaged Athabasca water system. But you know what? They're not going to ship it down to southern Alberta because it's needed by big oil. And so the issue here, and this is my problem with the Liberal carbon levy, the carbon tax, is that it was always a market solution so that we didn't actually penalize the people who were burning our planet and knowing they were doing it. And, I can't go back and explain to working class Joe back home, hey, you pay the money, then you get more back, and they say, so what does it do? It's a good question. Because I will agree with the Conservatives on their motion that Canada is now 62 out of 67 countries on the Climate Change Performance Index. But what they don't say is the reason that Canada is at the back of the pack is because we've never targeted those who are causing the emission increases. The oil and gas sector never had any intention of lowering emissions. They never even tried. The intensity of creating oil in Canada today is higher than it was in 1990. When they talk about carbon capture and they want us to give them billions for carbon capture, it's not to take it out of the atmosphere. It's so they can pump out more oil. And as they pump out more oil, it is about more fossil fuels. And so Alberta, which is responsible for almost close to 40% of Canada's emissions, where does that come from? Is the average Albertan any more wasteful than average Canadian anywhere else? No. It's coming out of one sector. And that sector has not been doing its job. And now our planet is on fire. But you don't see any willingness of the Liberals to actually take this on, and the Conservatives will take on anything except the fact that our planet's on fire, that we are at peak carbon, and the fact that the emissions that are now being registered coming out of the oil sands are 6,000 times higher than registered. I come from mining country. If a mine was pumping into the local river 6,000 times higher than allowed, there'd be charges, they'd be arrested. If you were sold a product that had 6,000 times more risk to human health, something would be done. But in Alberta, they have the Alberta Energy Regulator, which is like basically an extension of Richie Rich Kruger's. They probably got an office down the hall. And why am I going at them so hard? I'm going at them because they knew. They knew all along. They knew in the late 1950s the simple science of increased carbon will create a situation where you're going to get greenhouse gas emissions. The American Petroleum Institute had a study in 1982 that plotted out the timelines of what was going to be a slow-moving disaster. They said in the American Petroleum Institute studies there were significant temperature changes are certain to occur by the year 2000, and that would lead to the eventual collapse of the Antarctic ice shelf.
I've been trying to flag him. I gave him a 2-minute, a 1-minute, and now we're over time. But I'm sure the honourable member will be able to add during questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this member's comments just exemplifies how out of touch both the NDP and the Liberals are with Canadians. People are struggling in our communities. I went door to door on the weekend in an area that I didn't do that well in the last election. And I'll tell you, the comments I was hearing from them is they are ready to axe the tax. This tax that is not having any impact except for taking money out of the pocketbooks out of Canadians to pay for needs. So I'm wondering if the member would just recognize that what the NDP and the Liberals and the Bloc are supporting is a tax plan and not a climate plan. Thank you.
Order, order. If the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary wants to answer a question, he should wait till he makes his speech, or if he wants to contribute, he should wait till the appropriate time. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Can I just get a clarification? That member knocked on people's doors in British Columbia, that member who was part of a government that brought in a provincial carbon tax, that member who will not tell the truth when he's talking to people, he's going to axe the facts. People in BC are not paying a federal carbon tax. How dumb does he think his constituents are? How dumb does he think people are if he goes door to door with such blatant misinformation? A guy who brought in a carbon tax, who's blaming a government for carbon tax BCers aren't paying. And by the way, while BC burns, this is what we've got to deal with in the climate denial world of the Conservatives.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, a new champion of climate change, of carbon pricing just recently emerged, and that's none other than Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, who recently in a video that surfaced said from back in 2021, she said, "I do my family's taxes, so I know we got back $808.50. And when I go back and look at what I spent in carbon taxes because I was working from home, I was commuting, my gas bills were way down. And even the amount that I paid on my home heating, because we're practically natural gas where I live, I would say that I probably ended off better with that transfer. And so I think a lot of people would be of the view that if you're going to implement some kind of carbon or revenue neutral carbon pricing, that's probably not a bad way of doing it. Those aren't my words. Those are Danielle Smith's words from 2021. Can the member from Timmins James Bay explain to the House why he thinks Danielle Smith has done a complete about-face on this issue?
Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Well, thank you. I just want to say to my honourable colleague, I'd be careful in believing anything Danielle Smith said. So they want to bring her to have a premier's conference. This is the woman who said cigarette smoking was good for you. She believes cigarette smoking is good for you. So no wonder she thinks burning the planet is good for you too, while Alberta dies in drought and she can't keep the power on. What we have, Danielle Smith, the conspiracy queen of North America, come and talk about carbon and the carbon crisis. My God, it's bad enough for my poor friends in Alberta who are dealing with, they can't even keep the lights on in the energy superpower province because she's chased out all the clean energy. She believes in smoking. I can't even keep track of where Danielle Smith goes on a given day in the conspiracy claims she makes.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member Saanich Gulf Islands, a brief question.
It's hard, Madam Speaker, to be brief when the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay is a voice of conscience in this place and the only person in days, weeks, maybe months, besides perhaps myself and the Honourable Member for Victoria, who speaks of the fact that the climate crisis threatens the future of our children, our grandchildren, and civilization itself, and it's in our hands to make a difference early. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay is right. The government underspent by $15 billion on climate action and overspent by an obscene $34 billion to build the Trans Mountain Pipeline that we do not want.
The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay, a brief answer, please.
Thank you. I mean, we gave $31 billion to Big Oil so they could take unrefined bitumen because they wouldn't even bother to process it in Canada, the dirtiest product on the planet, and we're going to ship it, paid by the taxpayers, to burn the planet, while the Conservatives cheer on and the Liberals say, well, it's going to be good because we'll somehow lower our emissions. You cannot continue to burn fossil fuels without killing the future of our children. Those are the facts.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Leader of the Conservatives just said Canada doesn't have an industrial carbon price. He is either ignorant about carbon tax policy or intentionally misleading the public. Absolutely. He should know that Canada's industrial carbon pricing system exists. The federal carbon pricing benchmark exists. And it is critically important because it sets expectations for how provincial and territorial governments are covering fuels and large emitters, and how these programs must be designed to meet federal minimum standards. So he is intentionally misleading Canadians or doesn't understand the policy that he wants to run an election on. If he'd done even the quickest Google search, he'd see the recent report entitled Industrial Carbon Pricing, the Top Deliverer of Emissions Reduction. Or the Globe and Mail article, Industrial Carbon Price, More Effective to Reduce Greenhouse Gases Than Consumer Policy. Or CBC, industrial carbon pricing has 3 times the impact on emissions as consumer carbon tax. If the leader of the opposition did his research, he would know that the federal minimum standards for industrial carbon pricing, that this policy is one of the most critical climate policies in Canada. It has been one of the policies that's reduced the most emissions in Canada, and that it actually needs to be strengthened. We could close the loopholes and make even a more robust policy. He not only refused to answer if he would scrap it, he said it doesn't exist. The carbon price, the industrial carbon price, exists.
Yes.
Climate change exists.
Yes.
Fighting the climate crisis is not optional. Canadians are still reeling from the impacts of last year's record-breaking wildfire season. The record-breaking heat dome, the atmospheric rivers that washed away whole communities, roads, homes, farms, and British Columbians are still experiencing a multi-year drought, extreme flooding at the same time. We are bracing for another record-breaking wildfire season. If you care about people, about families, about communities, about workers, about farmers, the land, the air, the water, about our food, our homes, if you care about what Canadians hold most dear, fighting the climate crisis is not optional.
Yeah. Yes.
And we will only get it done if we bring people together, if we unite people instead of dividing them. Unfortunately, the leader of the Conservatives seems to think it's optional. He has no climate plan. He wants to ignore the climate crisis. Now, I should note, unlike many of his MPs and Conservative members who in 2021 voted against a resolution acknowledging that climate change is real, the leader of the opposition has acknowledged the existence of climate change. He just opposes any solutions that would address it. He collects huge donations from oil and gas CEOs and then becomes their puppet, their cheerleader, their champion. Conservatives have absolutely no climate plan, and they can't even agree that the climate crisis is real. But while the leader of the opposition wants to ignore the climate crisis, the Prime Minister wants to use it to divide Canadians. He doesn't see fighting the climate crisis as an opportunity to unite people, to take on this existential crisis. Instead, he uses it as a political wedge. He tried to buy votes with exemptions for Atlantic Canadians. He treated carbon pricing as the be-all and end-all of climate policy, so that when the Liberals brought in pipelines, they bought a pipeline, missed targets. When they broke their climate policies, they could present it as proof of their climate credibility. But at the same time, the Liberals undermine their own policy, giving exemptions to the biggest polluters. Suncor gets to pay 14 times less for their pollution. The Liberals designed a carbon pricing system where the carbon price for everyday Canadians is 14 times higher than the carbon price for Suncor. It's not surprising when you remember that the Liberals continue to hand out billions in fossil fuel subsidies to oil and gas CEOs who are making record profits. These are the same companies whose corporate greed has driven up costs, who are gouging Canadians while they struggle to make ends meet. While Canadians are struggling, corporate profits are at an all-time high, and rich CEOs are making more money than ever. The Liberals keep giving these CEOs more and more public money, sometimes under the guise of helping them clean up the environmental mess that they made. And the Conservatives, well, the Conservatives are even cozier with CEOs. Last year, dozens of oil and gas CEOs flocked to the leader of the opposition's fundraisers. At one of these events in Banff, the co-founder of Pathways Alliance, along with current and former oil sands CEOs, who have a long documented history of climate policy obstruction, donated thousands of dollars to the leader of the Conservatives. These CEOs did this while they were raking in record profits, while they were campaigning across the country with misleading advertising to greenwash the oil sands, while continuing to increase their emissions. It seems like the corporate-controlled Conservatives are once again listening to their CEO masters, donors, and that they intend to scrap the industrial carbon tax, to let big polluters pollute for free. The Conservatives are letting these CEOs, these donors, off the hook and leaving Canadians to deal with the devastating impacts of the climate crisis, with the excruciating impacts of corporate greed, gouging the Canadians who are struggling and burning the planet. This motion talks about the idea of the Prime Minister bringing together premiers, bringing together the provinces in the spirit of collaboration to discuss carbon pricing, and, doing this to talk about critical issues like climate policy and the cost of living crisis. This would be worthy of support. But the language of the motion is misleading. So I have a good faith amendment that will hopefully be considered by the official opposition. Now, I heard the amendment from the Bloc, which I thought similarly was a good faith amendment. And I was disappointed to see the Conservatives unable to accept a good faith effort to bring the provinces into a discussion about the climate crisis, about the cost of living crisis. If the Conservatives want to actually have this conversation, if they are genuine in their desire for the provinces and the federal government to come together to talk about the issues facing Canadians, then I hope they will consider our motion. That the motion be amended by replacing paragraph A with the following. A, the industrial and consumer carbon tax and the ongoing cost of living crisis felt by all Canadians. B, replacing paragraph B with the following. B, the April 1st carbon tax increase. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's my duty to inform the House that an amendment to an opposition motion can only be accepted if the mover agrees to it, or if the whip or deputy whip gives consent in the place of the mover.
Chris. Okay, since the sponsor is not present in the chamber, I ask the Deputy Whip if he consents to this amendment being moved. The Honourable member from, the Honourable Deputy Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The answer is no.
Perfect. There is no consent, therefore, pursuant to Standing Order 85, the amendment cannot be moved at this time. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City? Langley Aldergrove, sorry.
Next door. Thank you. The best way to encourage consumers to reduce carbon emissions is to give them alternatives like SkyTrain in Metro Vancouver, which I don't have to tell my colleague from British Columbia runs on clean British Columbia produced hydroelectricity. The best way is not an ever increasing tax regime that just makes life so much more difficult for people. You know, for example, people who drive in rural British Columbia who don't have an alternative but to drive. Would the member agree that the best way to reduce carbon emissions is simply to give Canadians good alternatives?
The Honourable for Victoria.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question. Canadians deserve affordable, low-carbon alternatives. Absolutely. It's unfortunate that the Conservative Party refuses to actually propose credible climate policy that would provide Canadians with those affordable, low-carbon alternatives. It is mind-boggling that the Leader of the Opposition continues to go out campaigning to scrap a policy without presenting how he would fill the emissions reduction gap, how he would make life more affordable for Canadians and make a more climate-safe future for people now and for future generations.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Clearly, the Bloc is not opposed to federal-provincial discussions with a view to meeting mutual needs, but the motion says something about plans for provinces to opt out of the federal carbon tax and so on. Well, that already exists, Madam Speaker. The federal system already allows for an opt-out for all provinces. So every province has the right to opt out of the federal system as long as they do something to protect the environment. Does my colleague think that a First Minister's meeting might be better used to discuss issues where the provinces don't have a right to opt out, but they'd like to have one? And I'm thinking of housing and health, for example. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gloria.
I want to thank the member for his question. And, you know, it's lovely to hear people combating the misinformation that comes out of the Conservative Party. We know that provinces have the option to present an alternative system, and provinces have. You see that in Quebec, you see that in British Columbia, and you see these provinces also reducing their emissions, having incredible plans when it comes to electric vehicles, when it comes to hydroelectricity and renewable energy. But unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to mislead Canadians with this kind of rhetoric that we hear from them every day in this House, but also as they go to rallies across the country. I would love to see emergency debates on the critical issues that are facing Canadians, including the climate crisis, but also housing, on the toxic drug supply, on the cost of living crisis. We need to bring provinces and the federal government together to talk about these issues. It's unfortunately the Conservatives have done this in such a way.
Questions and comments. A brief question. The Honourable Government Deputy House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I found the exchange with my Conservative colleague to be very interesting because he was basically just saying, yeah, just give more options. And then when people have more options, they're going to pick. It reminds me of the Premier of Saskatchewan when he came before committee on March the 27th. And the Canadian press summed it up perfectly when they said, big polluters shouldn't be punished financially. They should just emit less. No incentives required. Just tell them to do it. I'm sure they'll do it. Does that sound like a plan to this member when Conservatives get up and say, yeah, they just need more options. Companies should just emit less. Does that sound like something to this member that is going to resonate and actually impact our marketplace?
Answer, the Honourable for Victoria.
Well, we absolutely need a strong industrial carbon price, and we need strong regulations to make sure these big polluters cannot pollute for free. And the Conservatives are clearly unwilling to stand up to their corporate donors. That said, the Liberals also have been giving out billions of dollars to the same companies. They have watered down key climate policies like the industrial carbon price and the emissions cap and the clean fuel regulations and the clean electricity regulations. We need strong climate policy to hold these corporations to account.
I just want to remind members to make sure that if they want to have conversations, to take them now, and if they want to participate in the debate, they should wait till the appropriate time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll start by saying that I'll be sharing my time with the Honourable Member from Miramichi Grand Lake. And it's a pleasure to stand here on behalf of the constituents of Edmonton-Wetaskiwin. That was an interesting exchange we just heard there, where the NDP member took issue with many things that the Liberals are doing that are destroying the economy of our country right now, while at the same time she and her colleagues, every single time they have a chance to vote against this government and go into an election to change the government, they side with the Liberal government every single time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just had the opportunity to come back from the constituency where, like many colleagues, we were meeting with constituents. I had 6 constituent roundtables, 2-hour constituent roundtables this last week. Had a chance to interact with dozens of constituents at these roundtables. And Madam Speaker, lots of issues got raised. Interestingly, the number one issue was not the carbon tax at those roundtables. The number one issue, time and time and time again in Edmonton-Wetaskiwin, is how do we get rid of this guy before he destroys the country? That is the way that it's articulated in those roundtables by constituents. How do we get rid of this Liberal Prime Minister before he destroys the economy of Canada? Madam Speaker, I always find it helpful. I'll just mention that a few of the other issues that were raised, carbon tax was definitely the main policy issue that was raised, housing, runaway deficits, safety in our streets, immigration and the recent challenges with the immigration system. Madam Speaker, of course, healthcare is always raised, especially at a time right now when it's clear that we're going to spend more on interest on the debt that the Liberal government's rang up than we spend on healthcare in this country over the next few years. So, Madam Speaker, there are lots of issues to talk about. I think it's helpful in the context of what we're talking about today, though, to revisit the legacy of economic chaos that is in the DNA of the Liberal Party, the Trudeau legacy. Very important to revisit the Trudeau legacy of the 70s and 80s. A government, a Liberal government that ran up 14 deficits in 15 years in the 70s and 80s. And the result of that time, of course, that was a time of drastic economic experimentation with, at the time, the most left-leaning prime minister that we had ever had. Obviously, definitely beaten by the current government, but at that time it was the most left-leaning government we'd ever had. And they undertook an economic experiment. You know, we saw crises, an energy crisis, we saw an inflation crisis, we saw a housing crisis, we saw a national unity crisis that stretched right to the end of that government in 1984, but interestingly, way beyond the time that that government was in power. Of course, the Mulroney government, the 9 years following that government, I remember when some of these members were new and they would come into the House in 2015, 2016 and talk about the biggest deficits in Canadian history being under the Mulroney government. But what they didn't mention, of course, at that time was that those deficits were entirely interest on Trudeau's debt. So the deficits that they ran, they were largely in balance, in fact, probably a little bit in surplus, but the interest payments on the Trudeau debt caused us to run deficits for many, many years after that. And it was actually the result of that, the bill came due in about the mid-90s, 95 to 97, under a Liberal government, under a Liberal Chrétien Martin government. Some of these members served under that government. The bill came due in 95 to 97 when we saw absolutely dramatic cuts, some of the most significant cuts we'd ever seen to healthcare and social services spending in this country. It's interesting because Liberal members often stand up and they say, what are you going to cut? What are you going to cut when we talk about bringing some sanity to our fiscal situation in this country? But you know who really made significant cuts to spending on things that are important to Canadians? That Liberal government in 2 years, from 95 to 97, cut 32% from healthcare and social services transfers in this country. 32%. Can you imagine a government in 2024 having to cut 32% from healthcare and social services funding? But that's what happened from 95 to 97 because of the absolutely tragic economic legacy of a Trudeau government. And Madam Speaker, here we are again. We're now 8 years into this government, eight deficits in 8 years for this government. I assume we'll have a 9th coming up soon. So 9 deficits in 9 years. That's 23 deficits in 24 years under economic policies of this Prime Minister and Prime Minister Trudeau of the 70s and 80s. 23 deficits in 24 years. We've, under this particular Liberal government, backed up by the NDP, we've doubled our country's debt in this country. And you take a look at the things that could help that. We think about the conversation that we're having today. You know what might help us in terms of our economic situation right now, the chaos that we're seeing economically and otherwise in this country, is perhaps revenues from oil and gas. That might actually help. I took a look at the oil and gas import numbers for 2022, the most recent numbers that we have to date. And this will be astonishing to Canadians who assume that we're, that we have a lot of oil and gas production in Canada, obviously one of the world leaders in terms of our vast resources and the potential that comes with our oil and gas resources. But, Madam Speaker, what a lot of people don't realize is that Canada every year imports oil and gas because the policies of this Liberal government have made it impossible to build a pipeline in this country. So instead, mostly to Eastern Canada, we're importing oil and gas. In 2022, we imported $21.5 billion in just crude oil. $21.5 billion in 2022 alone. Madam Speaker, that's up 46% from 2021. 46%. Of course, the Americans are the number one supplier of oil and gas products, crude oil, to Canada. The number 2 and 3 countries are Saudi Arabia and Nigeria, totaling over $5 billion. And that's just crude oil coming into Canada. On refined petroleum products, we're talking about even more, $26.1 billion in 2022 alone, up 55% from 2021. We're importing about $47 billion between the two of those in 2022. That is product that could absolutely be sourced here in Canada. And Madam Speaker, the reason that that situation exists is because we hold Canadian producers, hardworking producers, workers in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, and Labrador across the country. We hold our own workers, our own producers, to a higher standard than we hold producers in Nigeria and Saudi Arabia. We don't ask producers in Nigeria and Saudi Arabia to account for upstream emissions, for the impact on the environment, for the impact on the social fabric of their countries. It was interesting because about a year ago we had the minister before committee and I got a chance to ask him about this, and his response was, well, of course Canada has no ability to hold those countries to account. We're not, their own domestic governments control those types of things. Canada can't walk in and hold them to account, but we definitely hold Canadian producers to account for that. The one thing that we can do is refuse to take oil and gas from countries that don't meet the Canadian standard, the same standard that we apply to Canadian producers. This is the world that this Prime Minister has created in 8 years. You go back 8 years and take a look at the situation that existed 8 years ago, and our leader summed it up very, very well this morning when he spoke. It was a world where we had a balanced budget in 2015. We'd worked hard coming out of the economic slowdown, where the New York Times spoke of Canada having the richest middle class in the world, having just overtaken the Americans after decades. A situation where we didn't have a housing crisis that we have right now. A situation, I see that you're marking the end of my time. Madam Speaker, I look forward to speaking some more about these things when we take questions from the other parties. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, it's interesting, the member makes reference to Pierre Elliott Trudeau. who many Canadians have respected as one of Canada's greatest prime ministers for a lot of the efforts and things that he brought in, to say the very least, Canada's Charter of Rights and Constitution, the repatriation. And I think that he undervalues that. It's interesting that he wanted to be able to highlight the past, and he's often criticized me for bringing back some of the disasters of the Stephen Harper era, and maybe he can justify how it is Stephen Harper had a mega multi-billion-dollar surplus handed to him, and he converted that into a multi-billion-dollar deficit, and it was before the recession that had taken place. How does he justify Stephen Harper's government when he did not balance a budget? Even in his last year, he had to sell off shares, Madam Speaker, of GM at a huge discount to try to give the impression that he balanced the books.
The honourable for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, Madam Speaker, that question is quite laughable. First of all, there's a lot of disinformation in that question, but I think the point to be made is we faced an economic crisis. His party's reaction, by the way, at the time was to form a coalition with the Bloc and NDP to try and take down the government right after an election. That was the response of the Liberals at the time. Of course, anyone that was in this House would remember that our government could not spend enough to satisfy the Liberals. Every single question was about why we weren't spending more at the time. But the biggest difference from then to now is that we immediately laid out a plan to get back to balance by 2015. We followed that plan absolutely to a T, and that government inherited that incredible fiscal situation we had in Canada at that time.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague from Alberta, and I know he deeply shares the love of our province like many we do at home, but the reality is they're stuck between the question of whether or not the carbon tax is truly hurting their bottom dollar while also trying to find ways to feed their families. But they find that in this place, particularly the Conservative policy on the carbon tax, which this on April 1st increased 3 cents, at the same time that Danielle Smith, the Conservative Premier of Alberta, increased the gas tax by 4 cents. That kind of hypocrisy is, I think, something that Canadians are reeling from, and it's something that they can't get a path forward on. I also want to comment on the fact that we even see in Alberta the reason why Harper had such surpluses in his budget was because he weakened, in our province, oil, for example, the purchase takeover of Nexen by China, which was green-lighted by the Conservatives, in order to balance their budget, because they of course, want to tell the Canadian public that they're balancing it. But today, Madam Speaker, we're paying the penalty of that. So it's hard to believe the Conservatives when they genuinely, I believe, are addressing a problem of affordability. But I think it's in a way that Canadians can't understand, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax is 3 cents. That's Justin Trudeau's fault. Sorry, I retract that. That's the Prime Minister's fault. But the Leader of the Opposition, the Leader of the Conservative Party in Alberta increased it 4 cents. How does he justify that?
Honourable for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
I don't know what's going on today. It might be the eclipse yesterday or whatever, but I wonder if the honourable member knows that we're in the Canadian House of Commons here talking about what the federal government is doing. We are both members of opposition parties, but only one of us is actually taking our role seriously to oppose the government. That member votes for this government every single time he has an opportunity. And I'll hearken back to the days of Stephen Harper and take a look at this New York Times article that, quote, after-tax middle incomes in Canada, substantially behind in 2000, now appear to be higher than in the United States, unquote. That's from 2014. The article also says, it talks about an income survey, but other income surveys conducted by government agencies suggest that since 2010, that was the time of the economic meltdown, the global economic meltdown, since 2010, pay in Canada has risen faster than pay in the United States and is now most likely higher. That was 2014, Madam Speaker. We are in a completely different circumstance now because of that member's party supporting this government.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today we are asking the House to declare the Prime Minister convene a carbon tax emergency meeting with all First Ministers. This meeting must address the ongoing carbon tax crisis and the financial burden it places on Canadians. The Prime Minister's recent 23% increase plans for provinces to opt out of the federal carbon tax, pursue other responsible ideas to lower emissions. Given that the government's current environmental plan, Canada now ranks 62nd out of 67 countries on the Climate Change Performance Index. And this meeting will be publicly televised and held within 5 weeks of this motion being adopted. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister just doesn't understand that if you tax the farmer who grows the food and the trucker who then ships it, you end up taxing the family that purchases it. Then you put the burden on Canadian citizens. And that's exactly what this government continues to do. That's why 70% of Canadians and 70% of provincial premiers oppose the carbon tax increase. 3 premiers even warned Liberals in Ottawa personally that the latest carbon tax increase will push Canadians over the edge. I will let my good friend from Coast of Bays Centre Notre Dame highlight what it means for the Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, who was the Prime Minister's campaign chair when he ran for leader, to call for this emergency meeting with all premiers. Premier Andrew Furey must be worried. I'm told things are so bad for the Liberals in Newfoundland and Labrador that in a recent by-election, and another underway as we speak, the Liberal provincial governments are not even calling themselves Liberals anymore on their own lawn signs. That's a rarity in the country, probably especially for Newfoundland. And they're not even using the color red, Madam Speaker, which the Liberals have owned since the Lester Pearson era in the 1960s, after the red maple leaf flag was adopted. Madam Speaker, over the past 2 weeks while I've been back in Miramichi Grand Lake, everyone I ran into wanted to talk about 3 things. Obviously the eclipse, where to best watch it, but more importantly, the affordability crisis hammering people and the negative impact of the inflationary carbon tax. Many of you may have seen the sad story out of Gagetown, New Brunswick, home to Canada's largest army base, but now a place where 40 to 50 military families a week visit the local food bank just to feed their kids. Gagetown Food Bank usage has doubled, with more and more seniors not able to feed themselves either. A Canadian food charity recently reported this year they expect 1 million additional visits to food banks just in 2024, after record-breaking visits in 2023, including 2 million in just a single month last year. New Brunswickers are being forced to choose between filling up their cars, heating their homes, and feeding their families. Last week on April 1st, New Brunswickers woke up to the world's worst April Fool's joke as the NDP Liberal coalition hiked the carbon tax by 23%. This is just the next step in their disastrous plan to quadruple the carbon tax over the next 6 years, making everything more expensive for everyone in our country. Even worse, the New Brunswick Energy and Utilities Board invoked their interrupter clause the very next day, spiking gas prices another 8 cents a litre overnight. So you can imagine the hurt in New Brunswick. So after the NDP Liberal Coalition's carbon tax increase, the maximum price for a litre of regular self-serve gas in New Brunswick was $1.75. The next morning, it was $1.83 per litre. It's painful every time a New Brunswicker fills up their tank. Last week's April Fool's tax hike makes it clear, though, that Canadians will experience no relief so long as the NDP Liberal coalition is in power. Madam Speaker, during the Easter break, I also went to Prince Edward Island in search of the famous subway in Charlottetown the Deputy Prime Minister and Finance Minister told Islanders they should use along with their bicycles instead of driving their carbureted cars to work. Lo and behold, Madam Speaker, I couldn't find a subway in Prince Edward Island. And I drove around and I actually looked for it. I thought I might have missed something over the years. But I sure found a lot of upset farmers and truckers. And do you know what one trucking company told me? This is a company that has over 100 trucks on the road. Now, I want people in this house to really listen to this example. And if you're listening at home, this will give you a little insight into the long-term plan. These trucking companies have been told that by 2035, they're all supposed to be changed to electric transports. Hear me out here. An electric transport costs $250,000 more right now than the transports they're using. So imagine getting, another 9 years in this country, how much that price is going to go up. For potato growers, processors, and shippers, it really is a tax on a tax on a tax. The average farmer is now paying $150,000 a year on what they call the weather tax on the island. I remember being an energy critic in New Brunswick a few years back, probably back in 2014, 15, 16, those years. I had been kind of like the understudy for the previous energy minister. And it was said at the time that it would take 80 to 90 years to even make an honest effort to get off of fossil fuels in this country. That statistic was researched, and that was from 2014. 2014, we thought it was going to take 100 years to get off fossil fuels. And that was like pushing it. And here we are 10 years later, and people now can understand why this radical ideology is costing them, they can't afford to live anymore. This ideology doesn't make sense. Canada is fueled by oil and gas. The world knows it. We're inventors in that category. We develop it better than anybody else. We refine it better than anybody else. We have the best labor laws. We have the best environmental standards. We literally are #1 around the globe for that. So it's a very shameful attempt by this government to try and rewrite history. The notion the NDP Liberal coalition can tax the weather to bring down greenhouse gas emissions is a falsehood. Trying to encourage residents in Miramichi-Grand Lake to transition away from gas-powered cars and trucks is foolhardy. I represent a large, mostly rural district, but it does include the city of Miramichi. According to the Change Finder website, there are 3 charging stations in Miramichi, one at Community College, one at Northumberland Mall, and then another one near City Hall. These are facts. There are 3 charging stations for more than 57,000 people that live in amongst that basin, including the outskirts of the city. That math does not add up, Madam Speaker. That doesn't even make sense for anybody. The response from the Prime Minister that there's no need for an emergency meeting since he already convened one with premiers in 2016 is simply ridiculous. Do you find it a bit odd, Madam Speaker, that not only was that meeting 8 years ago, none of the people who are now serving as premiers were in office at that time? So this is an entirely new slate of First Ministers that the Prime Minister is ignoring, while 70% of them, plus and growing, disagree with him. The NDP Liberal coalition must listen to Canada's premiers who are calling for an emergency meeting on the carbon tax. On this side of the House, Conservatives will work with Canada's premiers to bring home lower prices for all Canadians. I know in Miramichi-Grand Lake, everywhere I go, I hear the hurt that it's causing people. We used to have a median household income of $34,000. That stat would be a few years old now. You can imagine a rural area like mine, how hard this is hitting people. Our leader has been clear since day one, Madam Speaker. Only common sense Conservatives will bring home lower prices and axe the tax on everything for everyone for good. And Madam Speaker, I think Canadians are finally realizing, despite all the hurt, that there's actually hope in this country. The hope in this country is that our leader, the honourable leader from the riding of Carleton, has shown time and time again that he sees the hurt the Liberal policies are causing Canadians. And he wants to put policies in place to have more money on your paycheck. We shouldn't be paying this. I remember when I was in the island, they asked me, media, CBC of course, so if you asked the tax, would you ask the rebate? And I looked at him and I said, well, there would be no need for a rebate if we weren't taxing the citizens. And then I had to remind him that the parliamentary budget officer said people in the island were losing at least $400 or more per month after achieving a rebate. Anyway, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak on this. The Prime Minister needs to listen. He needs to convene this meeting and stop hurting Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I look around the world in North America and I see countries, whether it's Germany, Italy, France, the European Union as a whole. You can talk about the UK or England. You can talk about Mexico. Actually, a number of states, a growing number of states in the United States also bringing in a price on pollution. You can talk about the Bloc Party, the NDP, the Green Party, recognizing that a price on pollution is something that is the best way to deal with it. And contrary to what the member just finished saying, 80% of Canadians do get more money back in the form of the rebate than they do in terms of paying for the tax. But having said that, there is an incredible incentive that's also there. My question to the member is, why is the Conservative Party of Canada chosen to intentionally mislead Canadians with false information in an attempt to have a bumper sticker so that they can get votes by saying axe the tax?
Very good question. He wasn't here, though. The honourable member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would answer by saying that the member opposite has clearly misread the memo where the parliamentary budget officer for this House said that Canadians are paying more than $700 per household after they're getting the rebate, and each province has a different number. Some of them are at thresholds well over 1,000, some are a little below. Everybody's losing money. That's been proven in this House. I might ask that minister opposite. He mentioned Germany, mentioned a few countries in Europe, and talked about the cost and pollution. He should have mentioned where Germany, England, and France are getting their energy supply. They get it from Russia. That's where they get it, because the Prime Minister of this country said, we have one of the largest deposits of natural gas in Canada, in my province, and we have a really short boat ride over to England. So if we were developing our natural gas, which he historically said is uneconomical, they wouldn't have to buy their energy from Putin, so the Liberals continue to fuel the war machine over there.
Comments? Senator for Courtney Alberni.
Motion, the way it's read, it's calling it a carbon tax emergency, Madam Speaker. Right now, we're seeing global ocean temperatures higher than ever in history. We had 100 dormant fires in northern Alberta for the first time in our history. On Vancouver Island, where I live, we're 54% below the average snowpack, Madam Speaker, like most of British Columbia. There's drought-like conditions right across the prairies. That's an emergency, Madam Speaker. That's called a climate emergency. And I'm going to read a quote from Sandy Garasino. She was at the energy talks in Parksville. It's real quick, Madam Speaker. She says, please stop talking like a teenager trying to get out of doing the family chores. And that was directed at Conservatives, Madam Speaker. And through you, Madam Speaker, to my colleague, is he going to offer any solutions today to tackle the climate emergency, or is he going to continue to try to get out of doing his chores like everybody else?
Member for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I find it interesting coming from a party where obviously the members are literally running to retire because they've sold their soul. And now they don't want to face that in the doorstep. And I get that because they sold their soul and now they're going to have to deal with it at somebody's doorstep. So he talked about forest fires. You know, in New Brunswick, we had a lot of forest fires as well. And then some statistics came out. 97.6 or 8% of all forest fires in New Brunswick were started by human beings, by human error, and by arsonists. So in my province, we can't attribute none of our forest fires to this climate agenda that the Liberals have. No, it's not false. It's actually true. And I know that it goes against everything you spread because, I mean, listen, every time we have somebody murdered with a knife, they're calling for gun control. No one can even understand any of them anymore.
I do want to remind members that if they want to contribute, they should be waiting for the appropriate time. And this has been going on a bit today, so back and forth, or when individuals are speaking, others are trying to be part of that conversation. So I just want to remind members to please avoid doing so. A point of order, the honourable member of Courtney Alberni.
That is my colleague saying that people boiled hot water and put it in the ocean. That's the reason that the oceans are...
This is debate. The honourable member, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member of Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. It's always wonderful to rise and an honor to rise in this
in this esteemed House. Madame la Présidente, we are discussing something very important to Canadians.
Honourable for Miramichi Grand Lake.
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to stand up on this point of order because what the member here behind me said that I said, I didn't. I said nothing about...
Again, this is not points of debates. These are not points of order. They're points of debate. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay, has a point of order as well.
To support my colleague because it's really unfair for the NDP to talk about science when there's Conservatives in the room. So I think it was put this all at a great disadvantage.
Time to be debating during this subject matter that's before the House during this opposition motion, and I would just ask members to please wait till the appropriate time again. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge, and I would ask members not to be speaking and having conversations while the honourable member is speaking. So the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Yes, Madame la Présidente, respect and decorum in this House should be the first thing that all members come to an agreement of and behave accordingly to. Madame la Présidente, I'd like to state that I will be splitting my time with the honourable member from the beautiful province of Nova Scotia, the honourable member from King's Hat, a good friend and a dear colleague. Madame la Présidente, before beginning the discussion on really the heart of the debate, let's just put a simple fact out there. Today, through a channel, we found out that the world has experienced its hottest March on record. The world has experienced its hottest March on record, marking the 10th straight month of broken global temperatures, according to the EU Copernicus Climate Change Service. When you think that, Madame la Présidente, and the debate we're having, when the month of March 2024 is the hottest March on record, due to climate change, Madame la Présidente, and you have an opposition party where half the members or 3/4 of the members don't even realize or believe that climate change is real and that we need to act, and they have absolutely no plan. I understand I have a heckler this...
Point of order, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Made an accusation that 50% of the Conservatives don't believe in climate change. I think he needs to prove it. I think maybe it's 100.
Member for Timmins, James Bay is rising, and it's a point of debate. I do want to ask other members who have been making comments while the honourable member is speaking to please refrain from doing so until the appropriate time. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madam President, the world has experienced its hottest March on record, marking the 10th straight month of broken global temperature records according to the European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service. Fact. Madame la Présidente, to my residents in Vaughan Woodbridge, next week, April 15th, the Canada Carbon Rebate lands in your bank account, lands in your mail. It returns the fuel charge proceeds to Canadians. Dollar for dollar, what we collect is remitted back to the provinces, remitted back to those individuals. Madame la Présidente, the average family of 4 in Ontario receives $1,120. We know, Madame la Présidente, that 8 out of 10 families where the backstop has been put in place due to lack of action on the provincial front are made better off, and specifically middle and lower income families are made much better off, Madame la Présidente. We know we owe it to our future generations, to my kids, to all the parents out here sitting in this House, and all the parents, all the Canadians that have kids, that we need to leave a strong economy and a healthy and clean environment, and we have a plan. The opposition does not have a plan. They're full of hot air, and you've seen it this morning, Madame la Présidente, and I say that respectfully when they're full of hot air. Okay? When it comes to fighting climate change, any real government, if you look around the world and you look at the policies being adopted, whether it's in Australia, whether it's in China, whether it's in Europe, they're all moving that way to decarbonization. We know the world's going that way. So you either get on the bus or you just stay off the bus and you be left behind, frankly. Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you for giving me your attention today as we discuss an issue of paramount importance to the future of our country and our planet. Forest fires and other natural disasters exacerbated by climate change. In recent years, we have seen an increase in the number and intensity of these fires. with disastrous repercussions for our ecosystems, our communities, and our economy. The figures are alarming. We broke a record in 2023, and not a good one. 8.8 million hectares were burnt last year, exceeding the 1989 record of 7.6 million hectares. And forecasts say the situation is only going to get worse if we don't take concrete action immediately. Global warming is also leading to prolonged droughts and heat waves, which encourage the spread of wildfires. And moreover, melting glaciers and diminishing snow cover are leading to an increase in the number of forest fires by freeing up previously ice-covered ground. These events, Madam Speaker, have a direct impact on our infrastructure, agricultural systems, water resources, and on the health of our communities. The total cost of climate-related natural disasters in Canada is already significant, and it's constantly rising, Madam Speaker. Claims related to natural disasters reach nearly $3.1 billion in 2023, and more than 1.5 high-risk households are unable to obtain affordable flood insurance. Climate change is undeniable, and their effects are being felt across the country. It's an urgent problem, Madam Speaker.
I speak with my residents, and I tell them, we got to deal with climate change. We got to deal with the climate crisis. And we know that we have a plan in place. The other party doesn't. They don't, and they don't want to. They don't want to deal with problems. They don't want to deal with the crisis. They have these cliche slogans that don't work, that spread false misinformation, misinformation. We know we need to deal with this issue. We know the economy is going that way, the global economy is going that way. We know the planet, there's only one, but we also know that there's a transition. So yes, I absolutely support all the energy workers out there working in Saskatchewan and Alberta and BC and Newfoundland, Labrador, because we need that energy, absolutely. But at the same time, we need a plan in place that takes us to a net zero world, whether it's through electric vehicles, whether it's through electrifying our electrical system, our energy system here in Canada. And we see all over the world that this is happening. We need to do it smartly. Yes, absolutely. But when the other side pontificates about axe the tax, that's nonsense. They don't have a plan. They just want to rage farm. They want to scare people. They want to provide misinformation. As an economist, we know that the price on carbon is not causing inflation. It's a statistical fact. But yet, you still want to propagate that. Ces changements climatiques sont inévitables.
Climate change is inevitable, and we cannot deny the reality of climate change countrywide. It's regrettable that some people continue to deny the reality of climate change and minimize its impact on forest fires. Yet, scientific data couldn't be clearer. Global warming is an undisputable reality, and we must act decisively to mitigate its effects, and protect our communities. That's why the Canadian government has set up a series of measures to fight climate change and mitigate the risk of forest fires. Carbon pricing is at the heart of these measures.
Central for reducing emissions, whether it's on the industrial side, or on the consumer side. Yes, we need folks to have alternatives, electric vehicles, thermal pumps or heat pumps, making sure our electricity system is moving to fully renewable, that our small businesses have the opportunity to lower their energy bills through smart programs. We need all that stuff in place, absolutely. But we need a plan in place. That is what's called responsible leadership. That is what as a government is elected to do, provide responsible leadership, not cliches, not misleading folks that climate change is not real. For Frank's sakes, God's sakes, I would say, I should use that word, and not even believing in climate change itself. And saying there's an issue out there when we just had the month of March as the hottest month on record for that month. We need to be smart. We need to go where the puck is going, or as my daughters would say, where the soccer ball is, and make sure we put those goals in the other opponent's net, i.e. have a competitive economy. That's what we need to do while we support those hardworking energy workers that are out there doing what they need to do, and I support them. Tout en favorisant la croissance économique.
While still encouraging economic growth and renewable energy and energy efficiency. In provinces where the federal fuel tax applies, the Canadian carbon rebate means that 8 out of 10 Canadian families receive more money than they pay in carbon tax.
Families are made better off under the pricing for pollution system. Now, folks may not want to believe that. Fine, but it's the truth. Are we almost out of time, Madame la Présidente? So I'll end it like this, Madame la Présidente. In Ontario, April 15th, families in Vaughan Woodbridge and across this beautiful province that I live in, Canada's beautiful, of course, Ontario more so, will receive their carbon rebate, and I want to make sure that they know that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, let's just put some facts on the record here. Catherine McKenna, when she was the climate minister, deleted 100 years of climate data in this country. And we can leave that up for wide debate as to why she did that. But so let's go to an organization that actually has been collecting data for a very long period of time. Let's use their data and see what it says. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in the United States has some weather data, and it says that this past March was only the 17th warmest in the last 130 years. And in fact, March was 2 degrees Fahrenheit colder than it was in 1905. Okay, so there is data out there that actually tells everybody that what he said was in fact a mistruth, Madam Speaker. So I'm just wondering what the member would have to say about that, and the fact that there is actual real data set out there, because he didn't use any data in his arguments, but there are organizations that actually have it.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the honourable member from Cypress Hills Grassland for their question. Through you, Madame la Présidente. I work with this colleague on the Natural Resources Committee. I have much respect for him. I know he does a great job representing his constituents, much like we all do and I do. And Madame la Présidente, there's just obviously a difference of opinion here in terms of looking at the data. As I cited in my speech, the EU Copernicus Climate Science Center in Europe just stated that we had the hottest March in recorded temperature history. Madame la Présidente, climate change is real, it's serious, it's a risk, and we owe it to our kids to leave a healthier and clean environment and a strong economy, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Comments? The honourable for Timmins James Bay.
Madam Speaker, when we had energy workers come to talk to Parliament about being part of a new energy economy and the need to have their voice at the table, the Conservatives shut them down. They shut down the IBEW, they shut down the construction workers, they shut down the building trades, they shut down the Canadian Labour Congress. When the Alberta Federation of Labour came, they wouldn't let them speak. When it came for coal workers who had been hurt in the transition, it was New Democrats who brought the coal workers because the Conservatives weren't interested in letting working people speak. I want to ask my honourable colleague, given the evidence that we heard from energy workers in Alberta who understood that there's a new future out there, why did the Conservatives shut them down time and time and time again to not let workers from the energy community speak?
Good question.
The honourable for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie mon...
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
We know that hardworking Canadians, hardworking middle-class Canadians, those union members out there that are whether they're working in building our cities or whether they're working in the oil sector, in the natural gas sector across this country, we know we're going to be supporting them not only today, but even and tomorrow and the day after to make sure they have the skills that they'll have for the jobs of tomorrow in the future sectors that they'll be employed in, including for many years to come in the energy sector, because we know we're going to need them and we're going to support them. And they're always welcome to come to the Natural Resources Committee or the committee that I'm at, because we need to hear their voice. They build this country, and God bless them, and they're always welcome.
For a brief question, the honourable member for Don Valley East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his words and bringing clarity to this House in regards to the different positions of different parties here. I know that not too long ago the Conservatives actually denied that climate change was taking place at a convention, and in the last election they flip-flopped and they actually had it as part of their pillar within their campaign platform. Can the member reflect on the different various positions and maybe shed some light on where the Conservatives are today when it comes to climate change?
Answer from the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the member from Don Valley East for their question. I will say this, Madam the President, almost every single Conservative on the other side of the aisle, on the other side of this House, ran on a platform in the last election on putting a price on carbon, and shame on them for flip-flopping on such an important issue for Canadians and for the world to make sure we leave a strong economy and a healthy and clean environment for our kids. Shame, Madame la Présidente.
Order. I want to remind members that if they have anything to contribute, they should wait till the appropriate time. And it seems that it's often the same ones that we have to keep reminding. So I would just ask members to please prevent this from happening. The resuming debate, the honourable for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there are times, Madam Speaker, that I think we should do away with the video and the actual televised elements of not only House of Commons but committees, because I think it has become performative in nature. But then after watching and listening to the comments from the member from Miramichi, I'm actually quite glad that this is televised so that Canadians can see the way in which members of Parliament engage what is a really important topic around how we put forward credible plans to fight climate change, to reduce emissions, and to follow the science that has been very clear around the world. I have heard comments, particularly from the opposition benches, of course, today, that start to call into question about whether or not they believe there is an imperative to actually fight climate change and reduce emissions. And I look forward to their opportunity to ask me questions on that particular piece. I have about 10 minutes, Madam Speaker, and I think this is a really important national conversation about what are the mechanisms that we're going to do to be able to fight climate change. But let's get back to basics about why we're doing this. As I mentioned, the science is very clear that there is a global imperative to try to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and the global warming that is coming as a result. That goal, internationally recognized from countries around the world, is to try to keep global warming to 1.5 degrees or less, but certainly below 2. This is recognized as being an existential threat to the way in which we've been able to enjoy this planet and our communities and our country up until this place. So if we can agree that there ought to be something to be done to reduce emissions, and again, some of the comments from my colleagues here in this House raises the question about whether or not we're all on board on that initiative. But let's just assume we are for a minute, or the majority of Canadians are, because of course we know the majority of Canadians know that science is real and that climate change is real and that we need to do something. So how do we go about actually incentivizing that change? Madam Speaker, I would submit to you there are 3 ways to actually reduce emissions in this country. You can subsidize activities, whether it be new innovation or technology to try to bring down emissions. You can regulate the activity, or you can put a pricing mechanism and allow the ingenuity of the private sector and the markets to actually reduce emissions. Now, by the way, Madam Speaker, each one of those comes with a particular cost. If you subsidize the activity in question, there's a cost to taxpayers. If you regulate, for example, Madam Speaker, I'll give you an example. In my home province of Nova Scotia, we have a goal of being off coal-fired electricity by 2030. The compliance costs associated with that objective comes with costs downstream to consumers. On carbon pricing mechanisms, the Conservative Party loves to talk about the price signal, the cost. They never talk about the way in which the money under the federal backstop is actually returned back to households, back to businesses. This is something that I think is missing from the actual entirety of the debate if we want to have reasonable, informed conversation about this. Or, of course, we could do nothing, which I know some members of this House may actually agree with. Like, actually, there's nothing to be done here. But I have, Madam Speaker, here from the Insurance Bureau of Canada that last year in 2023 alone, there was over $3 billion worth of insurable losses in this country as a direct result of extreme weather. That is a reality. The cost of doing nothing, the science is clear. I don't think any moral imperative would allow us to do that, nor would the fact that this actually has true cost to Canadians today. In my riding last year alone, Madam Speaker, we had massive flooding. You go rebuild the bridge, let alone the human cost. We lost 4 people in my riding, and I don't want to exaggerate that. I don't want to make that a political point. But let's just look at the actual cost of rebuilding in our community. Each one of us paid out of our pocket to be there on that. Each one of us are paying out of our insurance premiums to clean up after the frequency of the storms that are happening more and more often as a result of this imperative. So we have to do something. This government, as part of its emission reduction plan, has said we want to actually have a strategy to reduce emissions by 40% by 2030 versus 2005 levels. A carbon price forms a third of that goal. A carbon price, Madam Speaker, is inherently a small c Conservative policy. And I chastise some of my Conservative colleagues why they don't believe in the power of using the private sector, using markets to actually reduce emissions, as opposed to government programs or regulations. Why don't they want that power of that to happen? And economists are telling us, Madam Speaker, it's the cheapest way to reduce emissions. But the opposition has made it their mission to denigrate the idea of carbon pricing without providing any alternatives of how they would actually go about this mission. So the motion before us today talks about calling an emergency meeting with the Prime Minister. And Madam Speaker, I have the letter here that the Prime Minister sent out about 10 days ago to the premiers of this country that had been writing to him about the federal backstop as a pricing mechanism. The end of the letter says, still we remain open to proposals for credible pollution pricing systems that reflect the unique realities of your region and meet the national benchmark. The Conservative motion today actually should be encouraging the 7 premiers in the provinces where they oppose the federal backstop to actually get together, to have a conversation, to come up with a different pricing mechanism. I guess it comes back, Madam Speaker, to why does carbon pricing matter? Well, I think what's being lost in the national conversation is that there are billions of dollars of clean energy investment in this country that ride upon the fact that that price signal exists. Sit down with any CEO in this country who is exploring projects around decarbonization. They will tell you that that price signal forms an important basis of their investment decision. Premiers across the country, including in my home province of Nova Scotia, have a price on carbon at the industrial level. Danielle Smith has talked glowingly about the fact that industrial pricing is a key mechanism to fight climate change and reduce emissions. So I find it ironic that the premiers will support that type of pricing, but that they are unwilling to explore what else could be done. And Madam Speaker, we know in this country that the reason in which a federal backstop is imposed is because provinces had the opportunity to introduce their own pricing plans and either failed to do so or put forward a plan that didn't meet the national stringency. There is a unique opportunity, Madam Speaker, I believe, for the 7 provinces who have signaled their discontent with the federal backstop to actually work together to establish perhaps, let's say, a national cap and trade, something equivalent to what Quebec has with California, where there's an ability for larger emitters and the price signal to be larger upstream, higher upstream, I should say, to allow for us to focus on larger emitters without having that same price impact at the pump. But the premiers hold the pen on what's possible, Madam Speaker. They don't need to write to the Prime Minister. They need to write to each other. They need to get in a room and say, are we actually serious about putting forward a credible carbon pricing plan? And the reason why it has to be in each province, Madam Speaker, is going back to the point that I made around the economy, the jobs that are associated with the economic investment in this country. And Madam Speaker, I just want to be clear, I have about 2 minutes left. Okay. So when I look at the Opposition Day motion today, I do, for the record, Madam Speaker, support the idea of a First Minister's meeting. I think it is actually really important to get down to the facts of what is and what isn't around this conversation. I don't think it has to happen tomorrow. Let's let the premiers actually come up with their pricing plan, and let's get back to what this was about. Prime Minister said if you don't like the federal backstop, you have options. You can either do it alone or you can work together to come up with what that might represent. And I support that. And you'll remember, Madam Speaker, that as a member of Parliament in this place, I actually did a lot of work on this side of the House to actually amend the federal backstop, not because I don't believe carbon pricing is an effective mechanism to reduce emissions, not because I don't believe that the rebate system back to households is inherently a bad idea, but I wanted that national policy to reflect rural and regional Canada in a way that I didn't think in its original form it was actually doing. So I would invite my Conservative colleagues to, if they do not believe in the federal backstop, to either present a climate agenda themselves. They use the term technology, not taxes, without any conversation about how you actually pay for the technology, in which the Leader of the Official Opposition talks about. And they negate the fact that under the federal backstop, the money actually goes back to households. The last point I'll make in my 30 seconds. The Conservatives will often go to the Parliamentary Budget Office report and look at the economic cost, so to speak, heading out to 2030. What the PBO has made very clear is that he was comparing that plan versus doing nothing, and he made very clear that both the cost to households directly and indirectly, the energy embedded costs, still leave a majority of households better off. I see I'm at my time, Madam Speaker. I really look forward to engaging in my colleagues with some questions. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The BC Liberals introduced the first carbon tax in North America in 2009. I was a member with the party at the time, and I will say that I categorically oppose this tax. Why? Because it doesn't work. Even former Premier Christy Clark, under whose leadership I served, said on Global last month, it hasn't done any of the things the Prime Minister has said it was going to do. It's made life less affordable, and we haven't met any of our climate goals. Why won't this tone-deaf Liberal NDP government, as well as the provincial NDP government, listen to Canadians and axe the tax?
The Honourable for Kings Hands.
So the honourable member actually mentions, of course, and rightfully recognizes that he was part of the first introduction of a carbon price in North America in British Columbia. And it has actually worked in British Columbia, Madam Speaker. It has helped reduce emissions. It has not impacted the economy. BC is doing well in the provincial, within the Federation. And as perhaps the honourable member missed during my remarks, is that the federal backstop is a tool if provinces choose to not come forward with any type of credible pricing plan. I would ask him to engage with corporate leaders across this country who will tell him that a carbon price, particularly at the industrial level, matters for economic investment in this country around decarbonization. He wants to go about it, I guess, a big government way, not the most cost effective. It's actually quite anti-conservative. He wants to use a more expensive way to reduce emissions in this country because economists are clear that carbon pricing is the most effective way to do so. I guess he also wants government to decide as opposed to letting the private sector decide. Where have the Conservatives gone? Where are the folks on that side that actually believe in the private market? They're not really stepping forward at this point.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I wanted to, I'm so conflicted between two questions. One, to have him respond to the member from the Miramichi, basically blaming his own constituents for the wildfires and what the constituents should do at the next election so that they're not blamed for things that are not for them to be blamed about for the wildfires. But I'm more curious about what his response is to the parliamentary budget officer saying that Canada would have generated $4 billion in revenue on a windfall tax against the oil and gas company. But the Liberals voted with the Conservatives against it when the NDP made that motion. And I wonder if the member can respond to that and how this Liberal government will do better to protect families rather than protecting for-profit corporations that are benefiting from climate change.
King's hands.
So just quickly, look, the member from Miramichi made the assertion here in this House, as I understand it, because I heard the back end of his comments, is that fires in this country are not as a result of climate change, that the extreme weather that we're seeing is not tied to climate change, that people just go out and set fires themselves. And look, I take notice, Madam Speaker, that there would be some fires in this country that are started accidentally. But the idea that all forest fires that we're seeing or the extremity of the weather that we're seeing has no connection to climate change is the most tone-deaf thing I think I've heard this entire week in this House, maybe in the last couple months. To address the other portion of the member's question about around having larger corporate entities, larger businesses in this country contribute towards programs that matter to Canadians, to contribute towards the programs that can help reduce emissions. I agree around the concept of saying, how do we make sure our larger emitters can actually be responsible for driving those investments, reducing emissions, and I do think we're at a time right now where corporate leadership needs to be cognizant and read the room.
Time for a brief question. The honourman for York Simcoe. Brief question.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And if you can believe it, last week I went atop the CN Tower to see if I could see my riding of York Simcoe. And guess what? I couldn't. And we know rural Canadians are disproportionately impacted from the carbon tax, but my riding does not receive the rural top-up. The soup and salad bowl of Canada, Madam Speaker. It's unbelievable. So I wonder if my colleague could comment about the carbon tax disproportionately affecting rural Canadians and why we are not getting the rural top-up.
A brief answer from the honourman for King's Hands.
Sure. As I mentioned in my remarks, I fought very hard for his constituents and mine and all rural Canadians to actually get a higher rural top-up of 20%. That his party is actually standing in the way of right now in relation to rural Canadians. On the definition, he's absolutely right. There has to be a revisiting of what defines a rural community versus what isn't. But again, I know that honourable member is a good man. I encourage him to push the Conservative Party to actually put forward a serious climate plan because it is important in the days ahead.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Here, 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 here. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll just let you know that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin. Madam Speaker, unlike Sleeping Beauty, who was awakened by a kiss of love, Canadians are waking up after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister to find out that he's just not worth the cost. They're waking up with a Judas kiss. They've been betrayed, Madam Speaker. The Judas kiss, Madam Speaker, from this Liberal NDP Prime Minister. After 8 years, this Prime Minister, who promised sunny ways and sunny days, life has become dark and dreary for Canadians, and especially for the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. People of Newfoundland and Labrador have woken up to rent that's doubled, mortgages that have doubled, prices of food that have doubled, and gasoline that they can't afford. The costly coalition is going to make carbon tax on fuel that they need for the necessities of life go to 61 cents per litre. When you tax the fish and the food that fishermen and farmers grow and catch, and the truckers who transport the food, and the grocery stores that sell the food, you tax the consumers who buy the food. This out-of-control spending, Madam Speaker, that's also led to a housing crisis, is forcing more and more Canadians to food banks. Canadians like those in Gander, where the food bank is ran by Winston House, who I spoke to last week, and he's very concerned about how the demand for it at his food bank has risen by 44% in just 6 months. So he doesn't know where to turn. His volunteers are getting burnt out. Not only do the folks who volunteer at the food bank not know where to turn, the premiers don't know where to turn, Madam Speaker. They begged the Prime Minister to not raise the carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. Their pleas fell on deaf ears, Madam Speaker. So, you know, even provincial Liberals in Newfoundland and Labrador, led by Premier Furey, have now turned against the carbon tax after 8 years. So, with all their pleas falling on deaf ears, begging the Prime Minister not to raise the carbon tax by 23%, Premiers are now asking for an emergency meeting between the 14 First Ministers and the Costly Coalition Prime Minister. They want to discuss the ongoing carbon tax crisis, the recent 23% increase in carbon tax, and the plans for provinces to opt out of federal carbon tax and to implement reasonable measures to reduce emissions. The Premiers know, Madam Speaker, that carbon tax is just not working. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians know that the carbon tax is not working. There are just no options for rural Canadians to reduce their emissions by changing the things they do from day to day. Folks in Fogo, Madam Speaker, who need to drive to St. John's for a doctor's appointment, they don't have a choice but to drive. They can't take a SkyTrain, Madam Speaker. Fishermen from Lassie, who need to get their life raft service in Donovan's Industrial Park in Mount Pearl, they drive to St. John's, and also to pick up some fishing gear, they can't stop burning gas. So there's no option for those fishermen as well, Madam Speaker. So while the Premiers, including Premier Furey, who's lost his clout with the Prime Minister, beg for a First Ministers meeting to discuss carbon tax, what's the Prime Minister been up to? Along with his costly coalition ministers, they've been jet-setting around Canada, Madam Speaker, trying to sell their upcoming budget. So instead of Canadians being able to wait until April 16th to listen to what's in the budget, the Prime Minister has been in Vancouver on March 28th, Ottawa on March 29th. On April 1st, he was in Toronto, the 4th, Winnipeg, the 5th, Calgary, on the 6th in Ottawa, the 7th, back to Montreal, and on the 8th, he was in Trenton, Madam Speaker, spewing CO2 while he spews his costly coalition budget and tells us how he's going to keep his ATM machine going. Madam Speaker, Canadians could have waited until April 16th to hear what's in that budget. Common sense Conservatives have a plan. We will axe the tax. We'll use a technology, not taxes, and I know my honourable colleague from Avalon, he's all about it. Canadian provinces, Madam Speaker, like Nova Scotia with 11 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, New Brunswick with 120 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, Newfoundland and Labrador with 13 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. There are huge opportunities for LNG. And our allies are coming to Canada. They're begging for LNG. You know, the leaders of Japan and Germany, and now the latest is Greece. So, you know, natural gas, Madam Speaker, produces half the emissions of coal. So I got some not-so-fun facts here. The world usage of coal has risen since 2015, where it was 7.7 billion tons, to 8.5 billion tons in 2023. It's over a 10% increase in 8 years. Madam Speaker, coal emissions in 2023 were 15 billion tons. Convert that to natural gas, and that drops to 7.5 billion tons. Canada's total emissions are 670 million tons. By converting all that coal to natural gas, Madam Speaker, you drop the world emissions by more than 11 times what Canada actually produces. Yet, we've got this useless carbon tax and telling Canadians that we're going to save the world. But we could be a part of the solution, Madam Speaker. Canada could be a real part of the solution. The Prime Minister, he says there's no business case for Canadian LNG, yet the United States has built 7 new LNG facilities since 2016. Right now, they've got one in Corpus Christi. Madam Speaker, Corpus Christi is 8,500 kilometers from Germany. Newfoundland and Labrador is 4,300 kilometers from Germany. It's half the distance. Yet, there's no business case for LNG. Corpus Christi is 10,264 kilometers from Greece. Yet, we tell the Greek Prime Minister that there's no business case to send Canadian gas to Greece, and we're only 5,900 kilometers from Greece. Again, we're half the distance from Newfoundland and Labrador, where we could produce LNG, as compared to the distance of LNG terminals in the Gulf of Mexico. Madam Speaker, we can be a part of the solution. Canada can play a role. Canadian premiers know there are solutions. Canadian provinces can play a role, especially Atlantic Canadian provinces, Madam Speaker, like Newfoundland and Labrador. The Prime Minister needs to be the servant and not the master. He needs to listen to the premiers and grant the premiers their wish for a First Ministers' meeting to deal with this carbon tax crisis. Madam Speaker, these premiers, they hear what their citizens are going through in the various provinces that wrote those letters begging for a First Ministers' meeting. My honourable colleague from Avalon, he hears it every day when he's talking to the folks that elected him and sent him to Ottawa to represent them. And I'm hoping that my colleague from Avalon can convince his colleagues on that side of the house, the house over there, Madam Speaker, to vote for our motion for the Prime Minister to convene this First Ministers' meeting and follow the wishes of the premiers, Madam Speaker, because Canadians are waking up from a nightmare. And if the premiers can't put enough heat on to take the tax off, Canadians are going to have to wait. But they will wake up, and they'll wake up to a better day when they elect common sense Conservatives led by our common sense leader. We will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime, bring it home. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable for King's Hands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to invite the honourable member just to take out a pen. I've got two quick questions. I know he can handle them, and I'll let him take some notes as I prepare. He talked about Atlantic provinces being part of the clean energy solutions to reduce emissions. Yet he stands in the way of C-49, a bill that is supported by his home government in Newfoundland and Labrador, without reason. This is a bill that actually would drive really important results for energy jobs in Newfoundland and Labrador. And so he talks about technology, not taxes, but yet then votes against the bill. So can he explain his position there? Two, can he give an indication to his constituents and this House whether or not he actually believes climate change is real and that we ought to do something to reduce emissions, and how would he incentivize that technology that he's talking about? Would he spend taxpayers' dollars in an inefficient way to do it? How would he go about that?
The honourable member for Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the member from King's Ant's question there, but I'll start with his last question first. How are we going to incentivize? We don't need to incentivize natural gas. We can have the free enterprise invest in LNG, build pipelines, and send that LNG to countries in the world that are burning coal to get their emissions down really fast to half of what they produce right now. And in terms of Bill C-49, Madam Speaker, the fishing industry has grave concerns with Bill C-49, including about 6 fish harvesters groups that I've been consulting with that costly coalition did not consult with in the forming of that bill, and they're counting on us, Madam Speaker. And the FFAW in Newfoundland and Labrador worked with us to build the amendments to Bill C-49 that his side voted down in committee 3 weeks ago, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his interventions today in the House. You know, he spoke about natural gas going to Germany. And I was actually in Germany last year. I met with the Chancellor at that time and spoke to him. And he made it very clear that in the short term, Germany is interested in natural gas, but in the long term, they're not. They're actually interested in renewable energies. And yet in my province of Alberta, I know it's on the other side of the country from the member, in my province of Alberta, Premier Daniel Smith has shut down $66 billion worth of investment in renewable energy. So I wonder if he agrees with her stance on renewable energy, with Daniel Smith's conservative stance on renewable energy, knowing that countries around the world want to see Canada move towards a greener energy grid. Thank you.
Honourable for Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, I'm not here to talk about the Premier of Alberta. I'm here to represent the people of Newfoundland and Labrador. And the people of Newfoundland and Labrador know that we've got 13 trillion cubic feet of natural gas lying under the Grand Banks and under the Labrador Sea, and that natural gas can go to Germany, where they're building steam plants right now that can be fueled by, in the interim, fueled by natural gas, Madam Speaker. And down the road, when we can have the green hydrogen, the hydrogen can replace the natural gas. But for now, the quickest way to get those emissions down is to use natural gas. And in terms of the green revolution, Madam Speaker, it takes over 18 years to greenlight a mine to produce the rare elements that are needed in the green transition. That government, with Bill C-69, is destroying our mining industry and our opportunity to take part in the green economy, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Brief question, the honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Newfoundland and Labrador for his very thoughtful speech. All day we've been hearing from the other side of the House that Conservatives don't want to have a serious conversation about the environment, but when I hear a Conservative like the Premier of New Brunswick suggest that a lot of construction dialogue could be around liquid natural gas and combating global climate change in that way, I'm more optimistic. I wonder what my colleague thinks about the opportunity for good constructive conversation. Thank you.
Answer from the honourable member Coast of Bay Central Notre Dame.
Madam Speaker, we need to have good constructive conversations, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question. And you know, these premiers want to have that conversation, and they know that the opportunity lies there for all of them to take part in an initiative to lower global emissions. Premier Higgs just gave a great testimony talking about his province's vast amounts of natural gas and how he wants to get rid of the crazy regulations, reduce the red tape, and so that Newfoundland and New Brunswick can liquefy their natural gas and get it to Europe, get it to Greece, get it to India, and get it to China, and bring down their emissions fast.
Resuming debate, the honourable member Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin. I will have to interrupt him at one point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For once, this Prime Minister has achieved unity among Canadians. He has united Canadians in opposition to his failed carbon tax. I can't recall the last time 70% of Canadians in 8 out of 10 provinces opposed the federal government's policy. But this NDP Liberal coalition has defied the odds and united Canadians against the costly carbon tax. 23%. That's how much this Prime Minister increased his carbon tax on April 1st. At a time when Canadians are facing a cost of living crisis, this Prime Minister plowed ahead with his plan to quadruple the carbon tax anyways. It was a cruel April Fool's joke to play on Canadians, but it was one the Canadians will remember. I've personally received home heating bills from hundreds of Canadians who can't believe the true cost of the carbon tax. I received a heating bill from a local landscaping business. The actual monthly cost of the natural gas was $272. The cost of the carbon tax on the natural gas was $330. Yes, Canadians are now paying more in carbon tax than for natural gas itself on their heating bills. Punishing Canadians for heating their homes is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan that is creating energy poverty across the nation. Madam Speaker, the Liberals pretend their carbon tax is needed to reduce emissions. They tell Canadians if they quit complaining and pay their costly carbon tax, emissions will go down. So let's talk about the environmental results of the carbon tax. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, emissions have gone up not down. In fact, the government's own very own environmental commissioner has stated that the Liberals are not on track to meet their own 2030 emission targets. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canada now ranks 62nd out of 67 countries according to the Global Climate Change Performance Index. That's 4 rankings lower since the last carbon tax hike. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, you would think he could tell Canadians the amount of emissions his carbon tax has reduced. But he can't, because his Environment Minister revealed the truth when he admitted, and I quote, "The federal government does not measure the annual amount of emissions that are directly reduced by federal carbon pricing," end quote. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, this is his carbon tax record. Emissions are up, climate change performance is down, and no one knows if the carbon tax reduces emissions because the Liberals don't measure the results. Canadians won't be fooled by this government. They know their carbon tax is not an environmental plan, it's a tax plan. That's why common sense Conservatives have been exposing their carbon tax scam at the Environment Committee. For months, we demanded the Environment Minister release his carbon tax emissions analysis, but he has refused. In fact, the Environment Minister failed to hand over the government's carbon tax emissions model, despite the Environment Committee ordering him to. If the Liberals are so proud of the carbon tax, what are they hiding? Madam Speaker, if the Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal coalition won't listen to Conservatives, they should listen to the premiers across Canada. For months, Canada's premiers have been begging the Prime Minister to cancel his carbon tax, but he increased the carbon tax anyways. Even Liberal premiers oppose the Prime Minister's plan to quadruple the carbon tax on Canadians. The Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador stated the carbon tax, and I quote, is causing understandable worry as people consider how they will manage the mounting financial strain, end quote. The Premier of New Brunswick stated, and I quote, since imposing his carbon tax 6 years ago, New Brunswickers have been subject to brutal increases every single year. These make the cost of everyday items such as food, fuel, and groceries more expensive, driving up the cost of living for everyone, end quote. The Premier of Prince Edward Island stated, and I quote, further driving up the cost for island households by increasing the price of carbon in April will create an unattainable situation for many PEI residents, especially our most vulnerable who will feel economy-wide price increases, end quote. The Premier of Nova Scotia, who wrote to the Prime Minister and stated, and I quote, your carbon tax is not the way to accomplish the goals of reducing emissions and increasing renewable energy. It is not in the best interests of Nova Scotians. The only thing it means is more money out of their pockets to pay an unnecessary carbon tax, end quote. The Premier of Ontario stated, the carbon tax is the worst tax ever put on a bunch of people, end quote. The Premier of Manitoba stated, and I quote, I think there's an argument that Manitoba is maybe one of the strongest cases you can make that the price on carbon should be revisited in our jurisdiction, end quote. The Premier of Saskatchewan said, and I quote, Saskatchewan has been steadfast in our opposition to the consumer carbon tax, and its adverse impacts on Canadian families and businesses. Addressing climate change is a priority for Saskatchewan, but ideological one-size-fits-all approach is ineffective, end quote. And the Premier of Alberta stated, and I quote, the carbon tax has contributed to increasing stress and financial pain for millions of Canadians, end quote. Madam Speaker, at what point does this NDP Liberal coalition put their ideology aside and listen to Canadians? If the Prime Minister truly believed in representing all Canadians, he would call an emergency meeting with Canada's premiers to hear their concerns on the carbon tax. That's what Conservatives are calling for today. That's why we put forward this common sense motion. It's disturbing that Parliament must vote for a meeting between the Prime Minister and the premiers, but we have no choice because this Prime Minister refuses to listen. What happened to the sunny ways and the openness this Prime Minister once preached? Madam Speaker, it is very easy to see why Canadian premiers have lost trust in this Prime Minister over his failed carbon tax, because he has continued to mislead them for 8 years. Before 2019, the Prime Minister's former Environment Minister promised Canadians not to raise the carbon tax over $50 a tonne. And then, after the election, the Prime Minister announced his plan to quadruple the carbon tax. In fact, the current Environment Minister is now refusing to rule out any further carbon tax hikes. I asked the Environment Minister if he could promise Canadians to not raise his carbon tax over $170 a tonne. He refused to answer. I wonder why. The Prime Minister also told Canadians they would get back more than they paid in carbon tax. But the government's own parliamentary budget officer proved that wrong. In fact, the majority of Canadians will pay more in carbon tax than they'll get back. No wonder the premiers across Canada have lost trust in this government's carbon tax scam, and no wonder they're demanding a meeting with this Prime Minister. It sure doesn't help when the Environment Minister punishes Canadians for driving their cars and heating their homes as he jets around the globe lecturing others. The hypocrisy is truly astounding, and the Canada premiers are right to call this government out.
The honourable member will have 2.5 minutes the next time that this opposition day continues for debate after QP. I do want to remind members that are filtering in and some who are having conversations that to please take their conversations outside and to please be a bit more quiet when you're coming into the chamber so that the member statements can be heard. I just want to remind members again that take their conversations out. Thank you. The honourable member for statements by members, déclaration de député, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to extend congratulations to the Kensington Monaghan Farms Wild, who captured the Atlantic Major Under-18 Men's Hockey Championship this past weekend in Nova Scotia. This weekend's victory by the Wild followed an impressive performance in the Island Provincial Championships last month and marks the latest accomplishment in their highly successful season. For the first time in 20 years, an Island team will represent Atlantic Canada in the Under-18 Men's National Championships. And it's the first time in the Kensington Wild's history that they will represent Atlantic Canada at the National Championship. I would like to congratulate everyone involved for your accomplishments and hard work this season, from coaches to players to parents to volunteers and everyone who has played a part in this exciting year. You have made the entire island proud. We look forward to watching all of you represent Atlantic Canada at the TELUS Cup later this month. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Again, I want to remind members to please keep the tone down, have conversations on the outside instead. The honourable member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Madam Speaker, recently Red Deer Polytechnic hosted a transformational celebration of a major gift of one of Canada's leading philanthropic families, the late Jack Donald, his wife Joan, and children John and Kathy. The Donald Family Institute for Health Tech Innovation will stand tall in the creation of an ecosystem where teams of experts, practitioners, researchers, faculty, and students will collaborate on a solutions-based approach to healthcare training, applied research, and economic diversification across Alberta. As matriarch, Joan Donald said at the unveiling, "As a family, we believe in supporting our community, and one of the best ways to enrich your community is to support education and healthcare." Jack and Joan Donald will continue to have an indelible positive impact on RDP learners, our community, the province of Alberta, and beyond for years to come. A celebration of Jack's life will be held at the Westerner on April 20th. To the Donald family, we say thank you for your commitment and love of our community, our province, and our nation.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Madam Speaker, every 3 minutes in Canada someone is diagnosed with cancer. A diagnosis that will change their life and the lives of all their family members forever. Because if you're diagnosed with cancer, pretty well everything else in life, including much of what we do here, seems pretty insignificant in comparison. The COVID pandemic showed us what the global scientific community can do when it puts its collective minds towards something. Experts were predicting it was going to take us years to come up with vaccines. We came up with several within a year. Why can't we do the same thing in order to try to beat cancer? In the United States, the Biden administration has pledged to prevent 4 million deaths by the year 2047. We in Canada can and ought to make a similar commitment. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker now, nothing in life is ever accomplished unless you try. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. The coach in me is so proud to announce that my team, Rouen-Noranda ProGaz Studio Rhythm and Dance Team, are the Quebec champions, thanks to some spectacular saves by goalkeeper Alexis Lajeunesse against the mighty Phoenix 2 from Sherbrooke. We won the interregional championships in the M13B category last Sunday in Drummondville. Hard work was an integral part of our ProGaz identity, led by a devastating attack from Landon, Felix, Alex, and the courageous Océane, Raphaël, and Jules, and a rock-solid defense from Nathan, Samuel, Emmerich, and Loic. Congratulations to my coaching team, starting with its great architect Eric Stevens, Sandy, and Marc-Antoine. Thanks to all the parents. I must tell you about a unique player, Mr. Speaker, our captain clutch, Jules Lemire, who scored the final goal in the shootout. 7 goals in 5 games, including the overtime winner in the quarterfinals, and just shy of 100 goals this year. I love you, buddy. You took all the pressure, but at the end of the year, you were the one with the big banner on your lips. Jules Lemire, you are my hero. The Honourable Member for Orleans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to tell you that yesterday the Minister of National Defence released our defence policy update. Our North, strong and free, a renewed vision for Canada's defence. This update includes an investment of $73 billion over 20 years and provides a clear plan to strengthen the foundations of the Canadian Armed Forces, defend our country and our global interests. We know that our Canadian forces and their families are at the heart of everything we do, and it's more important than ever to invest in them. That's why our plan commits $295 million over 20 years to establish a housing strategy, $100 million over 5 years to improve access to childcare for Canadian Forces personnel. This is an important update to give our troops the tools they need to defend Canada. Thank you.
And a welcome and an honourable member from Durham.
Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to the communities of Clarington, North Oshawa, and Scugog for electing me to fight for them and their families. We are a diverse riding that brings together working class and middle class families from all cultural backgrounds. This is why I must oppose the NDP Liberal government's elitist ESG policies and divisive diversity, equity, and inclusion agenda. ESG and DEI are smokescreens, allowing big businesses and liberal politicians to create a false sense of progress while life gets harder in this country. Conservatives stand for all Canadians, no matter what you look like or where your parents are from.
The honourable member from Oakville, North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, I was part of an all-party delegation led by the member for Ottawa South to the 148th Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, the global organization of national parliaments founded in 1889. Our Canadian delegation played an important role on a number of fronts, including AI, climate change, and the situation in Gaza. While I was in Geneva, I was privileged to represent Canada at the debate on the resolution entitled Partnerships for Climate Action, promoting access to affordable green energy and ensuring innovation, responsibility, and equity. Canada introduced amendments that were accepted during drafting, particularly dealing with more inclusive language to include women, girls, people with disabilities, and Indigenous peoples. I'd like to extend a special thank you to Matthew Pringle from the Library of Parliament, who supported me to successfully have Canada's perspective reflected in the final resolution on the importance of parliaments around the world taking decisive action on climate change.
The honourable member from Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today we commemorate the Battle of Vimy Ridge, which took place in France in 1917 during the First World War. We honor those who bravely served our country in the war and paid the ultimate price to ensure the peace and freedom we enjoy today. The ridge had fallen into German hands during the initial advances of 1914, Beginning on April 9, 1917, the soldiers of the Canadian Corps fought their way up the ridge. By April 12th, the Canadians were victorious, capturing Vimy Ridge. The Battle of Vimy Ridge proved to be a great success, but it came at a heavy cost. Almost 3,600 Canadian lives were lost, and 7,000 were wounded during the four-day battle. More than a century has passed since the Battle of Vimy Ridge, but the legacy of those Canadians who served live in our memories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. On 9th of April 1917, 107 years ago, a fierce battle began on the slopes of Vimy, France, between the Canadian Expeditionary Force and the defending German forces. At 5:30 a.m., a single cannon sounded in the distance. At the same time, all available artillery, supported by underground mines that were packed with explosives, shattered the German positions. The infantry, protected by the artillery barrage, rose up and charged towards the enemy trenches. For some, this battle represented the birth of Canada as a sovereign nation, as for the first time, all the Canadian Expeditionary Forces were brought together to assault the enemy's fiercely defended ridge. After the Battle of Vimy Ridge, the Canadian Army erected a wooden cross on the site of the battle in memory of those fallen. When the Vimy Memorial was built, this cross was entrusted to the Guard of the Royal 22nd Regiment and placed at the Quebec Citadel. This cross is still used in ceremonies commemorating the Battle of Vimy Ridge as it is today. The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to Benoit Pelletier, a published author, a distinguished minister in the Quebec government. Benoit played a crucial role in strengthening the ties between Quebec and Francophone communities across Canada. His bold vision and commitment to the Francophonie marked a significant turning point in our country's history. As minister, Benoit worked to promote Quebec's place within the Canadian Francophonie, leaving a lasting legacy for future generations. He was always committed to the defense of our language. The FCFA awarded him the Prix Boreal, a Boreal Award, and he was recipient of France's Ordre des Palmes Académiques for his commitment to education. He was a man who had heart, who adored the Outaouais, his adopted region. As a jurist and politician, he left an invaluable political legacy. His dedication as a lawyer and professor at the University of Ottawa inspired many students. Our thoughts are with his family and loved ones. Rest in peace, Benoit.
The Honourable Member from Kenora.
While Canadians are struggling to feed, heat, and house themselves, this NDP Liberal government went ahead with a 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st. And we already know that they're not worth the cost, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, rent and mortgage payments have doubled. Their deficits are driving up inflation, and food banks received 2 million visitors in a single month last year, Mr. Speaker. Now, with Budget Day just around the corner, Conservatives are calling for a cap on government spending through a dollar-for-dollar approach, a plan to build homes, not bureaucracy, and we are calling on the government to axe the tax on food and farmers by immediately passing Bill C-234 in its original form, Mr. Speaker. That would support farm families and ensure that all Canadians can afford to put food on their table. It's clear that only common-sense Conservatives have a plan to make life more affordable and bring home lower prices for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Peace River, Westlaw.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians cannot afford to live. Rent has doubled. The cost of owning a house has doubled. And this Liberal government is out of touch and is not worth the cost. This week, the Canadian Housing and Mortgage Corporation said that the problem's only getting worse, that despite all the photo ops and billions of dollars of promised spending, Canada is building fewer homes today than in the 1970s. This crisis is causing the Liberal government to keep hard-working Canadians from owning a home. By axing the tax, Conservatives will make all aspects of home ownership more affordable. We will balance the budget and bring down interest rates. We will cut red tape that keep communities from building homes and that Canadians can afford. Only common sense Conservatives have a real plan that will build homes for Canadians so that they can afford to live. Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
My family and I celebrated my 12th year in remission from cancer, immensely grateful for the continued time we have together. And today, I am privileged to rise in this House to extend a heartfelt thank you to the team at the Canadian Cancer Society for the role they played in seeing me through my own experience and the support they've provided to countless more each and every day since 1938.
For some like me, it's the invaluable information that they provide on their website, which was the first resource I turned to after my diagnosis. For others, the support comes from the work they do on the ground, providing emotional support, raising awareness, or lobbying for more resources to find a cure for this disease, which will affect 1 in 3 Canadians in their lifetime.
Led by Andrea Seal, dedicated team members like Kelly Masadi and Rose D'Souza, and an army of dedicated volunteers like Kirsten Watson and Shaylee Prashabati, I say a heartfelt thank you. Canadians are healthier, better, and stronger because of your unwavering advocacy, dedication, and support.
The honourable member from Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to stand with the community-based prevention services and the other dedicated organizations who serve those living with HIV/AIDS in calling on this government to deliver the funding necessary to eliminate HIV in the upcoming budget. The government's committed to having 95% of those vulnerable being tested, 95% of those tested receiving treatment, and 95% achieving viral suppression by 2025. But it's failed to meet its interim targets. Instead, rates of new infection are rising, not falling. New infections in Saskatchewan have increased by over 30% since 2020. Among Indigenous people in Saskatchewan, the rates of testing, treatment, and suppression are only 67%, 67%, and 68%. Rates of new infections are falling dramatically in other similar countries. All we need is an investment of $100 million annually over 5 years. Yet federal funding for self-testing kits ran out March 31st. Funding for outreach in Indigenous communities on the prairies also came to an end. Without investments in self-testing kits and community outreach, Canada will continue to fail at limiting the spread of new HIV infections.
The honourable member for Sainte-Thérèse de Blainville. The Action movement in Montreal is hosting a campaign. They are ensuring that all workers on maternity leave are not penalized unfairly by an archaic and outdated system. This is an illustration of the fact that it's time to update the system to end the discrimination that women are facing when it comes to the access to programs and to fix the wrong done to female workers. That is why in the Bloc Québécois we have been pushing for a long time for a reform for equality and for accessibility. It is time for this government to take action. There is a budget coming up. They must put an end to this sexist situation and update the EI system. We stand with this community group who is waging this battle. Thank you.
The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox Naddington.
As Canadians know all too well, this Prime Minister has abandoned any pretense about fiscal stewardship, with his government racking up more national debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. His record-shattering tax and spend agenda has driven up inflation and interest rates, increasing the cost of food, fuel, and housing. It has gotten so bad that leading economists are warning that the record-high spending may delay interest rate cuts. The common sense Conservatives have a simple solution that can be implemented in next week's NDP Liberal government budget. The government ought to find $1 in savings for every dollar spent. This is reasonable and a simple lever that can be used to get their inflation under control. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians are in debt, exhausted, and looking for relief. Let's axe the tax, build the homes, cap the spending, fix the budget. Let's bring it home.
The honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, one unlikely person has recently emerged as a new champion of carbon pricing. Someone who has done the math personally and knows firsthand that the vast majority of Canadians get back more than they pay. I am, of course, referring to the Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, who recently said, quote, "I do my family's taxes, so I know we got $808.50. And when I go back and look at what I spent last year at carbon taxes, I would say that I probably end up better off with the transfer." Premier Smith went on to say that carbon pricing is, quote, "the optimal way of going about and getting the outcomes you're looking for, and that this almost seems like the perfect policy." Mr. Speaker, I agree with Danielle Smith. Our plan does leave more families better off, while at the same time addressing climate change, and I want to thank her for her clarity and rational understanding of this policy.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Common Sense Conservatives want to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But this Prime Minister is simply not worth the cost. After 8 years, he's doubled national debt, which has led to rampant generational inflation, forcing 2 million Canadians to food banks. According to his own statistics, the Prime Minister has spent more on interest on that than on health. Why is he giving more money to bankers than to actual healthcare professionals? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, quite the contrary. It's the Conservatives who continue to put forward austerity and cuts whilst we invest in nurses and doctors. We are here to invest $200 billion, Mr. Speaker, over the next 10 years in order to improve our healthcare system. We are here to deliver a national program for food at schools to help children study with a full stomach. We will also be here to broaden childcare benefits so that families can take care of their children while working. We are here to help them. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. But he's still not worth the cost. He continues to spend, causing worst inflation levels. There are 2 million people that have to go to food banks every month. He's doubled the cost of housing, even after having spent $80 billion in housing. These are programs that balloon government costs and that butt into provincial jurisdictions. Will he finally meet our premiers to defend his inflationist and expansionist policy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We will continue to meet premiers to work on affordability for families. In order to work for housing investments in Quebec, for example, we've put forward $900 million for the House Building Accelerator Fund, and Quebec is doubling that money, meeting us halfway to build houses throughout the province. We are here to work hand in hand with provinces to fight against climate change, to fight against the housing crisis, and to invest in young people, invest in seniors. We will be here to build a stronger future whilst the Conservatives keep preaching austerity every single day.
Honorable Chef de l'Opposition.
Common Sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Indeed, his carbon tax, which the Parliamentary Budget Officer has proven costs 60% of Canadians more than they get back in rebates, is now opposed by 70% of Canadians. Everybody understands that the tax is driving people to the food bank. That's why 6 premiers, including the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, have asked for a meeting. Will he agree to a televised carbon tax conference if he's so sure of himself on this issue?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Prime
Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that 8 out of 10 families across the country get more money with the Canada Carbon Rebate attached to the price on pollution than it costs them. That's $1,800 arriving for a family of 4 in Alberta. It's thousands of dollars right across the country. These are things that are helping people with the high cost of living and groceries at the same time as we fight climate change. But Mr. Speaker, what would be also helpful is if we were able to deliver the doubling of the rural top-up to put hundreds of dollars in the pockets of Canadians, but the Conservative Party is blocking the legislation to double the rural top-up.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that is mathematically impossible, given that the NDP Liberal government has a combined majority and can pass anything it wants, which is exactly why we're in such a mess today as a country. After 8 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, and that's why the Parliamentary Budget Officer confirms 60% of Canadians are paying more in carbon taxes than getting back in rebates. But why doesn't the Prime Minister, if he believes the contrary, why doesn't he have the courage to sit down in a televised and open forum and have a carbon tax conference with the premiers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We did sit down with the premiers 8 years ago and established the Pan-Canadian Framework on Climate Change that both puts a price on pollution and puts more money back in the pockets out of 8 of 10 Canadian families in the jurisdictions where the federal backstop applies. That is a way of both fighting climate change and helping with affordability. Now, not only are the Conservative Party counting on taking away those Canada Carbon Rebate checks, they're arriving this coming Monday on April 15th. People will see in their bank accounts the Canada Carbon Rebate that puts more money in their pockets ahead of the costs associated with fighting climate.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he met the premiers in 2016. Since that time, he's broken the promise he made them. He said the tax would only go up to 11 cents a litre. Now, he admits it will go up to 61 cents a litre. He said the tax would make people better off. Now we have the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report, which confirms 60% of Canadians pay more than they get back. The Prime Minister said, and I quote in 2015, Canadians need a PM who will meet with the premiers. What happened?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
While the Conservative leader continues with his misinformation and disinformation, the reality is the Parliamentary Budget Officer said that 8 out of 10 Canadians do better with our price on pollution and the Canada Carbon Rebate. But speaking of misinformation and disinformation, any responsible leader that receives an endorsement and support from proven conspiracy theorist and liar Alex Jones would have immediately denounced that. But that's not what the leader of the opposition did. He did absolutely nothing because those kinds of endorsements fit within his political strategy.
À l'ordre. À l'ordre. Order.
The Honourable Member for Bailleul-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is multiplying interference in Quebec's jurisdiction. In Ottawa, there's no department or expertise in health or education or childcare or municipal affairs. They don't know how things work, but they have our money due to a budgetary imbalance. Does he recognise that the Assemblée Nationale of Quebec has better skills in healthcare, education, childcare and municipal affairs? Simple question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we've always recognised and respected provincial jurisdictions, and we respect Quebec's specificities, but we know that even with all the expertise under the sun, there are still Canadians who are finding housing, who are trying to find housing, people who are trying to find childcare spots, people who are finding it hard to make ends meet. And as a federal government, we are here to work in partnership with Quebec, with provinces, in order to invest in the help that people need. Yes, we have federal money, but we are here to invest it with provinces in order to help Canadians, and that's what we need to do. The Honourable Member for Bailey-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, when my car breaks down, I don't give my money to my dentist because my dentist doesn't know how to fix a car. They don't know how things work in Quebec. They have to whittle together some skills in jurisdictions that are not theirs. Their interference makes things longer and more expensive, and it won't be better than if they just let us spend our money. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We will always work hand in hand with the provinces in order to deliver services that Canadians need. But let us talk about dentists, Mr. Speaker. 1.7 million seniors throughout the country have signed up to our dental care program that will be delivered from coast to coast to coast, and that includes Quebec. We are here to make sure that seniors in Quebec and throughout the country can obtain the healthcare that they need and that they could not afford before now. We are here to help the well-being of all Canadians and all Quebecers, and we'll always do so, respecting jurisdictions and in partnership with our partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From Burnaby South.
Mr. Climate deny, Mr. Climate delay, strike again. The Corporate Knights report shows that the Prime Minister is delaying $15 billion that he promised to hardworking Canadians to lower their costs and their emissions. Yet the Prime Minister has no problem finding $18.6 billion in free subsidies for big oil and gas. So why is it that the Prime Minister wants to put shoulder the burden of the climate crisis on hardworking people and not give them a hand, but wants to give billions of dollars, like the Conservatives, to big oil and gas corporations?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we committed to phase out inefficient fuel and gas subsidies, oil and gas subsidies, 2 years ahead of all of our partners around the world. We're going to continue to do that. But it's unfortunate to see that the NDP seems to be falling into the Conservative misinformation trap. Our price on pollution actually puts more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families right across the country, particularly middle-income and low-income families, while we continue to fight climate change. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we developed a way to fight climate change and reduce emissions while putting more money in people's pockets, and we're going to keep doing that.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Paying the $15 billion for hardworking people, and that's wrong. L'été dernier.
Last summer, children were not able to go out and play and have fun in the park because of forest fire smoke. And yet, the Liberals think it is smart to delay climate action. They send $18 billion in subsidies to big oil companies, yet are delaying $15 billion in investments for the climate crisis and to help people. Why does the Prime Minister prefer to put money straight into the pockets of big oil CEOs instead of actually helping Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we see every single year the ever-worsening impacts of climate change and the costs thereof, which affect Canadians, our economy. And that is the reason for which we'll continue to fight against climate change whilst putting more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadians, because this is a responsible plan that will fight against climate change and will help with the cost of living. Unfortunately, the Conservatives continue to say no to fighting climate change. They want to remove investments to help Canadians.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Speaker, the incoming leader of the Liberal Party has just given a speech and given advice to his soon-to-be predecessor. He said that he agrees, this is Mark Carney, says he agrees that there should be a carbon tax conference where the premiers can come together and share their concerns about the Prime Minister raising the cost of living and breaking the back of Canadians. Will the Prime Minister won't listen to me, he won't listen to the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, will he at least listen to his successor and meet the premiers on the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it is important for folks, for Canadians who are watching this debate, to be careful about the misinformation being spewed by the Leader of the Opposition. It is important for a responsible government in this country to have a plan for addressing climate change and do so in a manner that enhances and addresses affordability concerns. That is exactly what the price on pollution does. 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back. 200 economists across the country agree with us. It is such a shame that we have a bunch of climate deniers over there who have no plan for the environment and no plan for the economy.
I ask all members, please, to only take the mic, only take the floor when they're recognized by the Speaker. I'll recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Mark Carney, who is the next Liberal leader, is a fierce supporter of the carbon tax. He's been called Carbon Tax Carney in the past, and he is willing at least to defend his carbon tax views in front of the premiers. The Prime Minister is not. He's running for cover and hiding from Canadians,
he's gone.
refusing to defend his own policy decisions. If the Prime Minister is really so proud of his plan to hike the carbon tax to 61 cents a litre, why won't he listen to Mark Carney and have a big, open, televised carbon tax conference?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very interesting that the Leader of the Opposition seems so fond of Mark Carney these days, who actually, as you say, does believe in a price on pollution. Perhaps the Leader of the Opposition should listen to him. But it is important with respect to the premiers to know that the premiers have every right to submit a plan that actually meets the federal benchmark and put in place their own price on pollution. That is something that British Columbia has done. That is something that Quebec has done. Mr. Speaker, Premier Moe was actually here recently and testified before the committee. And what Premier Moe said is he looked at alternatives to the price on pollution. He found every one of them to be too expensive. This from a guy who has no climate plan,
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Last week, the Prime Minister increased the carbon tax by 23% on Canadians, on gas, on groceries, on home heating. He's doubling down and defying 70% of Canadians and 8 premiers who want him to axe the tax. 6 of those premiers wrote the Prime Minister asking for a meeting to talk about his punishing carbon tax. Instead, the Prime Minister just shot down the idea because they already had a meeting 8 years ago. Can the Prime Minister tell us how many premiers he met in 2016 that are still in power today?
The Honourable Minister for Families and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, actions speak more than words. Our actions on this side of the House, over 750,000.
I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister to start again because the Chair sincerely could not hear what the Minister was saying. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, actions speak louder than words. On this side of the House, our actions, over 750,000 families benefiting from affordable childcare spaces, over 100,000 new spaces across the country, 7 million children whose parents benefit from the Canada Child Benefit, a national school food policy. Their actions, Mr. Speaker, vote against funding to increase the number of spaces, vote against a national school food policy, Mr. Speaker. They've made it clear they're not there for Canadian families.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if she missed the question, but Canadians certainly missed the answer. It's 0. 2016 is the last time he had a meeting. Pokemon Go, dabbing, Harambe, that's what was popular in 2016. And you can get an apartment for half the price. Since the last time the Prime Minister had a meeting with the premiers, gas and groceries have skyrocketed and interest rates have increased 10 times over. So will he put aside his desperation and defiance, do some work around here, and meet the premiers?
Then the Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Speaker, what Canadians will see today is one thing they will not hear from these conservative, Mr. Speaker, is the cost of inaction. The cost of forest fire, Mr. Speaker, the cost of flooding in our country, the cost cost of growth, Mr. Speaker, when each of these conservatives are standing up, they're telling Canadians they have no plan, Mr. Speaker, to fight climate change. On this side of the House, we recognize, like all Canadians, we need to act to save the planet. We need to act on climate change. That's why we're going to invest in Canadian. That's why we're going to continue to invest to make sure that we have a planet to live for our children.
Then I have
the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, housing has never been in such a sorry state. Rents have doubled, mortgages have doubled. And what's this government's strategy? To have a photo op. They always have an announcement with a photo op, but yesterday they breached new grounds. Yesterday the Prime Minister did a photo op on a roof. But that doesn't help Canadians put a roof over their heads. What is the government's plan to help Canadians who can't find a roof for their head? The Honourable Minister for Public Works and Government Services. As we said, there are two clear figures, 6,000 and 8,000. As during his mandate as housing minister, there were 6 affordable housing units built. We made an announcement that will create 42 new housing units. That means that in his riding, we have created 7 more housing units than his leader did during his mandate as housing minister. The honourable member for... Just 1 second. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent from the top. Mr. Speaker, I would like to tell my honourable colleague that I know what happens in my riding and that, yes, people are finding it hard to make ends meet. Yes, inflation is hitting people hard. And yes, this government is just spending without control. And that is adding fire to the flames of inflation. Mr. Speaker, the member, who is a minister as well, who is a well-respected academic, how will he explain to his future students that a budget can balance itself, like the Prime Minister keeps claiming? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I respect him. First of all, austerity is not a solution in 2024. The second thing I have to say is that respect is the foundation of academic relations. And that is true everywhere in Canada. I would like him to apologize to Quebec City, because he called the leaders of Quebec City incompetent, which is a shambles. The honourable member for Jonquière. New day, new interference. Today, it's the mental health of students that the Liberals want to manage. The same government that, let's not forget, is incapable of paying its own public servants through Phoenix. The same one that was unable to print passports. The same one that lost control of the borders and exacerbated the housing crisis. Imagine. The government now wants to manage the care offered to young people in distress. Are you reassured? Because I'm certainly not. Once again, since the federal government has no expertise in mental health, it manages no clinics and no psychologists. Let's be serious one moment, Mr. Speaker. Is it finally going to transfer this money to Quebec? The Honourable Minister for Transport. Mr. Speaker, when we invest in housing, everyone, the Bloc cries, the Conservative cries. When we invest in food for our younger students, they cry. When we invest in our seniors, the Bloc and the Quebec and the Bloc and the Conservatives cry. They're just crying together at the end of the day. You don't know which one's which at the end of the day. So at the end, we're just going to have the same people. Dear colleagues, I would like to ask all members to make sure that language used be respectful and dignified in these halls. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. We'd just like to let the federal government know that we have collaborated well when they copied our childcare program. given that we already had the skills, they sent us the money unconditionally, and everyone was happy. So why would it be different for mental health? With pharmacare that we've had for nearly 30 years, with dental care that we've had for over 50 years, why, for this case, can they not just simply transfer the money to Quebec? The Honourable Minister for Transport. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc is never happy. We invest in housing, they're not happy. We invest in our children, they're not happy. We invest in food banks, they're not happy. The Bloc is never happy. They're just losing their identity. They're being eclipsed by the Conservatives, who are doing their job better than they are. The Honourable Member for Avignon-la-Métis, Matane-Matapédia. While the Liberals try to govern Quebec, instead of Quebec, no one is governing the federal government. There's no one to table a true transition plan for the fisheries sector. There's no one to deal with a comprehensive reform of employment insurance. This morning, we even learned that the federal government is $14 billion behind in its promises to invest in the fight against climate change. By meddling in other people's business, the government is forgetting to deal with the major issues for which it is directly responsible. So, if there's no shortage of work at the federal level, why don't the Liberals actually get on with it and do their jobs? The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. As she knows full well, for a long time, I've fought for the environment to fight against climate change, and back then we all had a dream. When I was in the private sector, we wanted a federal government that would invest billions upon billions in fighting climate change. It never happened before we came to power, Mr. Speaker. At the time, it was just $100 million, a couple of $100 million, but now these are a couple of $100 billion that we're using to fight climate change. It's an absolute record in the history of our country. We are transforming the economy and jobs for decades to come, and in fighting our climate change.
The Honourable Member from Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. The Prime Minister raised his carbon tax 23% last week, driving up the cost of gas and groceries. Fortunately, Conservative Bill C-234 will exempt farmers' grain drying and barn heating from the carbon tax so food remains affordable. Will the Prime Minister lower costs on farmers and make food cheaper by passing Bill C-234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, it's important to actually ensure that we're dealing with the facts. 97% of on-farm fuels are actually exempt from the price on pollution, and there is a rebate to address farmers and farm incomes on a go-forward basis. In Canada, 8 out of 10 Canadian families get more money back. In fact, Professor Dalter at the University of Regina, who the Honourable Member might want to go talk to, called out the Conservatives last week for misinformation. When Conservative leader and his ally and the Conservative leader's ally, Scott Moe, appeared before committee on the carbon price, journalists called his appearance a parade of nonsense and completely dishonest. Conservative slogans and misinformation do not help Canadians with affordability.
The Honourable Member from Regina, Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Prime Minister is not going to back down from his carbon tax obsession. It's clear that he is going to continue to raise the carbon tax on gas, groceries, and home heating, and make life even more expensive for Canadians. Shameful. Since the Prime Minister refuses to call a carbon tax election, will he at least meet with the premiers and listen to their plans to make life more affordable?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows full well, provinces and territories can put in place their own price on pollution. That is what British Columbia has done. That is what Quebec has done. Those provinces that are actually committed to fighting change. But the Honourable Member comes from a province that has no climate plan, no climate targets. Their Premier admits that the price on pollution is the most cost-effective way to reduce emissions, and yet he does nothing. That is shame. Shame.
Double shame.
The Honourable Member from Red Deer, Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are tapped out. April 1st saw Canadians hit with a 23% carbon tax increase by these Liberals. As a farmer, Mr. Speaker, I know the first-hand true impact of carbon tax bills on farm operations. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost. It's time to axe the tax on farmers and food and pass Bill C-234. Will the Prime Minister lower costs on farmers and make food cheaper by passing Bill C-234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but it's important to remind my colleague, as a farmer, I'm fully aware that farmers are on the front line of climate change. And it's important to realize, Mr. Speaker, that farmers are devastated by massive storms on the prairie. Straw worth $300 a bale. That is crazy, Mr. Speaker. We have a plan to address climate change, and we have a Canada carbon rebate that refunds put more money in 8 out of 10 Canadians. We are addressing climate change and making sure the polluters pay, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister tweets out sunny ways from his rooftop, food banks in Simcoe County are reporting a 100% increase in use. Last week at the Angus Food Bank, Director Heather Morgan told me that active soldiers from Base Borden are regular visitors. Let that sink in. Meanwhile, Liberals hiked the carbon tax by 23% and continue to delay Common Sense Bill C-234. Will the Prime Minister pass Bill C-234 in its original form and axe the tax on farmers and make food more affordable for all Canadians?
The Honourable Minister for Natural Resources and Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole structure of the price on pollution, as the Honourable Member knows, is done in a manner that creates an incentive to reduce carbon emissions, but do so in a manner that is affordable for Canadians. 8 out of 10 Canadians get more money back. It works in direct proportion to income, so that those who live on the most modest incomes are the best off with respect to carbon pricing. Climate change is real, Mr. Speaker, whether the Conservatives like to understand that or not. Their premiers, Scott Moe and Danielle Smith, have both admitted that carbon pricing is the most effective and efficient way to reduce emissions. Get with the program.
Certain all members would like to make sure that questions and comments are directed through the chair. The Honourable
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
To the NDP, we now have dental care in Canada. This was opposed by the corporate Conservatives at every single step. Now, the Democrats fought for nearly 2 million seniors who will benefit from the dental care program in a few weeks' time. Now, dentists are raising concerns about the rollout of the program. Seniors shouldn't have to wait any longer to benefit from going to their dentist. What will the minister do to ensure that every senior who is registered will benefit from the dental care program without delay?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is exactly right. When parties work together and focus on solutions, we get things done. And that means making sure that for millions of Canadians who don't have access to oral health care, they're going to get dental care. 1.7 million seniors have signed up. We've seen hundreds of thousands of dental providers across the country sign up. We're creating a new portal to make sure that it's even easier for dentists to participate by working together, both as parliamentarians, but as Canadians. We can get through difficult times by making things better together.
The Honourable Member from North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, the Guaranteed Income Supplement is a lifeline for seniors across this country. Shamefully, at a time when grocery prices and rents are sky high, the Liberals are clawing back this support for more than 100,000 seniors receiving workers' compensation. This is wrong. The Liberals shouldn't be punishing seniors who were injured on the job. When will this government reverse the clawback so that seniors can afford groceries and rent?
The Honourable Minister for Labour.
Speaker, I'm very proud to stand in this House next to the Minister of Health as we roll out one of the largest social programs that Canada has ever seen. We are now up to 1.8 million seniors who are now registered for Canada's new dental program. This is something that will save lives. This is something that will restore dignity to the lives of so many seniors. And with so many seniors that registered up until the month of May, I look forward to more seniors enjoying the dignity of quality health care regardless of injury, regardless of birthright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint Laurent.
In 2017, our government released our defense policy, Strong, Secure, Engaged. Since then, the world has fundamentally changed. Russia has attacked Ukraine, the Arctic is more accessible to foreign actors, and the international rules that have kept us safe for over 75 years are increasingly challenged. As a member of the Standing Committee on National Defense, I have personally advocated for a modernization of our defense policy to better meet the needs of today. Can the Minister of Defense update this House on our government's work to update our existing defense policy?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member from Saint Laurent for her question. And I'm pleased to share with this House that yesterday we released our renewed vision for defence. Our North Strong and Free is a clear plan to build Canadian Armed Forces that will defend our sovereignty and protect our interests globally. It's a responsible plan, Mr. Speaker, that will support the members of the Canadian Armed Forces and help us grow their numbers. It's a plan to acquire and maintain the equipment and capabilities that they require to fulfill their mission. It's a plan to assert our sovereignty to defend our country and our continent. And finally, Mr. Speaker, it's a plan that makes us strong at home so that we can be strong around the world.
The Honourable Member from Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government and their carbon tax, Canadians are struggling to put food on their tables. When you tax the farmer who grows the food and you tax the trucker who ships the food, you punish all Canadians who buy the food. Food banks like the Cambridge Food Bank are now seeing record-breaking demand. This Prime Minister's 23% carbon tax hike is not worth the cost. So will the Prime Minister lower the cost on farmers and make food cheaper by passing Bill 234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague talks about putting food on the table. I'm proud to be part of a government that believes that hungry kids should have food on the table. I'm proud to be part of a government that's taking action to implement a school food program so those hungry kids are able to eat when they go to school. It's unbelievable to me to hear this rhetoric from the Conservative opposition when they have the gall to stand up and vote against putting food on the table for hungry kids. They talk a big game, but when they have a chance to do anything to put the food on the table for my constituents, they oppose at every turn. We'll do what it takes to help working class families and middle class families and kids when it comes to putting food on the table.
The Honourable Member from Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, that minister is so out of touch because here are the facts. After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, we have a record-smashing 2 million Canadians using a food bank in a single month, with over 1 million more expected this year. Food banks like the one in Cambridge are now seeing dual-income families, full-time working Canadians, and our seniors lining up at the food banks. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Will this Prime Minister finally show some compassion and make food cheaper for Canadians by passing Bill 234 in its original form?
Great job. The Honourable Minister for Families, Children and Social Development.
The mums and dads across this country that we've been helping, I worry for them, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition has been very clear, and his actions are all we need to know, all we need to point to. We point to their opposition of a motion and a vote to support a national school food program. Can point to their opposition and a vote to oppose expanding funding for more childcare to help families out. Mr. Speaker, their actions are clear. They will cut, cut, cut.
The Honourable Member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, the NDP Liberal government and the Prime Minister's 23% carbon tax is not worth the cost. The Prime Minister doesn't understand. If you tax the farmer who grows the food, you end up taxing the family who buys it. People are struggling in New Brunswick. 40 to 50 military families need to visit Gagetown Food Bank just to feed their kids. Now, UNB had to create their own food bank to feed their students. Will the Prime Minister lower costs on farmers and make food cheaper by passing Bill 234 in its original form?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, it's hard to take seriously the Honourable Member's criticism when he and his party voted against against a pay raise for the men and women who serve this country in uniform. When we go to this chamber every day, we have an opportunity to stand up for policies that help middle-class families put food on the table. When we cut taxes for the middle class and raise it on the wealthiest 1%, they voted against it. When we stopped sending child care checks to the wealthiest people in this country so we could put more in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families, they voted against it. And now they want to justify their climate denialism from taking hundreds of dollars from families who live in our communities. It's not right, Mr. Speaker. We're going to do what it takes to help people.
Yes. Hear, hear. The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
When you tax the farmer who grows the food and you tax the trucker who hauls the food, then you hurt the families who buy the food. Things have gotten so bad under this Liberal NDP carbon tax coalition that military families stationed in Borden and Gagetown are having to be using food banks. And troops training right here in Ottawa are relying on food donations from college staff. After 8 long years, this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister lower the cost on Canadian farmers and make food more affordable for all Canadians by passing Bill C-234 in its original form immediately?
The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me respond to, because I share the concern about the welfare of every member of the Canadian Armed Forces. You know, we work very hard to make sure that our forces receive all of the supports in housing and in financial supports that they require to do the important mission that they perform for all of us in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, we recently negotiated, for example, a very substantial pay raise because they've earned it and they deserved it. And that's why it was such a huge disappointment when that member and all of his colleagues voted against the money for that pay raise. Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility in this House to support the men and women who protect our country.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, imposing visas on Mexicans was necessary, but the federal government had promised that it would not affect workers. Now, Eastern Quebec is reeling from delays in the arrival of temporary foreign workers in the fishing and processing industries. Fortunately, since the Bloc Québécois leader wrote to the Minister of Immigration and the Prime Minister on March 25th, the situation has improved, and this should be acknowledged, but there are still concerns. We simply ask the Minister to reassure us. Can he confirm today that all the workers will arrive as soon as possible and that this situation will not affect other sectors like, for example, agriculture? Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. It's a very relevant one. It's clear that we all want a successful fishing season in Quebec, in Canada. When those fisheries depend on Mexican visas that need to be issued, we are working 24 hours a day so that this is done quickly. We will continue working on this. We're not out of the woods, but I have hope given the hard work of the teams working on this. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. There's a way to be both responsible at the border and responsible towards the entire fishing and processing economy in the Gaspé Peninsula and eastern Quebec. We simply have to work intelligently and without partisanship. The cooperation of the Minister of Immigration is to be commended, but he has the fate of an entire industry in his hands. One company has already closed because workers didn't arrive in time for the opening of the fishery, and others are afraid of suffering the same fate when their season opens for lobster. Can the Minister reassure them that workers will arrive as soon as possible? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship. As I said clearly to her colleague, we are working 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so that is the case. And imposing the visa on Mexico, which the Bloc Québécois called for, which is important, which we need to continue to underline, insofar as there are workers who have to have their passport stamped in Mexico, it has to continue. They need to do it with third parties who are helping those factories. At RARCC, we will work 24 hours a day so that it can be processed within 24 hours. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, after more than 8 years of this Liberal government, we all know it's not worth the cost. The price of housing continues to soar, and the government is forgetting about municipalities to increase new housing construction. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister finally build housing and eliminate bureaucracy in his next budget? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. We won't take any lessons from the Conservatives. What we are presenting is a plan for Canadians. a plan to build more housing, a plan to create more jobs, a plan to have more prosperity in the country. Mr. Speaker, Canadians watching at home understand that slogans don't create jobs, slogans don't build houses, and slogans don't create economic prosperity, Mr. Speaker. We'll let the Conservatives keep to their slogans and videos. We will focus on Canadians. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, housing prices will continue to skyrocket, warns the CMHC. The average cost of an apartment could rise by 27% over the next 3 years in the Montreal region. A Conservative government will reward cities that increase housing construction. Why, Mr. Speaker, doesn't the Prime Minister listen to common sense and work with his provincial and municipal partners to build the housing needed for the well-being of all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People laugh at home when they hear the Conservative members talk about cooperating with municipalities. The last time the Conservative leader spoke to the Mayor of Quebec City, the Mayor of Montreal, he insulted them. Is there anyone who thinks that cooperating is about insulting others? In 2024, it's about cooperation. That is why we put forward a plan to build more housing, help more people, create more prosperity. That's how we work in the interest of Canadians. The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I'll talk to you about another scandal. After 8 years of this Liberal government, the number of homeless people is increasing everywhere in Canada at a rapid pace. Let's take the example of Saint-Jérôme, according to a Radio Canada article. Isa, a newly homeless woman, said, "There's always my daughter who could help me, but I don't want to be a burden on her." Can this government have a little heart? My question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Will this Prime Minister finally do everything possible to build housing and stop piling on the bureaucracy in next Tuesday's budget? The Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, it's essential to invest to build housing. We are making investments with Quebec to build affordable housing. After an agreement with Quebec with $1.8 billion, we are building 8,000 affordable housing units just in Quebec.
Harrison, across the entire country, when the Conservative leader was the housing minister, they constructed a total of 6 affordable housing units nationwide. There is no contest when it comes to supporting the most vulnerable. I question their authenticity when they actually talk about the investments, when they vote against the money behind the programs.
The Honourable Member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, residents in Davenport are concerned about the fact that the Conservative Party wishes to cut their Canada carbon rebate. For most Canadians, each penny counts. The members of my riding depend on these checks. Can the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change explain to the House how these Canada carbon rebates reduce emissions and how these checks help Canadian families? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. I thank my colleague for her question and also for her efforts in French. I'd like to highlight that starting on Monday, the Canada carbon rebate will increase on April 15th for a family in Ontario, $280 4 times a year. The PBO said 2 weeks ago that the measure that has the least impact on the economy, that allows us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, is the pollution price. Over 200 economists have confirmed this, and the Premier of Saskatchewan, with whom I just about never agree, has admitted that it's the best way to reduce climate change.
Member from Yorkton, Melville.
Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister's record-high debt and deficits, he's not worth the cost of his overpriced stocks. Inflation and interest rates continue to make lives worse. Now, an economist has said that interest rate cuts may be further delayed because of this NDP Liberal government's out-of-control spending. Conservatives have offered a common-sense solution to fix the upcoming budget. When will this Prime Minister stop his out-of-control deficits with a dollar-for-dollar rule? Find $1 in savings for every new dollar he spends.
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservative, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we're presenting Canadian is a plan to build more homes, Mr. Speaker. What we're presenting Canadian is a plan to create more jobs. Mr. Speaker, what we're presenting to Canadian is a plan for prosperity. On the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker, it's slogans. Canadians at home understand that slogans don't create jobs. Slogans don't build homes. Slogans don't build prosperity, Mr. Speaker. We'll let them invent a new slogan while we focus on the matters of Canadians.
The Honourable Member from Renfrew Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government's addiction to spending is out of control. They're getting high off an unsafe supply of drugs and borrowed money. Their spending habit is driving up inflation. Interest rate cuts might be stalled because of out-of-control spending. Their far-left allies in BC just had their credit rating cut. This Prime Minister and his Socialist coalition are not worth the cost. This government must find $1 in savings for every dollar spent. Will the Prime Minister cap spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule to bring
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite continues to ask questions but not really focus on what her party has continuously done, which is vote against measures to support Canadians time and time again. 120 votes prior to the holidays, all-night voting, voting against children, voting against supports for families, and voting against our military, Mr. Speaker. So we will take no lessons from the Conservatives in terms of supporting Canadians because our government will always be there for them.
The Honourable Member from Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, this Prime Minister continues to demonstrate that he's not worth the cost. This government has added more to the national debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined. Yes, combined. And now a leading economist has stated that interest rates cuts are being delayed because of this massive government overspending. Wow. Will the Prime Minister cap government spending with a dollar-for-dollar rule, which finds $1 of savings for every dollar of new spending, so that interest rates come down and people can stay in their homes?
Great job, Dave. Great.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts. Inflation is at 2.8%, down 2 months in a row below 3%. AAA credit rating, Mr. Speaker, and just in the last 9 months, a food program for students in school. We're going to make sure that there's homes built across this country. How did that member and his Ontario colleagues vote when it came for the plant in St. Thomas? How did they vote when it came to support the Ford plant? They voted against. We're here for Canadians. That's what they expect. We're going to do that each and every day.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, we know that folks need to be connected, especially in rural, remote, and Indigenous communities in Alberta. It allows access to education, jobs, healthcare services, and innovation that otherwise would be unreachable. Unfortunately, for 10 years, the Conservatives failed to prioritize investments in connectivity. Because of their lack of action, communities in my province have been left out of those opportunities. The good news is that our government is tackling this issue head on. Can the government tell us what progress has been made towards connecting Albertans to affordable quality?
The Honourable Minister.
Since 2015, we have been making investments in Alberta, Mr. Speaker, so Albertans can access the tools of the 21st century. Today, just under 90% of Albertans have access to high-speed internet. In March, I was there to announce 14 projects to connect over 22,000 homes, 3,400 Indigenous homes, all in rural Alberta. This $112 million investment is in partnership with the province as part of our commitment to connect all Canadians by 2030. We will always stick up for Albertans, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Calgary Skyward always sticks up for Albertans and his constituents too. Thank you.
Bravo. The Honourable Member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are experiencing the brunt of the climate crisis. With
damage caused by flooding, and the fear of wildfire evacuations, all while the Liberals are rewarding the very people who are getting rich off it. Liberals gave over $18 billion to rich oil and gas companies last year. And today, we found out they broke $15 billion in climate promises. They announced $15 billion just for the photo ops. Why is it that the Liberals have no problem rewarding Canada's biggest polluters, but they won't invest in our children's...
The Honourable Minister for the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for her question. As she knows, I was an environmental activist for many years, and in my years, we could only dream of a federal government that would invest tens of billions of dollars in the transition to fight climate change, to create the jobs and the economy of the 21st century, Mr. Speaker. We have committed more than $100 billion since 2015 in the fight against climate change. That's not double what had been done before. That's not 4 times more that had been done before. That's not 10 times more. It's 20 times more. Wow. That has never been done before in Canada in terms of investment to fight climate change and create the opportunities of the 21st century.
Bravo, bravo, bravo. The Honourable Member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, many Canadians were let down when the Liberals suddenly ended the Greener Homes program. And yesterday we learned that over $1 billion promised to that program went unspent. Wow. Meanwhile, across Canada, hundreds of people built their careers and their businesses on providing service as part of Greener Homes. They were urged to do that by this government. Now they feel like the rug's been pulled out from under them. Some of them are selling their equipment. Why has this minister left these important clean energy workers in limbo?
Here, here, here. The Honourable Minister for Energy and Natural Resources and Energy.
For the question and for the discussion that he and I had at the airport on this particular subject, and I think we're intending to meet more about it going forward. The Greener Homes program was indeed very successful. We actually utilized all of the funding early, and thus we have closed the portal. But we have also announced we will be moving forward with a new program that will be focused on folks who live on modest incomes, enabling them to make deep retrofits moving forward, to reduce carbon emissions, and to enhance their energy savings on an ongoing basis. And we are very much committed to putting that in force.
We have reached the end of question period. I would like to take a moment to make a statement concerning the question of privilege raised by the member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Yesterday, on Monday, April 8, 2024, the member raised concerns on the government responses to order paper questions. As indicated by the member in his comments, I signed these responses when I was the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister. So that no conflict of interest may be perceived, I will recuse myself from this matter, and I will not comment further on this. I have asked that the Deputy Speaker rule on the question of privilege. He will therefore return with a ruling in a timely manner.
We arrive at the resuming debate on orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, reprise du débat sur une motion.
Resuming debate on supply motion on a carbon tax emergency meeting, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Le député de...
The member for Swan River, Nipawin Swan River.
Nipawin Swan River has 2.5 minutes left on his... Oh, point of privilege. I apologize. I didn't catch it. Point of privilege, the honourable member from Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on the question of privilege raised by the member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen. The question of privilege concerns a clear and potentially intentional omission of facts from a recently answered OPQ, known as the number Q1445. It would appear the government has acted irresponsibly and violated parliamentary procedure, therefore breaching trust. In the question I sent to the government, I asked the Prime Minister's office to outline when the government asked social media to take down content. This is commonly referred to as censorship. The government sent me an answer of the many times that it had done this, but apparently this was only partially true and not entirely true because there were omissions made. On Friday, April 5th, Ellen Sutherland, an Assistant Secretary to the Cabinet at the Privy Council Office, testified at the Public Inquiry on Foreign Interference. During his testimony, Mr. Sutherland revealed that in 2019, the Privy Council Office had asked Facebook to take down a post about the Prime Minister from the Buffalo Chronicle. He also mentioned that Facebook had honored the request, leading to the removal of the content from the platform. This is why I raised the point of privilege. This request for takedown was not reported in the answer to the question that I sent to the government, which means that there was clearly an omission made. I asked the government to report on its content takedown requests from 2016 onward, and I listed Facebook as one of the platforms I wanted to know about. Mr. Speaker, there was a clear omission from my order paper question and the answer I received, which has failed to satisfy its purpose in providing the truth based on what I had asked. This is a major concern, and it undermines trust in the institution in which electors place their confidence. How can we operate as a parliamentary democracy if this government cannot be trusted to answer questions from the official opposition, especially on matters of censorship? Mr. Speaker, it's awfully loud in here. I've put up with it for quite some time, but perhaps you could bring that down.
I will invite all the members in the House that wish to continue their conversations to please continue those conversations from outside this chamber. I would invite the Honourable Member for Lethbridge to continue with her comments.
I raise this question of privilege in light of the violation of government's obligation to answer an order paper question. But I also raise it considering how this government has taken steps to take control of the internet in Canada. Through legislation like Bill C-11, which centralizes regulatory control of what Canadians can see, hear, and post online based on what the government deems Canadian. In addition, I highlight Bill C-18, which has resulted in the government being one of the biggest gatekeepers of news in Canada, a major conflict of interest and a direct attack on journalistic integrity in this country. Now, most recently, through Bill C-63, the government proposes to establish an entire commission that will regulate online harm, yet another arm of the government. So how can Canadians trust this government to police various aspects of the internet if it cannot even be honest and tell the truth about the content requested to take down? Trust is pinnacle, and frankly, this government hasn't earned any of it. The truth must prevail. So, Mr. Speaker, you have the opportunity to look into this and to get to the bottom of it. Or you can keep us in the dark and allow secrecy and injustice to reign. Mr. Speaker, I understand that you are the one to make this decision, and we are putting our trust in you to make sure that this place is upheld and democracy is kept strong.
Je remercie sincèrement la députée.
I would like to sincerely thank the Honourable Member for her intervention. As I have just informed the House, this question of privilege resembles the one that was raised by the member for Okanagan-Similkameen Nicola. And as I mentioned in my answer, I was Parliamentary Secretary and I signed a response. And so I will allow the Deputy Speaker to render a decision, and I recuse myself from this discussion.
Members of the day, we're returning to the debate on the carbon tax emergency meeting, and the Member of Parliament from Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin, has 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where I left off. It's disturbing that Parliament must vote for a meeting between the Prime Minister and the Premiers, but we have no choice because the Prime Minister refuses to listen. What happened to sunny ways and openness this Prime Minister once preached? Mr. Speaker, it's very easy to see why Canadian Premiers have lost their trust in this Prime Minister over his failed carbon tax. Because he's continued to mislead them for 8 years. Before 2019, the Prime Minister, former Environment Minister, promised Canadians not to raise the carbon tax over $50 a tonne. And then, after the election, the Prime Minister announced his plan to quadruple the carbon tax. In fact, the current Environment Minister is now refusing to rule out any further carbon tax hikes. I asked the Environment Minister if he could promise Canadians not raise his carbon tax over $170 a tonne. He refused to answer. I wonder why. The Prime Minister also told Canadians they would get more back than they paid in carbon tax. But the government's own Parliamentary Budget Office proved them that wrong. In fact, the majority of Canadians will pay more in carbon tax than they get back. No wonder the premiers across Canada have lost trust in this government's carbon tax scam. No wonder they're demanding a meeting with this Prime Minister. It sure doesn't help when his Environment Minister punishes Canadians for driving their cars and heating their homes as he jets around the globe and lecturing others. The hypocrisy is truly astounding, and his Canadian premiers are right to call this government out. In conclusion, the great Winston Churchill once said that for a nation to try to tax itself into prosperity is like a man standing in a bucket trying to lift himself up by the handle. He was right. But now this Prime Minister and his radical Environment Minister believe they can carbon tax Canada into environmental prosperity. A belief so foolish that in doing so, they have united Canadians in opposition of their carbon tax. This isn't the unity that a Prime Minister is supposed to create. A Prime Minister is supposed to unite a country by lifting it up, not tearing it down. But a newfound unity does bring hope for Canadians. For the days of this NDP Liberal government are coming to an end, and Canadians will soon get to elect a common-sense Conservative government that will axe the carbon tax for everyone for good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires de l'honorable député de...
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, and throughout the debate on opposition days, and we've had many opposition days on the very same issue, one of the things that remains constant is the fact that the Conservative Party of Canada continues to want to mislead Canadians on the important issue of a price on pollution. And I'm wondering if the member could be very clear in his indications and indicate when they say cutting the tax, they're also talking about cutting the rebate, in which 80% of Manitobans receive more money back than they actually pay into the tax, and it's given a very encouraging climate incentive for reducing fossil fuel.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is this government has planning to quadruple the carbon tax. It's 4 times. Quadruple. Right now, we have citizens, I have lots of homeowners forwarding their natural gas bills. A $100 gas bill that has $100 worth of carbon tax on it right now. They want to quadruple that. So his natural gas bill, his energy bill is going to go up to $500 when it's all said and done, thanks to this government.
Yeah. The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There certainly is an affordability crisis in this country, in large part caused by oil and gas companies across the country who are gouging Canadians at the pumps. While the carbon tax went up just over 3 cents a litre last year and rebates went up with it, the profits, pure profits of the oil and gas industry went up 18 cents a litre to just over 42 cents or so. Yet there's no mention of that in this motion. Does the member have any explanation for why that's the case?
Gas price cut.
The honourable member from Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of profits, this member, we just simply have to do the math. This government is promising to quadruple the carbon tax. Right. If you take my example of $100 in natural gas costs and $100 right now of carbon tax, quadruple that, there's a massive amount of profit by this government right now, not by oil and gas companies.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member from Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this motion before us raises an interesting idea. I'm certainly one for discussion and dialogue, especially at times when we differ across the country. And so, I appreciate it being brought forward. My question to my honourable friend down the way, in question period today, one of his colleagues got up and claimed that the carbon tax was 23%. And I think that kind of statement, which is patently false, really clouds Canadians' understanding of the issue that's before us. Can he perhaps share whether he agrees that we should be accurate when we're citing numbers and percentages so that we're not misinforming the people we represent?
Here, here.
The honourable member from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa.
Factually, the carbon tax went up by 23% on April 1st.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak to this Opposition Day motion. It feels like Groundhog Day once again.
Forgive the member from Kingston Island probably didn't hear my point. I was calling out for questions and answers. The honourable member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague from Dauphin Swan River, Neepawa, for his speech today. And just asked him, as a farmer himself, as I am, if you could talk to how this carbon tax increase is impacting upon the cost of production for farmers right across this country, and how that leads to higher costs for people that have to buy food, and why we're seeing more and more people in the lineups at food banks and soup kitchens across this country. It's about the issue of unaffordability that's been created by this Liberal NDP carbon tax coalition. I would also ask Mr. Speaker if he could also reflect on the fact that the Prime Minister refuses to meet with the Premiers to find a better solution that does not negatively impact on Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
The honourable member from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa has about 40 seconds left on the clock.
I'd like to thank my colleague for this. It's a very important question. The introduction of the carbon tax and then the involvement of it over the last 8 years has fundamentally changed rural Canada. How we do business, how we think about how to make money. And it's based off of and agriculture being an energy-intensive industry, it's impacting it the most by far. And nowhere has this Liberal government even tried to attempt to address that. And that is why we're bringing forward this motion today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And perhaps I'll start where the last question left off, and that was the member from Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman asking about why the premiers can't get together to come up with a new solution. And I would offer, and I realize that that is what this part of this motion gets to, and my response to that would be the whole point of the program that's set up is that we don't need to have one solution for the entire country. As a matter of fact, premiers are encouraged to come up with solutions that just work for their provinces. That is the whole point to the system. It is only when a premier refuses to do anything that the backstop comes in. So, for example, BC might decide we will put a price on consumer use, or we will put a consumer price on carbon. Quebec might decide we will bring in and partner with other jurisdictions in North America through the Western Initiative on cap and trade. And another province might come up with a different solution. All that matters is that they reach a benchmark in terms of their commitment to reducing emissions. And it is only when no plan is put forward by provinces that the backstop kicks in. And so I find it, really interesting, this discussion that we're having about premiers and the premiers, calling on the government. The government of Canada is making it very easy for the premiers to develop and set up their own systems, their own plans to deal with carbon emissions. And my assessment of this, Mr. Speaker, is that the current position that premiers have been taking with respect to the price on pollution, the carbon tax, the federal backstop, is that they are just using the narrative of the Leader of the Opposition and what he's been saying about the carbon tax and never mentioning the rebates. They're using that as an opportunity to ride off the political coattails of the Leader of the Opposition a little bit to get some to keep hammering down on an issue that they know is false. They know is false. And no premier in this country knows that the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Carleton, the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Carleton, no one knows what he is saying is misinformation better than the Premier of Alberta, Daniel Smith. Because back in 2021, Daniel Smith had a lot to say about pricing pollution, Madam Speaker. Daniel Smith, the current Premier of Alberta, said you would have thought that she was promoting this policy on behalf of the federal government with her conviction and the manner in which she had so much to say about pricing pollution. These are not my words, Madam Speaker. These are the words of the Premier of Alberta, Daniel Smith. She said in an interview conducted by the Fraser Institute, nonetheless, she said in an interview, a discussion she was having with someone, she said, let's begin with talking about when carbon pricing at the federal level was first introduced. We talked about it being $50 a ton, and then recently we heard it's actually going to be $170 a ton over the next 9 years. She goes on to say, that sounds like somebody sat down and done some number crunching and they'd come up with the optimal value, as well as the optimal period of time to phase it in. And from the work you've done on this, you've even said that they're suggesting that this is going to have no impact on gross domestic product either. This also seems like the perfect policy. This is the Premier of Alberta. She's now the Premier of Alberta. When she made these comments, she wasn't. This was in 2021. And these are the comments. She actually went on to say, I do my family's taxes. So I know we got $808.50. We get an extra little bump. We get an extra little bump for me and my husband because we live in a rural environment. And when I go back and look to see what I spent last year in carbon taxes, because I work from home, I wasn't commuting, my gas bills were way down, and even the amount of tax that I paid on my home heating, because we're principally natural gas where I live, I would say that probably I ended up better off with that transfer. And so I think a lot of people would be of the view that if you're going to implement some kind of carbon or revenue neutral carbon pricing, that's probably not a bad way of doing it. This is Daniel Smith's own words from 2021, saying how much she believed in the carbon pricing system that we had developed, a carbon pricing system that is known throughout the world, speaking in favor of it. But not only that, doing the math herself, adding up her bills and coming to the actual conclusion that she gets more back than she pays. What happened to Daniel Smith since 2021? Oh, she became the leader of the United Conservative Party of Alberta. And now she has to suddenly start spinning the rhetoric of the Leader of the Opposition in this House because she looks at it as an opportunity for political gain. And that's what we're dealing with right now, Madam Speaker. We're dealing with premiers in this country who are looking for short-term political gain, and it's all at the expense of future generations. It's all at the expense of doing what is right. Danielle Smith knows what's right in terms of pricing pollution. She said it herself. She did the math herself. She came to the conclusion herself that she was better off. But it didn't stop her from doing a complete about-face the moment that she started to represent the far-right ideology of the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Carleton. And so Canadians have to ask themselves, they should genuinely, legitimately ask themselves, why would this Premier make such glowing comments about pricing pollution and how she was better off only to flip the switch? You know, you can say a lot of things about this government when it comes to pricing pollution, Madam Speaker, but what you can't say is that we haven't been consistent from day one in terms of our commitment to putting a price on pollution, because we have. And that side of the House has been all over the map. Stephen Harper first floated the idea in around 2007, 2008. The Conservative members that sit in this House and everybody that ran under their banner in 2021 ran on a platform of pricing pollution. Now they flip back because they see an opportunity for a little bit of political gain by confusing Canadians and intentionally misleading them, which is what they're doing. And so, Madam Speaker, inspired by Premier Smith, I went out and did my own research on this because I wanted to see, you know, how is this affecting me? So I did the same thing. I did what Danielle Smith did. I went in 2023, I took my Enbridge bills in Ontario. My natural gas is supplied by Enbridge. I added up the carbon levy that is on each bill, and for 2023 it came out to $379.93. I drive an electric car, my wife drives a hybrid electric car, but let's just assume for a second that we didn't, and we both drove internal combustion fuel vehicles. The average vehicle in Canada uses 1,667 liters of gas every year. If my wife and I were both driving, and we both had our own cars, we were both filling up that amount of gas, the average amount, we would have paid $238.55 each in the carbon tax. So now I add my home heating, and I add a car for myself and a car for my wife of purchasing gas. The total amount comes out to approximately $830. Then I went and I looked at my bank statement. What got deposited into my account? Not what did the minister tell me was going to be there, or what were the talking points. What actually got deposited into my bank account worked out to $884.50 in 2023. I was over $50 better off living in a house where I'm using natural gas, and assuming my wife and I were both driving gas consuming vehicles, which we're not, but for the sake of the experiment, I assumed that we were. We're better off, just like Danielle Smith. I'm better off with the price on pollution. Now, what Conservatives are going to tell you, Madam Speaker, is they're going to say, oh yeah, but you know, when you add up all I think I heard one member earlier today refer to it as the ripple down effect of the various different you know, when a trucker has to move some groceries around and then you go by, you're going to pay that extra amount. Carbon tax gets added onto it. I want to thank somebody on TikTok, I believe it was, or Instagram, that actually went and did the math on this. And I was actually pretty impressed that I told my staff, I'm like, we should do similar math on this so we can confirm it. Okay? This is what he came to the conclusion of. The average 18-wheel transport has 120. There's an average of 120 boxes of cereal on a skid. Each transport tractor can carry 26 skids of cereal. Now that's a total number of 3,120 boxes of cereal on that truck. The extra fuel costs that he calculated for driving 1,000 kilometers for an 18-wheeler was $53.01. Now, if he had driven 2,500 kilometers, it would have been $132.52. But I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. Take that added amount, divide it by the 3,120 boxes of cereal on there, and the increase to a box of cereal on a 1,000-kilometer drive was 1.7 cents. That's what they're getting all worked up about. 1.7 cents on a box of cereal. Meanwhile, in Alberta, on the same day that the carbon price increased on April the 1st, I don't hear any outrage from my Conservative colleagues from Alberta about how Danielle Smith conveniently added another 4 cents to a liter. That would have done more damage to this math. That would have more than doubled it. That's what we're dealing with. On other items, such as milk, it works out to 1.4 cents for one package of milk. This is what they're talking about. And then they want to confuse everything. What Conservatives are doing, and I'll hand it to them, they've done a decent job of doing it, is they want to confuse Canadians. They want to tap into the anxiety that's created by inflation, the anxiety that's created by greedflation, and they want to use that anxiety against the very people that are experiencing it. They want to use it against those that are struggling right now to make them think that you are worse off with a price on pollution, when Danielle Smith herself said you're not, you're better off. And as a matter of fact, individuals that make less than $50,000 a year, 94% of them get back more than they put in. So when the Leader of the Opposition gets up and he starts going on about we have to, when the leader of the opposition gets up and he starts going on and on about the impacts that people are going to feel as a result of this, he's intentionally misleading people. He's intentionally trying to tap into anxieties. And people should be aware of that. This motion specifically asks to bring premiers together. And as I indicated earlier, I said to the House, Madam Speaker, I said, well, you want to bring people together, but you don't even really have to, because we don't need a collective idea for the whole country. Each province is at their own will to develop the system that they want. But we had the Premier of Saskatchewan, Premier Scott Moe, come to committee on March the 27th, and here's what he had to say when asked, what are you going to do? What plan might you have to deal with this if you don't like the federal backstop? He said, the goal is not for our employers to pay more. The goal is for them to emit less and to displace higher emitting, competing industries around the world. That's how we will build a strong Canadian economy. That is how we will lower global emissions. That's how we will employ Canadians in our communities and in your community and in mine. A non-answer, a complete non-answer. The Canadian press summed it up perfectly when they said big polluters should be punished shouldn't be punished financially. Big polluters shouldn't be punished financially. They should just emit less. That's the position of the Premier of Saskatchewan. Just pollute less. Come on, just pollute less. And then earlier today, in a question, in an exchange, I heard a Conservative member say, no. What Canadians need are just more options of, options where they could be purchasing products that are contributing less. We incentivize the marketplace for a reason. We didn't just magically get off the incandescent light bulb and find out that the LED light bulb was so much better. We had jurisdictions throughout the world saying, hey, incandescent light bulbs are very inefficient. Maybe we should start phasing them out and incentivizing the marketplace to start coming up with new solutions. That's how we got to the compact fluorescent bulb. And then someone said, hey, well, we could actually do this with LED light bulbs and make it even more efficient. And that's how we got to the LED light bulb. We didn't get there because those that were making the incandescent light bulbs that only lasted 6 months suddenly said, hey, I got a better way of doing this, and we can give people a better product that's more efficient, that'll last longer, and virtually be at the same price after it's been introduced into the market for a long time. Of course they didn't. They were incentivized by decision-making that they had to make in the marketplace. And that's exactly what the price on pollution is. It's about encouraging people to make different decisions. So when somebody says, well, I'm currently using natural gas to heat my home, I could go to a heat pump, and somebody says, maybe it's time for me to look at an electric vehicle, these people are now making new decisions about the products that they want to use and the services that they want. And as a result, they can end up better off, especially when you look at the rebates that are available at federal and provincial levels to do things like install heat pumps, to subsidize buying electric cars. This is where we are right now. We're making a transition. Conservatives want to pretend like the world isn't changing. They want to pretend like oil and gas will be here forever, burn baby burn, drill baby drill. That's all they care about. You can do whatever you want. We can do whatever we want in this country in terms of trying to halt the production of electric vehicles, prevent the sale of them, but the world is changing. 40% of cars sold in China last year were electric vehicles, Madam Speaker. The world is changing. Conservatives need to figure out that it's time to get on board. It's time for Canada to be a leader. It's time for Canada to be at the forefront of these new technologies so we can be developing them and exporting them around the world, not living in the past. And unfortunately, the leader of the opposition is looking for anything, to do anything, to assume power. And even if that means exploiting Canadians' fears and putting them into positions of exploiting their anxieties just to do it, he'll do it. Because he doesn't care at the end of the day. He doesn't care that 94% of those making less than $50,000 get more back in the rebate than they pay in the price on pollution. All he cares about are the big emitters, the big companies, and allowing them to continue to pollute for free. Well, we don't pollute for free anymore, Madam Speaker. It's the exact same concept that you and I pay property taxes back in our constituencies. We pay to get garbage picked up at the side of the road. We pay to recycle. We pay to compost. That's us paying for pollution. And there's no difference when you talk about paying to pollute into the atmosphere. It's the exact same concept. But for some reason, nobody on the other side bats an eye when someone says, well, we got to charge you money to take your bag of garbage to the dump. Nobody bats an eye at that. But as soon as you say, well, we got to charge you money to put those pollutants in the air that'll be there for generations to come, then they suddenly have a problem. This is the right thing to do. It's what's happening around the world, Madam Speaker, and it's really time for the Conservatives to get on board.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And on this very important motion that we have here today, the Liberal member that was giving his speech was talking about how Conservatives are going on and on about how unaffordable things are, about the carbon tax, and in his own words, getting all worked up. And we know that families and small businesses are having a really tough time. And what I have here is I've got a couple of bills from small businesses in my riding, one of which the cost of gas was $159.67. The carbon tax was $231.87. I have another one here where the cost of gas was $311.31 and the carbon tax was $452.08. And in particular, this one, the small business owner told me that that this would have been his profit. This would have been his profit. Now, of course, we also know that there's GST on top of the carbon tax as well. And so how can this Liberal member justify, when we've got small businesses that are paying these types of bills, when they're having such a tough time already, just barely affording to pay their bills right now before they even get this tax bill?
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I never said, Madam Speaker, that Canadians aren't having a tough time. The world has gone through a lot in the last 5 years. The world has experienced inflation because of a whole bunch of events that somehow, Conservatives think that this Prime Minister is incapable of doing just about anything, yet accredit him for bringing in inflation throughout the entire world. Every single day they get up and talk about how this Prime Minister is the cause of this inflation. Well, the inflationary impacts are happening throughout the world. I'm not saying that Canadians aren't and haven't had a hard time over the last few years. What I'm saying, Madam Speaker, is the Leader of the Opposition is using that anxiety to try to turn Canadians on each other. That's what he's been doing with this the carbon tax. We've had a carbon tax in 2018. I ask the people at home watching this, didn't this just kind of pop up? Don't you feel as though this issue just kind of came to light within the last 6 to 8 months? But we've had the carbon tax since 2018. Why do you think that is? There's nothing new. It's been around. It's that the Leader of the Opposition has suddenly started to use it as a weapon to motivate people's anxiety and to use it against them.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Langford.
Malahat Langford.
Aye. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Kingston and the Islands for his intervention. Over the course of 2024, I've been paying keen attention to gas prices in my region. And what I noticed was from February to March, the price jumped by 30 cents per litre. It went from $1.59 per litre to $1.89 per litre. Now, in British Columbia, we do have our own system. On the day of the carbon tax increase on April 1st, it went from $1.90 to $1.93. And then 1 week after that, in many regions in my area, it then shot up again on its own to about $2.04. So a massive increase all on its own when compared to the April 1st increase. And yet complete deafening silence from Conservatives because I believe they don't want to upset their oil masters in Alberta. Deafening silence. Now, at the Agriculture Committee, we had some figures presented by Dr. Jim Stanford, who showed that from 2019 to 2023, oil and gas profits in this country went up by over 1,000%. Through you, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague, what does he remark about the deafening silence we hear from Conservatives when it comes to oil and gas profits and how they are gouging Canadian families, not only in my riding, but right across this country from coast to coast to coast?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Absolutely. It's an excellent question, an excellent point, and he's absolutely right. It's silence from the other side. And to even add more onto that, Premier Smith in Alberta also timed her 4-cent increase for April 1st. So you have the oil and gas companies piling on, you have the government of Alberta piling on, and everybody pointing the finger at the federal government because of 3 cents. And that's what I find so disheartening. Like, he's absolutely right. Where is their outrage when it comes to the wicked profits that are being made by the oil and gas sector? Why don't we see outrage from the Conservatives on that? Why don't we hear outrage when Daniel Smith increases the per litre gas tax by more than the carbon tax on the exact same day? Oh, because that doesn't serve their political purpose.
The
Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax doesn't affect Quebec, so I'll ask my Liberal colleague another question. He mentioned recognizing that times are tough, and for a household, the cost of housing is a major issue. I've just spent 2 weeks in my riding where people talked about federal government attempts with the gas tax to impose conditions on housing that isn't flying in my riding. Cities have their own plans. They want the federal government to transfer money and not impose an additional level and to have 2 layers of everything. Cities don't want these conditions.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
The member started off, Madam Speaker, by talking about Quebec not having a carbon tax. Yeah, Ontario never used to have a carbon tax either. As a matter of fact, when the system was set up, Ontario was still under the Western Initiative's cap and trade model that Quebec was under because they signed on at the same time. Then you have Doug Ford who comes along and says, oh yeah, I don't want anything to do with that, gets rid of it. And then Doug Ford starts criticizing now the federal government saying, why are you doing this to my province? They would have been in the exact same position as Quebec had they not done that. She raises good questions about housing, but this is another example of where Canadians need supports. And this is another example of where we are trying to support Canadians in many different ways through the various different initiatives, whether it's helping people with their rent that is geared to their income, whether it's helping to subsidize below market rent construction of housing. We've rolled out a number of programs. I understand that the member has an issue with respect to the exact way that it's rolled out in her municipality or in Quebec. But I would suggest that, when the Minister of Housing goes around to each municipality, at least outside of Quebec, and strikes a deal with the municipality, like he did in Kingston, and said, the federal government will provide you with $27 million as long as you bring in measures to expedite the building of housing. When you have a federal minister who's going into communities doing that throughout the country, that's commitment. That's looking for solutions.
Dear Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just to set some of the narrative, when the honourable member speaks about that which Danielle Smith had spoken of, first of all, yes, 3 years ago. Last week, she did talk about the difference between the $65 and the $80. She also talked about the comparison of this government's plan with that of the Alberta NDP, which had only rebated a portion of the revenue to the low and middle income earners when it was in government. So there was a little more to the story than that which the member is speaking about. And the other aspect, if he looks at the oil price, the fact that it has been down for the last 3 months is the reason why that 4 cents was put back in. Because the price is now going back up, that could well go down or could even go down more than that 4 cents. Will that happen with the carbon tax?
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
This is what Danielle Smith said. let's begin with talking about the carbon pricing at the federal level was first introduced. We talked about it being $50 a ton, and then we recently heard that it's actually going to be $170 per ton over the next 9 years. That seems like somebody sat down and done some number crunching, and they've come up with the optimal value as well as the optimal period of time to phase it in. And from the work you've done on this, you've even said that they're suggesting that this is going to have no impact on gross domestic product. This also seems like the perfect policy. Daniel Smith had all the trust in the experts in 2021 to develop the pricing mechanism on their own. But now suddenly there's an issue with those experts. You be the judge, Madam Speaker. What's happened between 2021 and now? She became the leader of the far-right party in Alberta.
To give a very brief question to the honourable member for Skeena-Buckley Valley, a very brief question.
So the federal government is increasing the price on carbon to $80 per ton, and I thought it would be interesting to look at what the biggest emitters in Canada are paying per ton for their pollution. Well, the Canadian Climate Institute says that the average price they're paying, $4.96 per ton. $80 versus $4.96. Now, before the member for Lakes and the Islands says that the consumers get a rebate, et cetera, the industry gets something much richer than a rebate. They get $18 billion in subsidies. I bet they're getting more in subsidies than they're paying in carbon pricing. Why does this government keep letting the biggest polluters in our country?
I have to give us a few seconds to the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands to answer.
Listen, I'm not going to disagree with a lot of what that member said, and if he's looking for more opportunities to further tighten money or rebates that are going back to big oil, I'll be an open ear to listening to what he has to say. But I think it is also really important to remember that sometimes when we subsidize the fossil fuel industry, it's to do important things like clean up orphan oil wells that perhaps...
Not going to go through the whole debate again. I have to really start reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lévis-Laudière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be sharing my time with my colleague from King Vaughan. It's a pleasure for me to rise to speak today in this House about the importance of having a meeting of the provincial premiers with the federal government on issues of great importance for the future of our society. When I think about the future of our society, I'd also like to take this time to talk about the arrival of my 7th grandchild, my 3rd grandson. His name is Octave Gourde. He has joined my dream team of grandchildren, Maëva, Loïc, Béatrice, Delphine, Arthur, and Mathilde. You will understand, Madam Speaker, that my motive here in this House is to ensure that my grandchildren will have the most promising future in our country. We are all at a crossroads when it comes to the future and the direction that our country must take to deal with the political failures of this Liberal government since 2015. The Liberals have been stubbornly putting in place a carbon tax with the results that we currently have with this tax to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which showing poor results. It's in fact a monumental failure because there is no reduction in greenhouse gas emissions with a policy that punishes Canadians when it comes to this carbon tax, and Quebec with its carbon stock exchange. This approach that was promoted nearly 10 years ago now demonstrates that there is no positive effect in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. On this side of the House, we're in favor of science and technology. There are specific objectives to succeed in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and we all know how important it is. However, we see the failure of the past 10 years. It's high time to take a good look and determine how to approach the future to have a concrete, direct, and tangible impact on our environment. And that is why we are asking the federal government to organize a meeting with the provincial premiers in order to establish a clear and specific strategy on the future of the carbon tax, which is penalizing Canadians. It's hitting their wallets. It's extremely important to move forward and to understand what the situation is. We are at this point, and we must take action on behalf of our children and grandchildren across this country. It is our duty here in the House to take the right action. We must have a vision for the future of our country, and we must adopt reasonable measures to improve the lives of Canadians. This situation is quite precarious. There is a huge lack, an egregious lack of housing in our country. Millions of Canadians have difficulty making ends meet, and millions of Canadians have difficulty affording food, and the federal government has put in place a plan to feed our kids at school, and that's proof. Imagine the point at which we are now at. It's very sad if we have to feed our kids at school like a third world country, like some third world countries we helped a few years ago. And it proves the extent to which Liberal policies since 2015 have changed our country, pushing it in the wrong direction. Our Canada is in danger. It's no longer what it was, and it makes me very afraid. It's clear that on this side of the House, we want to have a new government as soon as possible, and we have a clear plan to give Canadians hope. A clear plan to drop interest rates, to reduce inflation, and to ensure that housing can be built. We will allow all Canadians to have hope that their work will have an impact on their wallets. It's important to maintain our goal and reduce inflation. We no longer have the means to have a Prime Minister at the head of a federal Liberal government who not only is stubbornly maintaining the carbon tax, but who is increasing it irresponsibly by 23%. He has created an economic misery across the country. Instead of helping Canadians, he decided to increase the carbon tax by 23% on April 1st. This is just one step in the Prime Minister's plan to make everything more expensive by quadrupling the carbon tax over the next 6 years. 70% of Canadians and 70% of the provincial premiers have asked the Prime Minister to repeal this increase. He has refused to listen to them and to open his eyes to the disaster he is creating. The premiers of Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta also wrote to the Prime Minister to ask him to hold an emergency meeting, but he did not listen to them, just like he will no doubt do after this motion. Yet it would be so easy for this Prime Minister to understand that if you tax the farmer who produces the food and the trucker who ships the food, that ultimately you're taxing the families that are buying the food. That's why we, the Conservatives, support our common sense leader who introduced today a motion in the House of Commons asking the Prime Minister to hold an emergency meeting on the carbon tax with the provincial premiers in Canada to discuss the possibility of allowing the provinces to opt out of the federal carbon tax to pursue other responsible ideas to lower emissions. The Common Sense Conservatives will continue to work with the provincial premiers in order to lower prices for Canadians, and will fight for an election on the carbon tax in order to get rid of the tax once and for all for everyone. It will be a simple choice at the next election for Canadians. Everyone will say bye-bye to a government that wants to tax Canadians, because we need a government that does help Canadians instead, putting money into their pockets so that we can have a prosperous future in this country for us, our children, and our grandchildren, and to bring back the meaning to work and to ensure that people get value for the work that they do and their hard-earned money. Given this choice that voters are facing, they will remember those who supported this unfortunate government and voted for astronomical expenditures and waste and doubling the debt of our country since 2015. Without the help of the Bloc and the NDP, that would not have been possible. Canadians will remember. I'm confident of that. In conclusion, I would like to I'm trying to understand why this Prime Minister is so afraid of meeting with the provinces when he is not afraid to meddle in things that don't concern him when it comes to respecting provincial jurisdiction. Should we be surprised of seeing this Prime Minister who believes that he can do whatever he wants, refuses to respect jurisdiction established by the Fathers of Confederation. The meeting would simply set the record straight in terms of what the federal government has to do, and also prove to him that his management of the country has been catastrophic and that he hasn't achieved his own goals in his own areas of jurisdiction. That said, if each of us worked in partnership as a model team, we could, as the federal legislator and provincial legislator, and if we include all of the municipal actors and stakeholders to help all sectors of our economy and all citizens, we could ensure that everybody could have a better life. At the next election, there will be two diametrically opposed options. The record of a prime minister who isn't worth the cost, with his government that doubled rent, mortgage payments, and down payments, with record deficits that have caused the interest rates to rise astronomically, or a common-sense conservative government that will work with the provincial premiers in order to lower prices for Canadians, and who will fight for an election on the carbon tax in order to eliminate once and for all this tax on everything for everyone. I hope that this election will happen sooner rather than later. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's truly amazing in terms of the consistency of the Conservative Party, no matter what region of the country the MPs are from, how they want to mislead Canadians. Members from the province of Quebec and British Columbia should be ashamed of themselves. You know, you take a look at it. We're talking over 10 million Canadians that do not pay the carbon tax, as they refer to it, or receive the carbon rebate. They continue to give misinformation no matter where they go. And I'm wondering if there's any humility within the Conservative caucus. Will not any member stand in his place or her place and indicate that this misinformation does a great disservice to the whole concept of a price on pollution, of which the province of Quebec and the province in BC already have. So they do not have the backstop of the federal carbon rebate, carbon tax system.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government, in fact, should be ashamed of everything they've done since 2015. Is Canada in a good position internationally when it comes to reducing greenhouse gas emissions? No. In fact, we have a poor showing. Everything this government has done has not worked. It's a huge failure. There are just a few months left. If they are a little proud, they should hold an election as soon as possible. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague for the arrival of his grandson. This is an accomplishment. I would simply like to say this to my colleague. There are people that estimated the impact of the carbon tax, the direct impact of the carbon tax, by $1,000. It's about $150 per $1,000, and that it doesn't apply to Quebec. $150. Why doesn't it apply to Quebec? Because economists say that it's too insignificant. But there's a professor that tried to do it. So when we look at the indirect impacts of the carbon tax per $1,000, we can say that it's 25 cents, approximately. Doesn't my colleague think this is a bit excessive to give so much time to the carbon tax for 25 cents over per $1,000? The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague really likes to play with the figures, but Canadians who go to the pumps and pay 25 to 40 cents on each litre, that's a lot of money coming out of their pockets. And every time anything is brought or transported across the country, there's the carbon tax and the carbon tax and the carbon tax. It's easy to see 2 million people have trouble eating in Canada. We had to put in place a national plan to feed our kids at school. We did the same thing for countries in the third world several years ago. That's where we are, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemount. Madam Speaker, I hope my colleague knows that there's no carbon tax in Quebec. I think that would guide him a little bit in his comments. The Conservative Party is the same party that believes in the oil and gas companies that saw their profits increased. And the Conservatives didn't even go to the meetings because this was a problem during the climate change meetings. If they want to reduce greenhouse gas emission, they should tell us today in order to be credible. What does the Conservative Party plan to fight against climate change? They don't want to do anything. They just want to give oil and gas companies a blank check. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Science and technology will help a great deal when it comes to climate change, but I'd like to tell my colleague that the carbon exchange does exist in Quebec. Every time I go to the pump to fill up my car, I pay for the carbon exchange. But currently it's doing nothing for Quebecers. It's going to California. We get no returns. Whether it's called the carbon tax or a carbon exchange, it's the same thing. The money is coming out of the pockets of Canadians. It's not doing anything for Canadians who work for these ideologists.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, as the member for King Vaughan, I am proud to rise today to forward the voices and concerns of my constituents and hope they don't land on deaf ears. These past 2 weeks while I was in my riding provided me the opportunity to connect one-on-one with friends, family, and concerned citizens. I heard heartbreaking stories of young men and women who feel they will never get out of their parents' basement and can't afford their own home. Parents who tell me they can't afford to drive to work anymore because gas prices are too high and the cost of electric cars is out of reach. And seniors who are choosing between heating their homes and purchasing food. They know this Prime Minister and my colleagues on the other side of the House just aren't worth the cost. I had one very intuitive woman ask me if the Prime Minister would like to borrow her hearing aids because he is obviously deaf to the crisis he has created. At a time when food bank usage is at an all-time high, he decided to hike the carbon tax even further. The Liberals claim there is no scientific proof that the carbon tax is creating higher prices or a cost of living crisis. But Canadians know this is not the case. The Liberal NDP coalition even went so far as to try to portray the carbon tax as not being a factor in inflation. They continue to mislead Canadians by describing their carbon tax rebates as an affordability measure. However, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has again testified in committee that once you factor in the rebate, but also the economic impact, the majority of the households will see a negative impact as a result of the carbon tax. In fact, Stats Canada has noted that Saskatchewan has lower inflation than the national average after the provincial government decided to stop applying the carbon tax on home heating fuel beginning this past January. Since then, inflation in Saskatchewan has been declining faster than any other part of the country. This Liberal NDP coalition doesn't understand that if you tax the farmer who makes the food, the trucker who ships the food, you end up taxing the family who buys the food. Premiers understand this. 23% tax hike is the last thing Canadians need during this Liberal NDP-driven cost of living crisis. In fact, the premiers of Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta have also written to the Prime Minister asking him to call an emergency meeting. The Liberals raised taxes at a time when a third of food bank charities are turning away because they no longer have the resources to feed them. However, despite all of this, environmental minister has stated they will continue to increase the carbon tax until it reaches $170 per ton and maybe even higher. Previously, I've spoken of Vaishali, who runs the independent food bank SciDam, and I will now give you the latest numbers. So people at home, please take a seat. In August 2023, they served 3.17 million meals per month. As of January 2024, they have served 3.2 million meals per month. That's an increase of 30,000 meals per month. Last year, they had 2,809 seniors registered to receive support on a monthly basis. They now have 3,865 seniors, an increase of 1,056 seniors. They also opened their doors to serve breakfast to children. This is outside of the school programs. Last year, they served 9,876 breakfasts to children, and this year, 10,476,000. And this morning, they delivered 40,000 pounds of fresh green produce to other major food banks in the area. This cannot happen without donations from those who can afford to give. However, due to the out-of-control inflation and the high cost of living, financial donations have dropped by 90%. So, if this House will indulge me for a moment, I am going to make a plea to all of those who can. Please donate so Vaishali can continue this important work. His mission in life is to ensure that no one goes to bed hungry. Without the support of the community, this is not possible. Madam Speaker, when the NDP Liberal coalition tried to convince us that things are looking up, these numbers tell the truth. Canadians are living this reality. Maria, an Italian working mother, is struggling to keep the heat on. This past winter, she was unable to keep on top of her gas payments, and it was eventually cut off. She can no longer afford to stay in the family home. She has been buying groceries and gas using her credit, and now all available credit has been exhausted. She is going to have to sell her home. But then, where does she go? If she could find an available rental unit, the cost would be more than she can afford, and her credit rating has deteriorated. The average cost of a two-bedroom apartment in Toronto went from $1,288 per month in 2015 to a whopping $2,671 per month today. What do I tell her? Does the Minister of Environment think of her when he digs in his heels and refuses to put a pause on this tax? And for what? He claims a carbon tax is reducing carbon emissions. That is as delusional as believing families are further ahead financially because of the rebates. Canada is ranked 62nd out of 67 countries on climate performance. And while the environmental minister has no explanation for Canada's climate performance dropping, he jets off to Beijing and Dubai for a climate conference. Isn't this typical? So, as I say, not as I do scenario. It's fine for him to increase the carbon footprint with his lavish trips, but he lectures Canadians on their behavior? Really? However, all is not lost. Common sense Conservatives will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. This common sense Conservatives are calling on the House to convene a carbon tax emergency meeting with all Canada's 14 First Ministers, and if the government is as transparent as they claim to be, this meeting will be publicly televised. Canadians can't wait. We want this meeting held within 5 weeks of this motion being adopted. Common sense Conservatives will continue to work with Canada's premiers to bring home lower prices for Canadians. Madam Speaker, why won't this Prime Minister listen? Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the issue of affordability has always been important to this government, and the distortion of facts and the misleading information that the Conservatives continue to spin day out, day in, whether it's inside the House or outside the House, is ridiculous. You know, when you talk about the impact of the carbon tax or the carbon rebate, at the end of the day, think in terms of the carbon tax and the Governor of the Bank of Canada. You know, we're talking about a fraction of a percentage point in regards to the impact on inflation. In fact, the parliamentary budget officer, in a quote, says, yes, referring to it, but I would assume that the impact of the carbon tax on the price of food is probably not significant. Even though there are being increases in the price of food, not all of it, only a fraction of it can be attributed to the carbon tax. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives just spread misinformation after misinformation. But having said that, I'm interested in my colleague across the way's response. When we had the April 1 increase of 3 cents a litre in the province of Alberta, yet the Premier of Alberta increased the cost of a litre of gas by 4 cents. Why don't we hear the screaming and yelling coming from the Conservative Party here saying, geez, that 4 cents a litre, which is more than the price increase on the price on pollution or the carbon tax, why are they sitting on their hands and saying nothing? Is it because they are that partisan that they close their eyes and it has nothing to do but just targeting misinformation?
I have to give the Honourable Member for King Vaughan the opportunity to answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, perhaps the member opposite didn't hear or wasn't paying attention, but I did highlight in my speech that the testimony from the PBO who stated that once you factor in the rebate, but also the economic impact, the majority of households will see a negative impact as a result of the carbon tax. Stats Canada figures prove that without the carbon tax applied to home heating, inflation rate would decline. And so I have a couple of situations. They hired over 400 employees to administer the plan at a cost of $200 million. Do you know how many trees that would have planted? Plus, I'd like to ask my honourable members across the hall, I spent New Year's Eve day volunteering at the food bank. I saw firsthand the lineup of the people that are struggling and embarrassed but needed to get to the food bank to support their family so they could sit down to a half-decent New Year's Eve dinner. Where were they?
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is going to be simple. Yes, it's important that every Premier feels heard, but also listened to. My question is as follows. Is it really up to the House of Commons to order anyone, and that includes Premiers of Canada, order them to go around the table with the Prime Minister? Would that not be up to the Premiers themselves to demand such a meeting? So this must come from them, so that they're not seen as puppets of this Parliament, because they are not the puppets of members of Parliament. Premiers need to be respected, they need to be heard, but they need to be able to say what they want to do about their needs. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague. I think that we keep hearing over and over and over again that this government wants to work with premiers. The premiers want to work with the government. They want to sit down and they want to be able to discuss the carbon tax and the issue it's causing, the unaffordable issue it's causing to their provinces. Why won't they listen?
Very brief question from the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for King Vaughan is right that affordability is a concern. Line-up at food banks are a concern. Now, if we look at what food banks across this country are telling this government to do, you can look at every single pre-budget submission of theirs. None of them mentions the carbon price. Let's look at the Daily Bread Food Bank, for example. Their top 3 recommendations, every single one mentions the Canada Disability Benefit. Is the member for King Vaughan going to advocate for the Canada Disability Benefit?
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Madam Speaker, I believe I'm part of the Accessibility Committee in my community. I've been volunteering there for 10 years. I have no issue with the disability benefit, but what I do have an issue with is if we reduce the cost to individuals, their lives would be much easier. Let's get rid of that carbon tax.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Families and Social Development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
My estimated member of Saanich Gulf Islands. Il me fait plaisir de participer.
I'm pleased to participate today in this debate on this subject of great importance for the future of our country once again. This motion shows us clearly that our colleagues in the official opposition do not see the urgency of taking action on climate change. This is a very unfortunate situation because it is very clear that the consequences of climate change are very real and very costly.
This year's strange winter with record temperatures and barely any snow reminds us again that climate change is real, and so are its disastrous effects on Canadian communities. Just in the last year, communities across our country had to deal with historic wildfires, ice storms, and tropical storms. The list goes on, Madam Speaker. 2023 saw a record fire season in Canada. The area burned was more than double that of the historic record, with hundreds of thousands of Canadians evacuated from their homes as a result. In fact, the total area burned exceeded 18 million hectares, which is 2.5 times the previous record set in 1995 and more than 6 times the average over the past 10 years. Also, the Canadian Climate Institute has concluded that climate change is already costing Canadian households billions of dollars, and these costs are just the tip of the iceberg. À titre d'exemple, en mai 2023,
in May 2023, for example, Alberta, British Columbia and Saskatchewan oil companies were forced to cut production as a precautionary measure in parts of those provinces. Thankfully, our government understands that making it free to pollute would not save Canadians money, and that the time for inaction is behind us. Not only would inaction cost Canadians money, it would also endanger their health and safety and jeopardize the natural environment we all depend on. You won't be surprised to hear that I'm delighted to be part of a government that is taking its responsibilities seriously in moving forward to combat climate change. One of the ways we are doing this is through a carbon pricing system, and as you know, experts do agree that our pollution pricing system is the best tool we have to combat climate change as well as its devastating impacts.
putting a price on carbon pollution reduces emissions and encourages innovation, and it gives households and businesses the flexibility to decide when and how to make changes. I would also like to remind my honourable colleagues that our pollution pricing system is revenue neutral. Every 3 months, our government is delivering hundreds of dollars back to families through the Canada Carbon Rebate. In provinces where the federal fuel charge applies, a family of 4 will receive up to $1,800 in base Canada Carbon Rebate amounts in 2024-2025. Pour cette année fiscale, les résidents des provinces
For this fiscal year, residents of these provinces will receive their first of 4 quarterly Canada carbon rebate payments starting next week. Through this rebate, 8 out of 10 families receive more money back than they pay, whilst ensuring big polluters pay their fair share. Our government also understands that Canadians living in rural areas face unique challenges, such as travelling longer distances to school, work, or to the grocery store. That is the reason for which we are proposing, through legislative amendments in Bill C-59, to double the rural supplement from 10% to 20% of the basic rebate amount in recognition of their higher energy needs and more limited access to cleaner transportation options. We also understand that flexibility is sometimes necessary.
That is why we took temporary and targeted action to pause the fuel charge on heating oil with the goal of getting consumers off of home heating oil and onto a cleaner and far more affordable alternative. We took action to temporarily pause the application of the federal fuel charge on heating oil, not because it is a source of home heating, but because it is the most expensive form of home heating. Ça coûte 2 à 4 fois plus cher pour chauffer.
It costs 2 to 4 times as much as natural gas to heat a home, and this means lower-income Canadians face particular hardship when incurring those costs.
It's currently used by 1.1 million homes in Canada, including 267,000 in Ontario and 287,000 across Atlantic Canada. We are committed to continue moving forward with our pollution pricing system while also supporting Canadians who need support to transition to greener options. Tel que confirmé dans notre
As confirmed in our full economic statement, we want to help Canadians make the financial switch from heating oil to better heating systems. Heat pumps, as an example, are a cleaner form of heating that will save you money on your energy bill, Madam Speaker.
to Heat Pump Affordability Program, we are partnering with provinces and territories to increase the amount of federal funding that eligible homeowners can receive for installing a heat pump from $10,000 to $15,000, adding up to an additional $500,000 in grant funding to match provincial and territorial contributions via co-delivery arrangements. Ce qui veut dire qu'un système
This would make the average heat pump and installation free for low to median income households as we continue to minimize upfront costs and make federal programs even easier to access for all households. Heat pumps are one of the best ways for homeowners to get off of heating oil, thus saving money on energy bills and fighting climate change in the process. When compared, on average, homeowners who switch from oil to cold climate heat pumps to heat and cool their homes will save up to $2,500 per year on their home energy bills. Madam Speaker, there is no doubt that it is absolutely necessary to continue our efforts to combat climate change. Doing nothing, as the opposition wishes, would have devastating impacts upon our economy, our communities, and the health of Canadians. You can therefore count on us to continue moving forward with our measures to combat climate change whilst supporting Canadians in this transition.
I firmly believe that this is the responsible thing to do. The cost of inaction will simply be way too high. Les
Canadians deserve a government that manages the issue responsibly and seriously, and that is what we will continue to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
I listened intently, and I have to mention in this House something that I don't think the member even knows, is that over 20 years ago, Saskatchewan, on its own initiative, without any kind of punitive action on the part of this government, removed oil heating from our province. And the Global Institute for Food Security put forward and commissioned a study in 2022 that examined the carbon footprint from the production of 5 Canadian field crops, canola, non-durum wheat, field peas, durum wheat, and lentils, and compared their footprint, our footprint, and their supply chain emissions too. The world that exported the same products, Australia, France, Germany, Italy, and the United States. And it was found that Saskatchewan particularly and Western Canada are producing crops with the least amount of greenhouse gas emissions or carbon dioxide equivalents from any of those regions. So my question in this House to the member is, there is no recognition of the efforts that were already put forward back when this Prime Minister met at the time with Mr. Moe, who was our environmental minister at the time, and said, there are 5 or 6 options you have. Go home and decide what you want to do. We came back with our decision, and he said, oh, change of mind, supposedly for this government that never does anything but exactly what it said it was going to do. Gave them only 2 options. And yet here we are, an example to the world, coming back from COP 2023 with opportunities around the world to increase improvements in carbon. What is the problem with this government recognizing how incredible Canada already is and how we're working without this punitive tax?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her important question. Évidemment qu'on reconnaît ces actions.
Of course, we acknowledge actions undertaken throughout Canada. They are essential. The world is in a critical situation. The more we do, the better we'll be off. We need to guarantee a future for our future generations. The member for Lévis-Lotbinière earlier was talking about his grandchild who has just been born. Congratulations for that. But I was still surprised to hear the lack of desire or will to make sure that we continue to fight climate change. It is something that is real. It's here. We have to act. The time to act is now. And that's why we, on our side, are putting forward tangible measures that will have a real impact on fighting climate change. The Honourable Member for Shefford. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's rather interesting to hear the Liberals defending the environment. We keep repeating the following fact. In Quebec, we have our own system, as we have repeated. The state of Washington will follow the same kind of system. So perhaps this will communicate the message that this system works. On the other hand, they just keep investing in oil and gas, making sure that they get money from the government. If we want to send a true environmental message, should we perhaps completely cease investments in oil and gas, divest and reinvest towards a green transition?
Merci. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I thank my colleague for her question. I think when she says that she's surprised to see the Liberals standing up for the environment. We are the government that has invested the most in recent years. $100 billion have been invested in fighting climate change. So just that amount is tangible proof of our will to act. And yes, in Quebec, the carbon market works very well. There are different American states that are looking to us to see how we can work together. So I think it's in that direction that we need to go so we can protect our environment. A very brief question, the Honourable Member for Rosemont. Thank you, Madam Speaker. If the Conservatives don't want to do anything about climate change, the crisis, the Liberals do just about anything, one thing and its opposite. I hope she's not counting the $36 billion spent on the Trans Mountain Pipeline or Baie du Nord, or the $18 billion to oil and gas companies in subsidies every year, or the $14 billion we've learned about today that haven't been spent on the climate crisis. How does she explain that $14 billion haven't been spent to fight the climate crisis, even though it's urgent? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 15 seconds. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There are two things I agree with my colleague on: the urgency to take action and the fact that we've invested money and we need to continue to do so. The crisis is here, and the Conservatives have no plan. That is not the solution.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you as well to my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, who's given me this opportunity to do a short speech on today's motion. Thank you very much.
Here for the full day of debate. Let me break down what the supply motion for today from the Conservative Party deals with. It posits that we have a carbon tax crisis, and it suggests the solution is to bring premiers to Ottawa or somewhere and have a First Minister's Conference. I'm going to try to address two very large and complex questions in the next 10 minutes. One is the climate crisis, and associated with that, the role of carbon pricing. The other is the nature of our federation and the role of First Ministers' Conferences and what else might work. C'est la première chose à faire pour...
It's the first thing to say is we need to say clearly that we don't have a carbon tax crisis. We have a crisis in the matter of the earth warming, a climate change crisis. It's almost too late. Time is of the essence.
Large climate crisis which threatens all aspects of our lives in Canada, coming from British Columbia, where in 4 days, 619 people died in the summer of 2021 due to a heat dome. Those are preventable deaths, but still 619 people died, according to the BC Coroner's Service that studied those deaths. In the same season, we had wildfires that also compromised our health, threatened lives. We had in that fall the atmospheric rivers that were responsible for billions of dollars of infrastructure needing to be replaced, a huge hit to the economy. We also had, of course, at the other side of the country, Hurricane Fiona, lifting houses up along the shore of Port aux Basques and depositing them in the oceans. In other words, we've had loss of life, unprecedented fires that threaten, unprecedented floods that threaten lives. We are seeing a climate crisis that requires that we pull together. Yet, how do we behave? To the question of a First Ministers' Conference, I look at the European Union and I look at Canada, and I think we have a crisis that here, for some reason, we can't even think like a country. We act like a balkanized group of federations that don't like each other very much. We have 10 provinces, 3 territories, and 1 federal government, and we don't have our act together nearly as well as the European Union, which has 27 separate sovereign nation states, not part of the same country. In fact, countries that were, in my parents' lives, at war with each other. Germany, France, these countries were at war with each other, and yet on climate, the European Union, with 27 separate sovereign nation states and 24 official languages, has from the very beginning of addressing the climate crisis back to Kyoto in December of 1997, the European Union came back from Kyoto with a collective pledge, divvied it up among all the nations, and started achieving it. Every single one of the European nations more than achieved their Kyoto targets to well below 1990 levels, while Canada continued to soar above 1990 levels. When Putin invaded Ukraine, the European Union said, we better help Ukraine and make sure they can get electricity, because clearly Putin wants them to freeze. It took a matter of weeks for the European Union to say to Ukraine, we're going to plug you into our electricity grid. We can't get Quebec hydroelectricity into Nova Scotia, where the generation of electricity is still by coal, because we can't get Hydro-Quebec to work with Emera in Nova Scotia to deliver hydro, zero-carbon electricity into Nova Scotia. But the European Union, a matter of weeks. and they plug Ukraine into their electricity grid. We can't get our clean electricity from southern Canada up to Nunavut so they can stop burning diesel. Why? We don't seem to be able to coordinate very well. Why? I go back and look at the histories of First Ministers' conferences. We had a lot in the past, and maybe it's not the best way to get action. Look back at the Mulroney government. Action on acid rain was not by pulling everyone together into the same room. Mulroney's genius on this was to get one deal at a time bilaterally. If you're going to shut down the pollution that causes acid rain, they started with the easiest of the provinces, the one that polluted the least but was having a lot of damage. Prince Edward Island, first bilateral deal between the federal government and a province was Canada, PEI. The last one was the federal government and Ontario, because Ontario, Inco Smelter, was the single largest point source of acid rain causing pollution in all of North America. So one at a time, we got deals with each province all the way across, and then Mulroney government said to the Americans, you know what, we've come to you with clean hands. We've already cut our pollution in half. Now you do the same, and we can clean up acid rain. But still, Mulroney did do a lot of First Ministers meetings as well. If you look at his history on this, Pierre Trudeau had 5 First Ministers conferences, some of them historic. We remember repatriating the Constitution, rather a big First Ministers meeting. Former Prime Minister Mulroney, whom I've mentioned, had 14 First Ministers conferences. Jean Chrétien had 7. They came to a grinding halt under Stephen Harper, who over a 9-year period had 2, one in 2008, one in 2009. The current Prime Minister, over a 9-year period, has held 3. It's not a great record in terms of collaboration, but at least it's far more First Ministers conferences than we had under Stephen Harper. Our First Ministers conference is the way to go. How do we do it? What's the best way to get our country to think like a country? Today, April 9th, happens to be the 40th anniversary of the day that this House unanimously passed the Canada Health Act. We're reminded of that fact by our former colleague and friend Jane Philpott, who's written a book about how we need to collaborate for health care. We don't have a carbon tax crisis. I would say we have an affordability crisis right across Canada, no question. The carbon tax plays, according to every economist, a minuscule role in the affordability crisis. We do have a health crisis. Family doctors are not available to everyone. Is health care a right in this country? That would be a good place to have a collaborative First Ministers Conference. Could we do that? We certainly, again, have a climate crisis. How do we address that? How can we get ourselves to pull together? Because Canadians pull together when the climate crisis hits home. When people are out of their homes because of floods or fires, we know Canadians pull together. We still have no national firefighting force or plan for it. We don't have water bombers sufficient to deal with the summer of climate crisis fires we can expect to see. There's so much more we could do if we tried to figure out how do we get collaboration to occur. Well, one thing we need to do is to agree that electrifying almost everything is one of the best ways to reduce emissions. And the best way to make that reliable is to treat the grid like a battery. Let more people produce. Let more people into the market. Let Indigenous nations produce solar and wind. Let coastal communities produce tidal and wind power and sell it into the grid. And when your wind isn't blowing and your sun isn't shining, pull it out of the grid. Again, back to Europe. Denmark's excess wind is sold to Norway. Norway takes that excess wind power, pumps it up into reservoirs, and lets them flow down to create electricity when the sun isn't shining in Denmark. This is not rocket science. For God's sake, as Canadians, we know we're the same people. We know we're the same communities. We basically love each other. And we have got to start acting like a country because the climate crisis threatens our kids' future in a real way that carbon pricing doesn't. Carbon pricing at long last has gotten some reduction in emissions. But the truth of the matter is that our government in Canada, regardless of Conservative or Liberal for so long, has been so busy trying to build up the fossil fuel industry and throw them tens of billions of dollars in subsidies that we haven't confronted the problem. The problem is big polluters. We need to address that. We need to move off fossil fuels. We need to do it quickly while we still have time to save our future. Tax the excess profits. So far, Shell this year has had $28 billion in profits and paid it out to its shareholders. For heaven's sakes, this is not rocket science. We can get this right. Let's move this debate to solutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions, and probably before we go to questions and comments, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, carbon pricing. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes, public services and procurement. And the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands, carbon pricing.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Ultimately, I would take a look at the price on, or the carbon rebate, carbon tax issue is more of a price on pollution. It's an environmental issue, and I think that we lose that thought. And what I'm interested in knowing from the leader of the Green Party is that the best way to illustrate the politicization of the issue is to take a look in terms of what's happening in the province of Alberta. One only needs to take a look at the current premier. Before she was premier, she seemed to be of the opinion that we were in the right direction of sorts on a price on pollution and the impact it was having. She even cited a personal example. Today she's a premier, and she is one of the individuals that have really focused on getting rid of the carbon rebate or the price on pollution. And I wonder if she could just provide her thoughts in terms of to the degree in which the politicization of the issue could be very damaging for good, sound public policy.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
And thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. Look, the actions of the Premier of Alberta are quite baffling because her decision to put a pause on renewables when there's billions of dollars of investment trying to get into Alberta makes no sense. Alberta has the best potential for solar. I mean, that's where Alberta is a real energy powerhouse. The facility that was recently put in place near Okotoks is delivering solar power at less than 3 cents a kilowatt hour and rolled out fast. There's nothing that can be competitive with that. And if we look at solar and wind as sources of electricity, the price to consumers plummets. When the marginal cost of a kilowatt hour is zero, that's why the utilities are resistant to this. Their profit model, their business model, is that they make energy in big mega projects and they sell it along long stringy lines where it loses in efficiency, and they sell it to consumers who have no choice but to buy it. Bring down the price of electricity. Let little communities, let Indigenous nations, let people produce their own electricity with renewables. Bring down that price. That will help everyone, except for some reason the Premier of Alberta.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the one hand, we see a desire to reduce the carbon footprint, and on the other hand, we see investments in the oil industry, notably in carbon capture, which is more or less effective. So would my colleagues see that as a double standard? Should there be more consistency in measures taken to fight pollution and, in so doing, become a global leader, a global example, so that other countries don't make the mistakes that we made in the past? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands. Thank you to my colleague, the member for Beauport-Limoilou. The Government of Canada makes decisions that are mistakes. The biggest is that there isn't a good foundation. They are continuing with huge subsidies for fossil energy. For example, $34 billion in public money for the Trans Mountain Pipeline, which doesn't make economic sense, and it's a major threat to our environment. And with public funds, it's more than all of the subsidies for clean, green energy. It doesn't make sense.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to my friend from Saanich Gulf Island. I share her dismay that it feels on issues like this that we're less and less a single country pulling in the same direction. The motion before us calls for a First Ministers meeting, and I can't help but feel that the only path towards greater unity involves talking to each other. I wonder if such a meeting were to take place, if the Prime Minister were to heed this motion and call a First Ministers meeting to talk about this, I wonder if she feels that the Premiers would engage in that meeting in good faith.
The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
And thank you to my friend from Skeena Bulkley Valley, who, by the way, was one of the few MPs who was able to attend COP28, where the decision was taken to triple renewable energy globally by 2030, double energy efficiency by 2030. These are important decisions that we should be moving on quickly. Look, I would like to think every Premier would participate in good faith. We can start naming the ones we think would, but let's start with the evidence. Let's have a First Ministers meeting that has scientists present to explain the real crisis we're in.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Lua.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is my pleasure to join on the debate on our official opposition motion to really just have the Prime Minister take the time to meet with the 14 premiers of our country. I don't think it's too much to ask, and really I find it interesting that all the opposition members are very opposed to having the Prime Minister do his job. He hasn't met with the 14 First Ministers since 2016. And Madam Speaker, I remember that because during that time I was an MLA in Saskatchewan with Premier Wall, who was Premier at that time. And I remember Premier Wall came back and said, the Prime Minister has committed to not announcing any forced carbon tax until there's discussions and the Premiers have a chance to come back and bring forward options. That's what the Prime Minister said to the 14 Premiers that were at that meeting. And Madam Speaker, I also remember that then the Environment Ministers were called to have a meeting with then Environment Minister Catherine McKenna to talk about the backstop of a carbon tax on provinces that haven't yet got their plan in place. And there was good faith. The the member from Skeena Bulkley Valley asked about good faith. Well, in that meeting, the Environment Ministers were meeting, they announced the backstop of the carbon tax during the meeting. And that's when our Environment Minister walked out of that meeting, right, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about good faith, a lot of that good faith has to come from the federal government as well. And I'm very much looking forward, Madam Speaker, to hearing my colleague from Yellowhead in his speech after my speech, and I'll be splitting my time with him, Madam Speaker. So when we talk about good faith, I think it's very important. Also, a lot of the Liberal members of Parliament and NDP have talked about misinformation. So I will stick to strictly the facts for the member from Winnipeg, Madam Speaker, so we can't talk about misinformation. A fact, in our country over the last year, 2 million people have access to food bank. And that expectation is 1 million more people will access the food bank in 2024 because of high prices in food. Madam Speaker, that's a fact. That's not to be disputed in this House. And I don't think any of us think that's the type of country that we should be living in, where that many Canadians, especially in our armed forces, have to access a food bank just to get by. That's something we should all take to heart and try to do better, Madam Speaker. And this has been caused by the continuous rise in inflation. And the fact is, even the Parliamentary Budget Officer and the Governor of the Bank of Canada has said the carbon tax adds to inflation. These are undeniable facts, Madam Speaker. I would also say that throughout the years, Madam Speaker, we've done some studies in Saskatchewan, and the Agriculture Producers Association of Saskatchewan has said the carbon tax will add $1.93 per acre in 2019, increasing to $7.42 in 2024. And Madam Speaker, this is something that is amazing. The carbon tax will cost $17.31 per acre by 2030, once it gets to $170 a ton. There is no way a rational person can look at those numbers and think a carbon tax is not increasing the price of our food. If you tax the farmer that produces the food and you tax the trucker that trucks the food, you're going to tax every single Canadian that goes to the grocery store to buy the food, Madam Speaker. And talking about the continued increases, Madam Speaker, we can see that across this country, rent has doubled, mortgages have doubled. Now, in our country, when I was younger and we bought our first home, it took 25 years to pay that home off. Now, it takes 25 years to save for a down payment in our home. 8 to 9 out of 10 young Canadians, Madam Speaker, think they will never own a home in our country. That is not the country our children should grow up in. There should be hope. There should be optimism in this country, Madam Speaker. And I really think we should just take some of the members of the Liberal caucus at their word. I remember a couple years ago, the member from Whitby stood in his spot in this chamber and said, Canadians will feel pain. Success. Canadians are feeling pain, Madam Speaker, and it's because of their out-of-touch policies. Look at the Prime Minister. He just did an interview in Alberta. He said, life is going to get more expensive. And he made another out-of-touch comment for people that own a pool and drive 3 vehicles. Life will get more expensive. That's not the fact, Madam Speaker. In this country, life is more expensive for each and every Canadian. There's always more month left in paycheck now for Canadians. And that's because of these out-of-touch policies brought forward by this government. And I find it very interesting that the members are so talking about the rebates. They think they're heroes. Congratulations. They're going to give rebates to Canadians. It's their money in the first place. If you didn't take the money from them, you wouldn't have to bend over backwards to give it back to them. Government never earns a dollar, ever. They only get money from taking Canadians and taking from businesses that have earned that money first, Madam Speaker. So I'd like to end by saying it's not that unreasonable for us to ask for this Prime Minister to sit down and defend their flagship carbon tax policy. And why do you think they should take more money from Canadians than they're going to get back in front of our premiers? If the Prime Minister is so proud of his carbon tax and is doing such a wonderful job, they're 62 out of 67th in the world, by the way, in the environmental index, so they're doing nothing to meet that target. If he's doing such a wonderful job, he should have no problem defending his policies to our premiers.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
You know, Madam Speaker, ironically, there was a provincial budget in the province of Manitoba where we saw the price of the litre of gas actually drop down. They reduced the tax. In the province of Alberta, the Conservative Premier that's been so critical and on side saying axe the tax with the leader of the Conservative Party actually increased the gas on Alberta 4 cents a litre. That's more than the 3 cents of the carbon tax, Madam Speaker. And yet, the Conservatives collectively have been absolutely silent on that. So they'll criticize the federal government on a 3 cent a litre increase, but they're absolutely silent on a 4 cent increase on a litre from an Alberta Conservative Premier. And yet the member just posed the question about the 2 million people that are going to food banks. How does the 4 cents a litre factor into that?
The Honourable Member for Regina Luvan.
Madam Speaker, I'll give this member, I'll say, you know what I'd love to do this summer with this member? We'll go on a rural tour in Manitoba, and we'll ask all the farmers around Manitoba that in 2030, when the carbon tax is going to cost the agriculture producers of our country $1 billion, how they feel about that, and if they think that's going to be fair. It's going to cost the average farm of 5,000 acres $175,000 a year in a carbon tax. And I want to see if that member thinks that those farms are going to be able to survive.
Questions and comments. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je vous remercie. Soroka. Madame la Présidente. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague, while giving him the time to put on his earpiece, the same question that I asked previously. The premiers of the Canadian provinces are not puppets under the control of Parliament, and they will never be puppets under the control of Parliament, no matter who is in power. Is it not instead up to the premiers of the Canadian provinces to demand a meeting as soon as possible with our support, because it's important that these people be heard? But is it not their prerogative to put their foots down and say, we want a meeting?
Member for Regina Louvain.
I agree with the member opposite. I'd say that the premiers of Newfoundland and Labrador, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia, Ontario, Saskatchewan, and Alberta have all written this Prime Minister to ask for a meeting. So adding our voice to support those premiers, I think, is something that this House has the ability to do and should do. And the problem with this Prime Minister is that he just doesn't give a damn what the premiers say.
To be a little more careful with language, I would advise a resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead will have about 6 minutes for his speech.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and please notify me a minute before I'm done then. Madam Speaker, in a move that can only be described as completely out of touch, the NDP Liberal Coalition has once again chosen to burden Canadians with a staggering 23% increase in the carbon tax. As we gather in this House, families from coast to coast to coast are struggling under the weight of the soaring prices for essentials like fuel, food, and heating. This tax hike is a direct hit on the wallets of hard-working Canadians, particularly in Alberta, where the carbon tax costs are far the most. Opposition isn't limited to just voices in this chamber. It echoes from the west to the east, with premiers across Canada standing united against this absurd increase. The message from Canadians is loud and clear. Enough is enough. It's time for this Prime Minister to convene an emergency carbon tax meeting with all of Canada's First Ministers. This issue is bigger than just partisan politics. It's about the livelihood of our citizens. We demand action, and we demand it now, for a future of our freedom, federation, and the well-being of every Canadian family. The April 1st 23% increase in the carbon tax orchestrated by this NDP Liberal government significantly inflates the cost of living, affecting not just the cost of gas, but on everything that goes through our supply chain. The burden is most felt in Alberta, where according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the average family will pay a staggering $2,943 in carbon tax this year, the highest in the nation. The Parliamentary Budget Officer also disproves the claim that this government keeps making about the rebates. They fall dramatically short of offsetting the financial impact on families, no matter if they reside in urban centres or rural Alberta. This tax hike is not an isolated issue. It is representative of a broader, more concerning trend of inflationary pressures made worse by this government's fiscal policies. As prices soar, the government's insistence on increasing the carbon tax adds fuel to the inflationary fire that is engulfing Canada. The notion that the rebates would cushion the blow has proven to be false, leaving Canadians to grapple with diminishing household budgets. This policy does not discriminate.
Its reach extends to every corner of the country, leaving no one insulated from its effects. From the single parent in Edson struggling to make ends meet, to the small business owner in Rocky Mountain House facing increasing operational costs, the message is clear. This carbon tax increase is financially and morally wrong, one that demands immediate re-evaluation. The fiscal health and well-being of Canadians must be the priority, not the relentless pursuit of a tax scheme that deepens and divides between fantasy policies and real-world outcomes. The backlash against the carbon tax is not just a small group of angry Canadians. It's a national outcry for change from millions. Representing the will of the people are the premiers of Alberta, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Ontario, Newfoundland and Labrador, and PEI. These leaders, representing diverse political and geographical backgrounds, have united in their opposition. Their stance reveals a critical flaw in the carbon tax policy. It fails to acknowledge the unique economic and environmental realities of each province. This united front of opposition is mirrored by the Canadian people, and 2/3 expressing opposition to the tax hike. On April 1st, I met with many of these Canadians who are frustrated, and I joined them to axe the tax protest along Highway 43 and in Drayton Valley. Every business owner I meet and every home I door knock has shared their experience with a worsening cost of living because of this tax. Between the provinces and the federal government, the essence of Canadian federalism is collaboration and respect for jurisdiction. Yet the current approach to the carbon tax defines this NDP Liberal government's preference for unilateral decision-making. It disregards the principle that provinces should have the autonomy to pursue their own economic objectives. This moment calls for a return to true partnership, where provincial voices are not only heard, but answered, crafting a more cohesive and effective strategy for Canada's future. Aside from this, the imposition of a steep carbon tax by this government under the banner of environmental preservation presents a glaring problem. Despite the financial strain this policy places on Canadians, there's a troubling lack of evidence and measurable targets concerning its impact on emissions. Astonishingly, by the government's own admission, specific outcomes tied to the tax's effectiveness in reducing emissions doesn't exist. This is further, 1 minute left, madam? Okay. This is further compounded by an inconvenient truth. Emissions in Canada are on the rise, not the decline. Our country finds itself ranked 62nd out of 67 countries on the Climate Change Performance Index, a clear example of the policy's ineffectiveness. Madam Speaker, I would like to enter a motion in the House, please.
Move an amendment.
And move an amendment. I move the following amendment. All the words after that be replaced with that the House notes, A, that the federal carbon tax is causing a debate in this country, B, that while Quebec, British Columbia, and the Northwest Territories already have their own systems in place, the federal government mandates carbon tax policy, that the House calls on the Prime Minister to convene an emergency carbon tax and tarification meeting with all of Canada's 14 ministers, that this meeting be publicly televised and held within 5 weeks of this motion being adopted. Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, it was fit perfectly.
We are just taking the amendment under advisement, and we'll be back in a few minutes as soon as it's considered. Okay.
You have a question, but you weren't going to let him ask it. Yeah.
Will you give him leave to ask the question? You give him leave, and he'll ask the question.
If you give me leave to do our speaker, you want to let him ask
Speaker, I just rise on a point of order.
Central, on a point of order? Yes.
Madam Speaker, and you would be the one to shed some light because you're holding the clock ultimately. But what was the member at in his intervention in terms of his time? Did he start the amendment after his time was done?
Did he start? Can we finish hearing to what the honourable member is asking?
Would you go?
He was still about 15 seconds from the end of his time.
And so what's the question? He can use as much time as he wants to add to put the...
To add the amendment, yes.
Or does it have to be completed within the full...
No, it's a different thing. It's a different process. Yeah.
You'll get a time to speak to.
What? He's mouthing off. That's okay. Yeah.
That's what happens if you're down the bowl.
I'm still ahead of you in the polls, Gordon.
Quiet down, let him speak.
Even in Saskatchewan, I'm still ahead of you.
It's Mercury retrograde. Everyone needs to chill. Pull some crystals right now.
I think it's time to go to the green. I think it's time to go to the green globe for beer. Or the martini. Huh? Michelle? Martini?
That's fine.
Share. Remember.
Resign. Shame.
She's expecting a grandchild.
Oh.
We give her a little seminar for that.
Oh, that's exciting.
Is this his PNP?
Baby cover?
No baby. We're pizza delivery.
Gonna skip the dishes.
That was her friend's phone. She was just picking it up.
You guys really good.
I will happily get thrown out if you'd like me to. I want you to do It's going to get ruled out of order.
Oh no, it's been ruled in order now. You set precedent.
You figured it out, Kevin. You and Dr. Clousteau.
Hang him from glass and all.
Warren.
I'm gonna see that forever now. We're Dr. Gwen Bailey. He probably has a hairless one.
See what happens apart.
Oh, oh.
I would like to ask the Honourable Opposition House Leader if the Honourable House Leader accepts the amendment as moved.
I do, Madam Speaker.
Oh, yeah.
There's a rebellion in the backbench. Your staff did a great speech, by the way. Oh, that was a good speech, obviously. Who's the next to jump ship over there?
Okay. So, order. Mr. Soroka, seconded by Mr. Steinley, moves the following amendment. That the House, the following amendment, oh my gosh, the full amendment, all the words after that be replaced with that the House notes, A, that the federal carbon tax is causing a debate in the country, B, that while Quebec, British Columbia, and the Northwest Territories already have their own systems in place, the federal government mandates carbon tax policy, that the House calls on the Prime Minister to convene an emergency carbon tax and tarification meeting with all of Canada's 14 First Ministers, that this meeting be publicly televised and held within 5 weeks of this motion being adopted. The amendment is in order. It being 5:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Poilievre appuie.
Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Mons, moves that the House declare that the Prime Minister convene a carbon tax emergency meeting with all of Canada's 14 ministers, that this meeting address A, the ongoing carbon tax crisis and the financial burden it places on Canadians.
Minister's recent 23% carbon tax increase. C, plans for provinces to opt out of the federal carbon tax to pursue other responsible ideas to lower emissions, given that under the government's current environmental plan, Canada now ranks 62nd out of 67 countries on the Climate Change Performance Index. Et que cette réunion publique soit télévisée.
That this meeting be publicly televised and held within 5 weeks of this motion being adopted.
The question
is on the amendment. The following amendment, all the words after that be replaced with that the House notes, A, that the federal carbon tax is causing a debate in the country, B, that while Quebec, British Columbia, Northwest, and the Northwest Territories already have their own systems in place, the federal government mandates carbon tax policy, that the House calls on the Prime Minister to convene an emergency carbon tax and tarification meeting with all of Canada's 14 First Ministers, and that this meeting be publicly televised and held within 5 weeks of this motion being adopted.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried upon division.
Is rising on this issue?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I know that Canadians are very curious as to how members in this House voted and whether or not they voted to agree to have their premiers have a sit-down meeting with the Prime Minister over the carbon tax emergency. And so therefore I would request a recorded division.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 10th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. It being 5 to see the clock. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I'm not sure if it's necessary, Madam Speaker, but just in case it is, we would ask to see the clock for 5:30.
Agreed.
So the Prime Members are.
Agreed. It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Affaires menant les députés, private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-270, Stopping Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, bill standing in the name of Mr. Viersen.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Imagine you're the parent of a teenage girl missing for months until somebody discovers over 50 explicit videos of your daughter being sexually trafficked on Pornhub, the most popular porn site in the world. Or imagine how you'd feel if intimate images of your siblings were uploaded and Pornhub refused the requests to remove that content. Now imagine these videos, your exploited loved ones, were monetized and published for profit for profit made by Pornhub and made available to Pornhub's 130 million daily visitors. How would you feel if Pornhub's only response to your request to remove this abuse was an auto reply? Understandably, you'd be outraged. You'd be furious, and yet this happens over and over and over. Survivors, including the 12-year-old from Ontario, have sought to seek justice through their own lawsuits. This is because in Canada, the onus on survivors and law enforcement is to prove, after pornographic material has been uploaded, that the individuals depicted.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Speaker, could I ask my colleague to begin over? There's a lot of noise coming from the NDP.
Yeah, I'm not going to ask him to start over. I think that he will be able to continue, but I do want to remind members to please have conversations on the outside of the chamber as opposed to inside, because it does echo across the board and it does interrupt the debate. The honourable member for Peace River West Loch.
No debate. Madam Speaker, in Canada, the onus is on survivors and law enforcement to prove.
Remember to change to start over because there was something that was not read before we started. So it's second reading of Bill C-270. Mr. Vierson, seconded by.
We just asked them.
Seconded by the honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill. Moves that Bill C-270, an act to amend the criminal code, pornographic material, be now read a second time and referred to Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate, the honourable member of Peace River West Loch.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, imagine you're the parent of a teenage daughter who's been missing for months, and somebody discovers 50 explicit videos of your daughter being sexually abused on Pornhub, the most popular porn site in the world. Or imagine how you'd feel if intimate images of your sibling was uploaded and Pornhub refused your requests to remove that content. Now imagine these videos, your exploited loved ones, were being monetized and published for profit by Pornhub and made available to Pornhub's over 130 daily visitors. How would you feel if Pornhub's only response to you was an auto-reply email? Understandably, you'd be outraged. You'd be furious, and yet this happens over and over. And survivors, including a 12-year-old from Ontario, have had to seek justice through their own lawsuits. This is because in Canada, the onus is on survivors and law enforcement to prove, after this material has been uploaded, that the individuals depicted in those videos are either underage or haven't consented to their distribution. This is a serious problem that Bill C-270, the Stopping Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, seeks to fix. Now, Madam Speaker, it's important to note that for years, survivors, child protection agencies, and the police have spoken out about this exploitation, and they haven't been silent. Survivors have shared how pornographic companies like Pornhub have been profiting from content depicting minors, sex trafficking victims, sexual assault, intimate images, and gender-based violence for years. And as early as 2019, companies like PayPal cut ties with MindGeek due to the availability of exploitative and abusive content. In March of 2020, a few parliamentarians and myself wrote a public letter to the Prime Minister to alert him about the exploitation that was happening on MindGeek. We followed up with a letter in November of 2020 to the Minister of Justice, urging him to ensure that our laws were adequate to protect women and girls from being exploited by Pornhub. But it was the New York Times, Madam Speaker, who exposed on December 4th, 2020, a piece written by Nicholas Kristof that finally got the public and the government's attention. It was entitled, "The Children of Pornhub: Why Does Canada Allow This Company to Profit Off of Videos of Exploitation and Assault?" This article finally kicked off a firestorm of international attention on Pornhub, which is one of the many pornographic websites owned by MindGeek, a Canadian company based in Montreal. It's now been bought up by and rebranded ALO by a company based in Ottawa called Ethical Capital Partners about a year ago. A few days after that article the House of Commons Ethics Committee initiated an investigation into Pornhub. I joined the Ethics Committee for the study on Pornhub and listened to the harrowing stories of young women who had had videos of their sexual assault or intimate content shared without their consent. Many of these women were minors when these videos were created, and this content was uploaded to pornography sites like Pornhub. I want to take a moment to share some of their testimony. Serena Filitis, whose story was covered by the New York Times expose, had videos of her at 13 uploaded by her ex-boyfriend. After this, her whole life came crumbling down. She experienced depression, drug use, was harassed by people at her school who found her video and sent it to her family members. She was blackmailed. She had to pretend to be her mother to have these videos taken down from Pornhub. And this was all while she was 13 years old. In the end, she stopped going to school. She told us, "I thought that once I stopped being in the public so much, once I'd stopped going to school, people would stop re-uploading it. But it didn't happen because it had already been basically downloaded by all the people in the world. It would always be uploaded over and over and over again. No matter how many times I had got it taken down, it would be right back up." It basically became a full-time job for her to just chase down these images and get them removed from Pornhub. Some witnesses appeared anonymously to protect their identities, and one testified, "I was only 17 years old when pictures of me ended up on Pornhub. They came to my knowledge when I was 17, but I was actually only 15 when in the videos that they were profiting from. Every time they took it down, they also allowed more and more videos of me to be uploaded. Videos of me being on Pornhub has affected my life so much to the point that I don't leave my house anymore. I've stopped being able to work because I'm scared to be out in public around other people." Another survivor who spoke up was Victoria Gailey. As a result of discovering non-consensual images and videos of her on Pornhub, she completely lost her sense of self-worth and at times was suicidal. She told us at committee, "There were over 8 million views just on Pornhub alone. To think of the amount of money that Pornhub has made off of my trauma, date rape, and sexual exploitation makes me sick to my stomach." She added, "I've been forced to stand up alone and fight Pornhub." Mr. Speaker, this is a serious failure of our justice system when survivors have to launch their own lawsuits to get justice for the harms caused by companies like MindGeek. This Canadian company has not faced a single charge or consequence in Canada for publishing its videos of exploitation and profiting from it. This is truly shameful. Last year, a survivor named Udos Wallace reached out to me. Udos is a survivor of a 2014 iCloud hack. She's also an award-winning actress, executive producer, activist, and director of Foundation RA. Udos had photos and videos taken in the 2014 iHack and uploaded onto the porn sites like Pornhub, where she fought for years to get them taken down. As a result, she told us, "I lost followers. I lost everything I could think of. It was such a hard time for me. I ended up spending over $1 million in a 3-year span to get the content taken down on me with no success. They're making so much money off the non-consensual uploading of images and videos. There is a re-uploading is also a billion-dollar industry." She added, "There's no federal laws. There's barely any laws at all to hold anyone online accountable. There's currently foreign revenge laws for people, but there's nothing for me." Rachel, a survivor from Alberta, said, "It's devastating. I mean, this is something that's going to haunt me for the rest of my life. I will always be someone's porn." I want to go out and point out the incredible courage of Victoria, Serena, Kudos, Rachel, and many other survivors who have spoken out. In the midst of one of the most difficult moments of their lives, they are fighting back against a billion-dollar industry that seeks to profit from their pain and exploitation. Victoria, Serena, Udos, and Rachel, thank you for refusing to back down. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your relentless pursuit of justice. I would encourage members to listen to their full testimonies, and they can do so at www.ceaseact.ca. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, throughout the Ethics Committee hearings and from the interactions I've had with survivors since, it's clear that this is a common problem. Pornographic companies are publishing and monetizing content without verifying the age and the consent of the people depicted around them. And this is particularly a problem for Canada, as many of these websites are hosted here. Bill 270, the Stopping Internet Sexual Exploitation Act, will stop this. I'm going to quote from the summary of my bill. The CEAS Act will prohibit a person, this includes companies, from making, distributing, or advertising pornographic material for a commercial purpose without having first ascertained that, at the time that the material was made, each person whose image is depicted in the material was 18 of age or older and gave their express consent to have their image depicted. The CEAS Act will also allow individuals to revoke their consent. This is an important part to express the ongoing consent. Finally, the CEAS Act provides for aggravating factors when the material is created or published, that the material created or published actually depicts minors or non-consensual activity. I'm also pleased to share that I have consulted on the bill with a variety of child protection agencies, law enforcement groups, and the Canadian Centre for Child Protection to ensure there's no gaps and that the police have the tools to ensure that they can seek justice. Mr. Speaker, the heart of the bill is consent. No one should be published in sexually explicit material without the express consent of everyone depicted in that material. Children cannot consent to exploitation. Victims of sex trafficking and sexual assault cannot consent. Those filmed without their knowledge also cannot consent. And yet, pornography companies freely publish this content and profit from it because there's no onus on them to verify the age or the consent of those depicted. That is why the second recommendation of the 2021 Ethics Committee report is that the Government of Canada mandate that content hosting platforms operating in Canada require affirmation from all persons depicted in pornographic content before it can be uploaded, that they are 18 years or older, and that they consent to its distribution, and that in consultation with the Privacy Commissioner of Canada with respect to the implementation of such an obligation. We've heard from survivors who've testified that their images of abuse would not be online if companies like Pornhub had bothered to check for age and consent. Bill 270 would fulfill this important recommendation from the Ethics Committee report and would importantly add, I should importantly add that this report was unanimously supported by all parties at the Ethics Committee. The recommendation also suggests consulting with the Privacy Commissioner. While I'm happy to share with my colleagues that on February 29th, 2024, the Privacy Commissioner released its investigation into Pornhub's operator, ILO, formerly MindGeek. The report was initially scheduled to be released on May 23, but it was delayed for over 9 months when MindGeek or ILO and their owners, Ethical Capital Partners, took the Privacy Commissioner to court to block the release of that report. The Privacy Commissioner's investigation into ILO MindGeek was a response to a woman whose ex-boyfriend had uploaded intimate images of her into MindGeek's website without her consent. The young woman had to use professional services to get it taken down, to remove her images from approximately 80 websites, and it had been reposted more than 700 times. The report shared how the publishing of the woman's intimate images led to a permanent loss of control of the images and had a devastating effect on her and caused her to withdraw from her social life and live in a constant state of fear and anxiety. The Commissioner said, and I quote, "This untenable situation could have been avoided in many cases had MindGeek obtained direct consent from each individual depicted in the content prior to or at the time of the upload." And Pornhub's own monthly non-consensual content report suggests that non-consensual content is still regularly uploaded and viewed by thousands of users before it is removed. We find that continuing to rely solely on the uploader to verify consent, MindGeek fails to ensure that it has obtained valid and meaningful consent from all individuals depicted in the content uploaded to its websites. Ultimately, the Privacy Commissioner recommended that Pornhub and its owners adopt measures that would verify age and consent before any content is uploaded. And I would urge all members to read that Privacy Commissioner's report on Pornhub. While Pornhub and its owners are the biggest pornography company in the world, this bill would ensure that age verification and consent applies to all pornography companies. Because whether it's videos of child exploitation, sex trafficking, AI deepfakes, sexual assault, or intimate partner encountered filmed by a partner, once a video or image has been uploaded, it's virtually impossible to eliminate. Each video can be viewed and downloaded millions of times within a 24-hour period. starting an endless nightmare for victims who must fight to get these videos removed, only for them to be uploaded again within minutes or hours. Madam Speaker, Canada must do more to prevent this exploitative content from ever reaching the internet in the first place. I hope I have the support of my colleagues in ending this nightmare for so many and preventing it for so many more. To the survivors, some of whom are watching today, thank you. Your voices are being heard. I want to thank the organizations who have supported me along the way in getting this bill to this point: the National Centre on Sexual Exploitation, the National Council of the Women of Canada, the Ottawa Coalition to End Human Trafficking, the London Abused Women's Centre, Defend Dignity, the Vancouver Collective Against Sexual Exploitation, the Salvation Army, the Survivors Safety Matters, Foundation RA, Montreal Council of Women, CEASE UK, Parents Aware, the Joy Smith Foundation, the Hope Resource Centre, Evangelical Fellowship of Canada, the Colchester Sexual Assault Centre, the Sexual Assault and Intervention Services of Halton, and Ally Global Foundation. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Well said.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member. It's particularly important, the topics that he's dealing with, but one of the arguments that he's making is with respect to taking down this heinous material that's online, and I agree with him. However, his bill doesn't make any provisions for it. However, in Bill C-63, which is government legislation, it does make provisions for taking down these types of heinous material. His leader has said that he will vote against it. I was wondering if the honourable member will be supporting Bill C-63, or is he going to stick with what's here and won't accomplish his objectives that he's seeking, which I hope we would all be in favour of.
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, the C-63 has no criminal offenses around the uploading of this kind of content. This bill would be a criminal offense to upload. This is not. We want to make sure that this content never hits the internet. A 24-hour takedown period is not good enough. We want to ensure that companies are doing their due diligence to ensure that their content is of age and that people consent to it. An important piece of this bill also is that if somebody has written requests saying that they revoke their consent, immediately that content must come down. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. We were at a meeting this morning together where we were talking about exploitation of children online in the Philippines. And we realize that we're behind on this in Canada. There are other models internationally that are looking at this issue. So I'd like to hear my colleague tell us about other models around the world that may have inspired his bill, Madam Speaker.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Yeah, thank you. So, Madam Speaker, there is a number of initiatives around the world that are seeking to tackle this online content and child safety online. I would point to the work of Baroness Beban in the UK. The UK Parliament in general has been working to try to tackle some of these things. I know that France, Germany, and Spain have all passed legislation trying to tackle the safety of kids online. I think it's about 6 American states have passed legislation around keeping kids safe online. And I know that the American Congress is faced with or has before it right now, a bipartisan bill called the Kids Online Safety Act that is proceeding through their legislature as well. So this is something that is being tackled from around the world. This morning we had the Filipino embassy here pleading with Canada to try to help to prevent sexual predators from Canada from accessing live streaming content from the Philippines and of CSAM, of child sexual abuse material. I hope that this bill will only be a start to some of the heinous crimes that are being committed on the internet. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Time for a brief question. The Honourable Member Esquimalt Saanich.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for bringing forward this private member's bill, which directs our attention to some really important problems. My question to him is he familiar with the report from the Department of Justice on cyberbullying and non-consensual distribution of independent images from just a year ago, which takes quite a different approach from his bill and says we actually need to rewrite the existing offense so it's easier to prosecute and to include measures which are now in Bill C-63 to allow forfeiture, seizure, restitution, and peace bonds in connection with these kinds of things?
The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to support that initiative. I would say we can do both of these things. I think this is this is to try to prevent, in the first place, any of this content from being uploaded, rather than trying to deal with the mess after the fact. What he is suggesting is more to deal with after something has been uploaded, and dealing with that. That is an important aspect, and bringing the people that do upload this content to justice is an important piece. But this is put in place to prevent the uploading of this content in the first place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, and the Sergeant at Arms is just going to go check out what's happening there just to calm down the noise that we're hearing. But the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, to be very clear, the issue of non-consensual pornography and child pornography, I like to believe that every member in this House would be deeply offended in any fashion whatsoever from an activity that would ultimately lead, encourage, promote in any fashion those two issues. Madam Speaker, it angers a great number of us to the degree in which it causes all forms of emotions. And we all want to do what we can and play an important role in making our online world experience a safer place. I must say I was a little bit surprised when the member from, Peace River Westlock responded to the issue of C-63, because I did have some concerns. Like when you think of non-consensual pornography and child pornography, it is already illegal today in Canada. We know that. And I appreciate what it is that's being suggested in the private member's legislation. But when he was asked the question in regards to the C-63, the government legislation dealing with Online Harms Act, that is something that is very specific and will actually have a very tangible impact. And I don't know 100%, because this is the first time that I heard that members of the Conservative Party might be voting against that legislation. That would go against everything I would suggest to you in principle that the member opposite has actually talked about in his speech. The principles of it. Because actually the greatest threat today, Madam Speaker, is once that information gets uploaded, is how can you possibly contain it? And that's in part what we should be attempting to deal with as quickly as possible. And there was a great deal of consultation and working with stakeholders of all forms in trying to deal with that, and that's why we have the Online Harms Act before us today. I wanted to ask the member a question, actually. And the question I was going to ask the member is, given the very nature of his comments, would he not agree that the House look at a way in which we could expedite the passage of Bill C-63? And, Madam Speaker, by doing that, we are actually going to be directly helping some of the individuals that the member actually addressed in his opening comments. Because the essence of what Bill C-63 does is it provides an obligation, a legal obligation, for online platforms to take off their platforms child pornography and non-consensual pornography. So the type of individuals, for example, the victims of these horrific actions, can actually make contact and see justice, because these platforms would have within 24 hours to take it off, Madam Speaker. So it brings some justice to the victims. And that is the reason why, and I do not understand, based in terms of the sincerity and how genuine the member was when he made his presentation of his own bill. I have a basic understanding in terms of what it is that the member is trying to accomplish in the legislation. And I think that there are some questions in regards to getting some clarification. As I indicated, the idea of child pornography not being illegal, it is illegal today. And we need to make that statement very clear, as is non-consensual pornography. Both of them are illegal. There is a consequence to the perpetrators today if they are found out. What's missing is that once those perpetrators start uploading the information and platforms start using the material, is how do we get those platforms to get rid of those images? And that's what the government legislation is providing. And that's why, and hopefully before we end the 2 hours debate, that the member in his concluding remarks, because he will be afforded the opportunity, can provide some thoughts in regards to the issue of making sure that people understand that this is illegal today, and the importance of getting at those platforms. If we do not get at those platforms, the problem's not going to go away. Even the question that was posed from, I believe it was a New Democratic member, in regards to some countries around the world. People would be surprised in terms of the motivation that is used in order to be able to get child pornography onto the net and live streaming. I've had some pretty eye-opener type of presentations where you will find that in some countries in the world, they will actually, the person that's putting the children on the internet is a parent or a guardian. And they do it as a way to source revenue, income for the family. How sad is that, Madam Speaker? How angering is it to see the criminal element that's in North America that exploits individuals, children in particular? Not to mention, of course, the importance of non-consensual pornography, but children. Think of the trauma that is created as a direct result of a child having to go through things that a child should never, ever have to experience, Madam Speaker. This is an impact that will have a lifetime effect on that child. And we know that, Madam Speaker. We see generational issues as a direct result of it. And that's the reason why I like to think that every member of the House of Commons would look at the issue at hand and the principles of what we're talking about and want to take some initiative in order to be able to minimize it. talk to the stakeholders. I've had opportunity in different ways over the last number of years. And that's one of the reasons why I was actually very glad to see the government legislation. I was hoping to get clarification from the member on Bill C-270. It may be thrown off a little bit because of the C-63, I believe will do more or be of greater benefit, Madam Speaker, than ultimately C-270, only to find out, after listening to the members speak, that the Conservative Party is apparently looking at voting against the legislation. I say that now because I would encourage all members, when we come up with collectively as a House in recognizing an important issue and legislation that's going to have a positive impact, that I would suggest to you that Bill C-63 is one of those, and I would hope that the member that introduced this private member's bill will not only be an advocate for his bill, but be the strongest voice and advocate for the Online Harms Act, Bill C-63, within his own caucus, so that we can get the support behind that bill, because that will literally save lives and take ungodly things out of the internet, Madam Speaker, and save the lives of children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On November 21st, 2022, a team from the show Émission Spéciale came to Paris, to the Hill. And France 2's team was there because they were doing a huge investigation on Pornhub on the drama affecting women and girls who have been sexually exploited and who are the source of the profits by these huge online porn organizations. And the French TV team wanted to see me because during the 43rd Parliament, I was sitting on the Standing Committee on Ethics, where we looked at this industry, this incredible industry. I would also say disgusting, and you'll hear why. Because it exploits women and abuses them to offer pornographic content that is made and published not only without the consent of women, but behind their backs. I was completely stunned by what I heard. The committee had Serena Flett appear. You will remember her story. It was told in a New York Times article. The article said that this young 14-year-old girl wound up in videos, sexually explicit videos that were uploaded to Pornhub. It was horrible. I was also upset, Madam Speaker, by the passage of the representatives of subsidiary of Pornhub. And I was surprised by the pathological lack of consideration by these people for the victims. For them, it really wasn't their fault if these videos wound up on the platform and it didn't really hurt their lives. This doesn't make any sense, Madam Speaker. The work that we did in the committee on Pornhub's practices allowed each of the members of all of the parties present to understand the mechanisms, the perverse mechanism by which these pornographic distribution platforms are getting rich by exploiting the cracks in a technological system that on which content is not being controlled. In fact, they were built in such a way as to favor and hide criminal activity.
in terms of sexual exploitation. The committee that I was a member of saw the failure of these practices of moderating. We're moderating, we're protecting people's reputations and privacy. Well, failure. There was sexual exploitation material of children, despite the statements made by the representatives who appeared before committee. So there were a number of recommendations made, including the fact that we need now, urgently, to legislate, to respond to these crimes, and to deal with this plague. I would say, Madam Speaker, that this study took place during the 43rd Parliament and was extended from 2019 to 2021. We're now in 2024. You have to wait for a bill from a member from the Conservative Party for us to talk about it here. But what is the government waiting for? We're talking about human dignity here. It's the lives of young women whose reputations are at stake, young people who are killing themselves because they've been manipulated, abused, people whom they trusted. It has to stop. It has to stop now. From 2014 to 2022, there were some figures, so you'll understand why. The police said 15,630 offenses against children online and 45,816 cases of pornography, child pornography online. The overall sexual exploitation rate of children online by the police shows that it is going up since 2014. 160 cases. From 2014 to 2022, production and distribution of child pornography represented three quarters, 67% of all child pornography, while the possession of child pornography or access to child pornography was only 28%. So, Madam Speaker, we're talking about a 290% increase during that very brief period. Girls were overrepresented among the victims for all types of offenses over that period. And it's barely 9 years. The majority of the victims of sexual offenses reported by the police were of girls between the ages of 12 and 17 years of age. Non-consensual distribution, we have to say, we're talking about intimate images here, often involving a young victim, is by a young person themselves. From 2015 to 2022, nearly all children and young victims, we're talking about 87%. The average age was 15, and girls, for girls, and 14 for boys. Overall, 9 presumed criminals out of 10 were still, and I remind you here, they were minors. Of a third of the victims, the simple acknowledgement that an image was shared from one person to another, the goal of which was not only once it's been uploaded, it can be re-uploaded, but after months of people looking at the videos. So I would remind my colleagues that this bill has to go to committee, and please, it has to be improved in order to be an example to the rest of the world. We can no longer accept this sexual exploitation. So in the bill, C-270, the text amends the criminal code in order to prohibit a person from making, distributing pornographic material for commercial purposes and advertising pornographic material without having first ascertained that at the time the material was made, each person whose image is depicted in that material was and will be 18 years of age or older and gave their express consent to their image being depicted. I think this is a fundamental thing. The express consent in writing of the persons whose image is being depicted in this pornographic material will be mandatory in order to be able to upload content to platforms. We're talking about sentences because producers and distributors who won't abide by this will be subject to fines of $500,000 or a sentence in prison up to 2 years. Alternatively, the offense can be punishable by a summary conviction of with a fine of up to $100,000. Furthermore, I can continue. Distributors or producers found guilty will be subject to an order. I could talk more, Madam Speaker, but I have 30 seconds remaining. Just to say to you that this is a very important issue. There are so many questions that need to be answered and looked at in committee, and the Bloc Québécois will be in favor.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. New Democrats support, as all parties do, tackling the important issues that this bill seeks to tackle. We also know that there's been an explosion of sexual exploitation of individuals online without their consent, an explosion of child pornography. And what we have to do is find those measures to be effective in bringing an end to these heinous practices. Like the member from Peace River Westlock, I'd like to support and salute the survivors who've told their tales at much personal sacrifice and much personal anguish to publicly acknowledge what's happened to them and the impact it's had on their lives. And we wouldn't be making progress on these issues without that work by those survivors. So once again, I think we all want to salute them for their bravery in taking up this problem. The challenge, though, with these issues is to find what will actually work to end sexual exploitation. And we know that lack of resources for enforcement is almost always at least equally important to any gaps in legislation. And so what we need to see is dedicated funding to specific and skilled police units to tackle these questions, because this can become highly complex, highly convoluted in trying to bring these cases to prosecution. And we know that that's one of the problems with the existing legislation. It is difficult to prosecute for these offenses under the criminal code as it now stands. So we look forward as New Democrats from hearing from expert witnesses in committee on what measures will actually be the most effective in bringing an end to these practices, and whether and how the measures proposed in this bill will contribute to bringing an end to online sexual exploitation. The bill in some senses is very simple. It requires checking ID and keeping records of consent. And some would argue that the existing law already implicitly requires that. So is this a step that will make it easier to prosecute? I don't know the answer to that. I'm looking forward to hearing from expert testimony on that. I think while this legislation is not specific to women, it's important to acknowledge the disproportionate representation of women as victims of both child pornography and of sexual exploitation online without consent. But we should also note that we have had a recent rash of cases of the sexploitation, as I guess I would call it, or sextortion of young men who think they've been speaking to other partners their own age online, and later find that the images they've shared they're being threatened with the posting of those online and asking for money or other sexual favors in order to avoid that. And so, yes, primarily women, but we have seen this other phenomenon occurring where men pose as young women to get young boys to share those images. And so, obviously, there's more education we need to do with young people about the dangers of sharing intimate images, although I'm under no illusion that we can actually change the way young people relate to each other online and through their phones. So education will be important, but some measures to deal with these things, when they happen, are also important. Now, if you look at the Criminal Code, Section 162.1, subsection 1, already makes it illegal to distribute an intimate image without consent. And of course, child pornography under a succeeding section is also already illegal. And so when this was first brought forward and added to the Criminal Code, it was, I guess, 11 years ago. And I was a member of Parliament at that time. I know the member from Peace River Westlock joined us shortly after that. And it came in an omnibus bill brought forward by the Conservatives. And in that bill, there were a number of things, I'd be honest, that New Democrats objected to. But when the bill, it was C-13 at that time, was brought forward, our spokesperson, Françoise Boivin, offered to the government to split the bill, take out the section on online exploitation without consent, and pass it through all stages in a single day. The Conservatives refused at that point to do that, and it took another year and a half to get that passed into law. So New Democrats have been supportive of taking these actions, again, as I will say, and recognized its urgency for more than a decade. And so we are on board with getting this to committee and making sure we find what is most effective in tackling these problems. What are the problems? So I see them are principally two. One, as I've mentioned before, is prosecution, the difficulty of prosecution, the difficulty of making those who profit from this pay a price. And all, I think, prosecutors I've talked to said it is difficult to make these cases. It is difficult to investigate, and it's difficult to get convictions. And so are there things we can do that will help make prosecution easier? And are there things suggested in this bill going to do that? I look forward to finding that out in committee. The second problem is the problem of takedown. And we all know that once those images are uploaded, they're there forever. They're hard to get rid of. And so, again, as members on the government side have pointed out, there are measures in the government bill 63 which would help with warrants of seizure, forfeiture, restitution, and peace bonds in trying to get more effective action to take down these images once they have been posted. Again, I'm not an optimist about the ability to do that, but we seem to lack the tools we need now to make a stab at taking those images offline. Madam Speaker, I think it's also important to remember that whatever we do here has to make our law more effective at getting those who are profiting from these images. That's really what this bill has been aimed at, and I salute the member from Peace River Westlock for that singular focus, because I think that is really key. But we also have to be aware of unintended consequences. And once Section 162.1, subsection 1 became law, in court we ran into a problem fairly early on of minors who share images, private images between each other, because technically, under the law as it's written, that's illegal. It's child pornography. And it certainly wasn't the intention to capture 15-year-olds who share intimate images with each other. And so whenever we make these kind of changes, we have to make sure they don't have unintended consequences. Whether we like the practices that young people engage in online or not is not the question. We just have to make sure we don't capture innocent people when we're trying to capture those who profit from exploitation. And the second part, in terms of unintended consequences, I think we have to keep in mind is there are those who are engaged in lawful forms of sex work online, and we have to make sure that they are not captured under the broad strokes of this bill. So again, I'm looking forward to hearing the testimony about what will work to actually tackle these problems, which we know are already illegal, but we know we lack effective tools in the legal system to both prosecute and get these images taken down. So, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to conclude once again by saying New Democrats are broadly supportive of the principles in this bill. We're looking for the expert testimony we will hear, I'm certain, at committee about what will actually work to tackle this problem, and I look forward to the early passage of this bill through to committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Calgary-Nose Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A lot to say on this bill. Maybe I'll just start with a brief personal anecdote, and I want to be very clear when I say this. I don't do this as victim porn or looking for sympathy. It's more of an example of if somebody like myself in a position of privilege has a hard time accessing the justice system, what about others? Very briefly, when I was a Minister of the Crown over 10 years ago now, I received very explicit, sexualized online threats, very graphic descriptions of how somebody was going to rape me, with what instruments, how they were going to kill me. I was alone in a hotel room. My schedule was published the day before, and I was terrified. The response at that time from law enforcement and the process that I had to go through as a minister of the Crown to attempt to get justice in a situation that didn't involve intimate images, but it sticks with me to this day. And if I had to go through that at that time, what hope is there for somebody who didn't have my position of privilege? And what this bill does is recognize that the forms of harassment that, as my colleague from Esquimalt Saanich says, disproportionately impacts women, sexual minorities, and other persons, that discrimination, that harassment has not, it has outpaced Parliament's ability to change the law. And here we are today. Briefly, I want to respond to some of the points of debate. First of all, my colleague from the Liberals who suggested that we expedite Bill C-63. This bill has been so widely panned by such a variety of disparate stakeholders that the government actually hasn't even scheduled it for debate in the House yet. So I'll start with that. Second of all, Bill C-63, and this is particularly for my colleagues that are looking to support this this bill through to second reading. It does not provide criminal provisions for any of the activities that are either in this bill or in some of the other instances that have been brought up in the House for debate tonight, particularly the distribution, the non-consensual distribution of deep nudes and deep fake pornography. I raised this issue, Madam Speaker, in the House over 7 months ago, that the intimate image distribution laws that are currently in the criminal code, that were only put in place in 2014, about a decade after social media came into play and after Rehtaeh Parsons and Amanda Todd tragically died due to an absence in the law. 7 months have passed, and the government could have dealt with updating the criminal code with a very narrow provision that the Canadian Bar Association has asked for, multiple victims' rights groups have asked for, and yet they've chosen not to. What they've done with C-63, there are so many articles that have been written about what is wrong with what's in C-63 that we now need to start paying attention to what's wrong with C-63 because of what's not in there. And there is no update to Canada's criminal code provision on the distribution of intimate images that are produced by artificial intelligence that are known as deep nudes. And Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear about this. There are websites right now where you or anyone in this place can go and download an app to your phone, upload any image of any person, including any person in here. Imagine what that looks like during an election campaign. Erase people's clothes, put it on, and make it look like legitimate pornography. And imagine then that just being distributed on social media without consent. And our criminal code, the Canadian Bar Association, law professors, I could read case after case after case, say that our laws do not update that. At the beginning of February, there was a Canadian Press article that said that the government would update this law in their Bill C-63, and they didn't. Instead, what they chose to do was put in place a three-headed bureaucracy, an entirely extrajudicial process that amounts to a victim of these crimes being told to go to a bureaucratic complaints department instead of being able to get restitution under the law. And you know what that says to a perpetrator? It says, go ahead, do it. There's no justice for you. It boggles my mind that the government has spent all of this time, while countless women, countless vulnerable Canadians are being harassed right now. I also want to highlight something that my colleague from Esquimalt Saanich said, which is the lack of resources for law enforcement across the country. Well, everybody had a nice couple of years talking about defund the police. How many thousands of women across this country, tens of thousands, maybe even millions, experienced online harassment and were told when they finally got the courage to go to the police, they were told, you know what, it's in your head, right? One of those women was killed in Calgary recently. One of those women is Mercedes Stephenson, who talked about her story about trying to get justice for online harassment. And if women like Mercedes Stephenson and myself have a hard time getting justice, how is a teenager in Winnipeg at a high school supposed to get any sort of justice without clarity in the criminal code if she has deep nudes spread about her? I'll tell you how it goes, because it happened. It happened after I raised this in the House of Commons. A high school in Winnipeg, I said it was going to happen, and it happened. These kids are posting artificial intelligence generated deep nudes and deep fakes, and they're harassing peers, they're harassing young women, and you know what happened? No charges were laid. And why were no charges laid? According to the article, because of ambiguity in the criminal code around artificial intelligence created deep nudes. Imagine that. 7 months have passed. It's not in C-63, and at least this bill is looking at both sides of the coin on the criminal code provisions that we need to start looking at. I want to ensure that this government is immediately updating the criminal code to say that if it is illegal to distribute images of a person, intimate images of a person that have been taken with a camera, it should be the exact same thing if it's been generated by a deep nude artificial intelligence. Like that, this should have been done a long time ago. Peter Menzies, a former head of the CRTC, before C-63 came out, he talked about the need for this to have nonpartisan consensus and have narrowly scoped bills so that it could pass the House, right? But what the government has chosen to do with C-63 is put in place a broad regulatory system with nebulous, even more nebulousness on criminal code provisions that will actually, there's been a lot of people who have raised concerns about what that regulatory system will do and whether or not it's actually going to be able to address these things. And the government hasn't even allowed the House to debate that yet. What we have in front of us, from my perspective, is a clear call to action to update the criminal code where we can in narrow provisions so that law enforcement have the tools that they need to ensure that victims of these types of crimes can receive justice. What is happening is technology is rapidly outpacing our ability to keep up with the law, and women are dying. That's what's happening here. So again, I do not understand. First of all, I'll say I'm very pleased to hear the multi-partisan nature of debate on these types of issues, that there's at least a willingness to bring forward these types of initiatives to committee to have these discussions. But it does concern me that the government has eschewed any sort of update of the criminal code on a like versus like basis for regulators, where essentially, again, what I'm worried about is that they're telling victims to go to the complaints department and extrajudicial process as opposed to giving law enforcement the tools that they need. So I'm sure that there will be much more debate on this, Madam Speaker, but at the end of the day, 7 months have passed since I have asked the government to update the criminal code to ensure that deep nudes and deep fakes are in the criminal code, that on the non-consensual intimate image distribution laws. And certainly, Madam Speaker, what we're talking about here is ensuring that law enforcement have every tool that they need to ensure that women and other, as some of my colleagues have raised here, sexual minorities are not victimized online through these types of technologies. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honour member for Winnipeg South Centre, and I will unfortunately have to interrupt him at some point.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to join second reading debate on Bill C-270, an act to amend the Criminal Code, which was introduced on April 28, 2022 by the member from Peace River Westlock. I want to take an opportunity off the top, Madam Speaker, to thank an organization that has played a critical role in advocacy for dealing with so many of the challenges that members opposite have raised, and that's an organization that is located in the heart of my riding in Winnipeg South Centre, the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. So I do want to thank, Madam Speaker, Leanna McDonald, Signe Arneson, Noni Klassen, and the entire team at the Canadian Centre for Child Protection for the work that they have done and continue to do in helping to protect children across this country. Je sais que nous sommes tous et toutes d'accord pour...
I know that we all agree that the non-consensual distribution of intimate images, child sexual exploitation, and human trafficking, as well as all such images, are part of the most heinous crimes in our society. And I know that we are all concerned by the fact that representations of these crimes have been downloaded and spread on online platforms. We must make sure that our policies and our statutes meet the requirements of this important issue. That is a priority for us. Victims have to be protected, and digital platforms have a critical role to play on the matter of protecting these people.
I'll agree, Madam Speaker, that non-consensual distribution of intimate images, child sexual abuse, sexual assault, human trafficking, as well as any images of such conduct are amongst the most heinous crimes. And I know that we are deeply concerned.
The honourable member will have 8 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. La période pour l'étude de cette affaire est...
The period of study has now expired, and it is sent to the bottom of the list of priorities.
6:32, pursuant to Standing Order 30, sub 7, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-347 under private members' business. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre of the day, ordre du jour. Affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat du...
Resuming debate, Bill C-347, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, oath of office. In the name of Mr. Arsenault.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And as always, it's an honor to be able to rise in this place and talk about the issues that are so important to Canadians. And specifically today, rising to talk about C-347, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, and specifically in relation to the oath of office that those of us in this place all take prior to us being able to take our seats in this place. And Madam Speaker, I would, in my reflection, and I know this bill, it was meant to be up for debate a number of weeks ago, and finally having this opportunity, I can't help but think about so much of the history, the legacy, and what that means to our democratic institutions. And I, in speaking to the privilege motion that was debated yesterday, talking about some of what the privileges of members of Parliament are, I mentioned the mace, mentioned some of the other symbols that we have in this place, and I think across our country, and how so much of that lends towards the history that we have to the country that we are able to call Canada today. And when it comes to the specifics of this institution, the more than 800 years, the green carpets here, about how there was the decision on the fields of Runnymede to decide instead of fighting a war, there would be deliberation and debate that would take place, that the Crown would willingly give authority to the people, and that being represented through the mace that sits on the table that our clerks reside at, where it points towards the government side of the House of Commons as a symbolic message to this day that speaks of that history of democracy, that empowering ultimately of people. And I enter into debate with that history in mind on Bill C-347, where we have what may seem small in terms of simply adding an option to MPs to be able to, instead of swearing an oath or affirming allegiance to the Crown, whether that those of us who were sworn in prior to the late Queen Elizabeth II, the two opportunities that I've had, of course, swearing an oath of allegiance to the late Queen, or those who have been elected more recently and will be elected in the future, an opportunity to swear an oath to King Charles III. But what I would, what I'll attempt to do over the course of my speech, Madam Speaker, is highlight a number of what I find concerning aspects to this bill. And the first is that we have a private member's bill that has a very, very limited opportunity for debate in this place, and the provisions of which are not given the ability to have some of the fulsome discussion and debate on an issue as important as changing the perspective around the Crown's role in Canada. And the reason why I say that, some would say, oh, well, this just gives another option. And practically, yes, that is what happens here. But I would urge members of this place to consider that in simply giving members a third option, that instead of swearing an oath or affirming allegiance to the Crown, they would be able to say that they'll uphold the Constitution. And why I suggest that members reflect carefully on the significance of that change is because it shows a very, very symbolic shift in the way that we approach our relationship with so much of our national history, and of which the monarchy and the British Crown has been such a significant part of that. And to do so I would suggest, in the form of a private member's bill, I have some concerns about. It is taking constitutional matters, I would suggest, somewhat flippantly, and without acknowledging some of the seriousness to which we should be able to approach these important things. And that's not to suggest, Madam Speaker, and I know there are debates. In fact, I've heard some debates by in fact, there's one political party in this House that is no fan of the monarchy. And there are various opinions that are as to the future, the future role of the monarchy in both this House of Commons, but also in the other place in the Senate. But, Madam Speaker, what is I would suggest those are important discussions that we can have as a country, but to simply provide an out without actually engaging in those fulsome discussions, I would suggest, is deeply problematic. And to one of the challenges that I have with this bill is that it is somewhat contradictory in nature, because while it gives a third option, and I've mentioned what that third option would be, one of the challenges is that it's I would suggest very typically liberal, because what it does is it adds a third option which does a workaround to do the exact same thing that the first two options provide. So in swearing an oath to the Crown, 1905, there was a solemn affirmation, and there was, my understanding, significant debate around that at that time. But what this change would bring about would basically say you don't have to do either of those, but you swear to uphold the Constitution. But by doing that, you are basically saying indirectly that you are swearing an oath of allegiance to the monarchy. So, Madam Speaker, my suggestion would be, when it comes to the context, to the bill we have before us, let's have the honest conversation as a nation as to the future of that in the context of our national discourse, as opposed to the very limited few hours of debate that it has in a PMB slot. And I would just note, Madam Speaker, one of the ironies that I do find when it comes to this bill is, and particularly the irony, that we have a Liberal member of Parliament bringing this forward, and I understand he has a long history of some of his opposition to, and I believe it dates back to some controversy in relationship to becoming a lawyer. So there's obviously some personal history there. And while I respect greatly one's personal history and advocacy, even if I don't agree with it, one can respect people that they don't agree with. That's a news flash, I think, for many in this place. But, Madam Speaker, what I do find interesting, that a Liberal would bring forward a bill that does bring forward a mechanism that has a very U.S. style of politics type of response that has been integrated would be, if passed, integrated into something that has been very uniquely Westminster, very uniquely Canadian, that already acknowledges that in some cases, whether it's faith or whether it's ideology, that some people don't feel that they can swear an oath, so rather simply affirm their allegiance to the Crown. So I understand that. But it is that irony, I would suggest, that it is bringing forward some of that American style, because if one was to look at the oath that members of Congress, that the U.S. President swears, or members of the U.S. military, it certainly there is a similarity that would be brought forward, although not accomplishing the same thing in terms of being a workaround that still swears a allegiance to the Crown, because that's upheld through the constitutional values. And what is unique, and in the last moments that I have left, Madam Speaker, is as we undertake some of these significant discussions, it's okay to have disagreements. Whether that's, and I'm proud to be a part of a party that that provides a tremendous amount of latitude to be able to discuss and in many cases agree. I know that my conservative colleagues and I, the reason why we are conservatives is very, very clear and straightforward, and that's something that we talk about often. But that doesn't mean that one universally agrees on everything. And it's that ability to disagree that is so fundamental to who we are as Canadians and the need for discourse. In fact, in the last minute or so, I would simply say this. I met with an organization that talked about media literacy earlier today. And one of the fundamental takeaways is it's okay to disagree in our society. It's okay to have dialogue and debate. And it's okay to have different opinions on matters. And simply because someone has a different opinion doesn't make that person necessarily a bad person. But I fear that we've moved down that line, that we simply demonize those who we disagree with, and I would suggest, Madam Speaker, that is fundamentally incorrect. So to conclude, I would simply say this. While there may be a debate to have around the role of whether it is particular to the oath of office, that I certainly take very, very seriously, that responsibility to uphold those more than century and a half of democratic tradition here in Canada. And prior to Canada becoming a country in 1867, the advent of responsible government with Robert Baldwin and Louis LaFontaine and some of the significant history there, Madam Speaker. But let's have those serious conversations and not adopt a bill that I would suggest is somewhat of a cop-out to having those serious conversations that we should be able to have in this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for La Prairie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen, the Bloc Québécois' position is not surprising on this. We will be in favor of this bill, but first, I'd like to thank the member for Madawaska-Restigouche for his courage in tabling this bill. I don't know what will happen with this bill in the future, but at the outset, I'd like to thank him for his courage. And knowing the history of the Acadians, I have admiration for him. So I wanted to say that before I begin. So here we have the possibility of choosing the oath, not having a mandatory oath to the King of England or Canada. So usually it was, I swear that I will be faithful and I swear allegiance to His Majesty, the King or the Queen, depending on who's on the throne. But now there's the opportunity to have, in the interest of Canada and respecting its constitution. So is that ideal for the Bloc Québécois? I would say no. If the Bloc Québécois had written a bill, we wouldn't have written this bill, but it doesn't mean it's not good. It's an improvement. I don't want to make my colleagues sad. We would have simply said that we would swear allegiance to the people. We are elected by them. It's for them that we make decisions. And it's for them that we take the best actions possible. So I won't surprise you by telling you that the Bloc Québécois is against the monarchy. It's an old system that had its time of glory a long time ago, before we discovered the plane, the car, and all the rest. That's from a long time ago. We are Democrats. We believe that people are sovereign, not the king. What's important to us is equality of all, regardless the color of skin, language, where you come from. All people are equal. At the outset, when you swear allegiance to someone who was born into the right family, who was lucky at birth, well, that's not about equality among all. At the outset, it doesn't respect the basis of democracy. We're here because of democracy, of course, Madam Speaker. So we are democratic or we're not. Adam Smith wrote on The Wealth of Nations, and in that extraordinary work, he mentions that we need to treat people with respect, with equality, and that people who succeed are those who deserve it, those who are competent, those who work hard. That's the basis of economic liberalism. I'm not saying that you have to be economic liberals. But at some point, Adam Smith, in the country of the current king, laid the foundation for an economic system that goes with the political system for equality among all and rewarding merit. We can't say that Charles III deserves to have his shoelaces ironed. So there's nothing that would justify royal treatment of that individual who should be equal to all. So we don't agree with swearing allegiance because of that. There's potential power to the Governor General of Canada representing the King. She can have political power even though she's not elected. That's crazy. That possibility cannot really be tolerated. We have power because we've been elected. People say we have confidence in you for whatever reason. They listen to our platform and they chose us to represent them. So we're justified in making decisions. And if people aren't happy with my work, well, you know what will happen. I'll have to leave my office. The people decide. But of course, before I get into the rest of my speech, I want to say that swearing allegiance to the Constitution is problematic because the Constitution talks about God, and that's problematic. And second, Quebec hasn't signed the Constitution. We had it shoved down our throat. So we'd be swearing allegiance to a Constitution that hasn't been signed by my people. I have a bit of a problem with that. And finally, I look at the current Liberal government, the Government of Canada, that doesn't respect the Constitution. They'll put their hand on the Constitution and swear allegiance to the Constitution and go into Quebec and the province's jurisdiction and deny the foundation of that Constitution. That's not quite what a normal country would do. So why are we against swearing allegiance to the king? Because it's the British monarchy. It's the king of another country swearing allegiance to a king from elsewhere who lives elsewhere. He'll do a little tour at taxpayers' expense, of course, once in a while. It'd be fine with me if they stayed home. We'd save money and use that money to deal with our own issues. That king is a conqueror to Quebecers. When the English won the war, it's funny because when we talk about the Plains of Abraham, we think of defeat, but Canadians think of victory here. And then they say, why do you say you're a distinct nation? Maybe it's a little bit because of that. There are times in history when we were in conflict. We're not the same people. And before arriving and conquering Quebec, the British Crown went on the St. Lawrence and burned farms all down the St. Lawrence that belonged to Quebecers, French Canadians from the time. And they deported the Acadian people. Why? Well, it was 1,800 people. They separated families. They deported 12,000, and before they got to their destination, 8,000 died from an epidemic. That was the British Crown. Do I swear allegiance to that? You want me to swear allegiance to that? It doesn't make any sense. And then, the Amherst Bacteriological War. In 1870, he decided to help the Indigenous people. He took some blankets, he put smallpox in them, and distributed the blankets to Indigenous people. Some people say that it's the first bacteria-based war. That's the British Crown. They hung 12 patriots. They hung 12 French-speaking patriots. Those who participated in the revolt, there were English people, Irish people, and Quebecers or French Canadians. The 12 who were hung were Francophones. They hung 12 Francophones. I'm the member for La Prairie, and at some point, Joseph Narcisse Cardinal, who was the member of Parliament for La Prairie, was condemned to hanging because he went to get arms in Kanawaki and he was caught. I think his wife was awaiting their 6th child at the time. His wife wrote a letter to Colborne's wife, the Governor General at the time. She pleaded for her husband's life. No answer to her letter. She went to see Colborne's wife, and Colborne gave her $8. That's the British Crown. Do I swear allegiance to that? Seriously? Lord Durham. He didn't want the problems related to the Patriot Rebellion to happen again. He said it was an ethnic war. We'll deal with those French Canadians. They have no history, no literature. We need to assimilate them. And that's when they wanted to unite Upper and Lower Canada. That's how they treated us. And there's a member here who's from Durham. So for you, Canadians, Durham is someone who was good. For us, he's a force of assimilation. And if you read what Durham wanted to do in the 19th century and we look at what's happening today, well, history repeats itself if we don't listen to it. And the best way to have people campaigning for independence is to teach people their history. The real source of pride for Quebecers and the people of the Bloc will be to swear allegiance to the people of Quebec in the Republic of Quebec. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, I just want to acknowledge I lost my flower to acknowledge Cancer Awareness Month. So I don't have it on me right now, but I do want to acknowledge that it is Cancer Awareness Month. And oh, look, I have a flower that's being given to me. Thank you so much. I don't want to take too much time, but I do just want to acknowledge all those who are impacted by cancer. I actually just recently lost a friend of mine, Sindra, who leaves behind her 3 children and who also lost her husband just over a year ago. So they're leaving behind 2 children as a result of cancer. And so I want to thank the Canadian Cancer Society and all those who do all the work to provide, to do research and supports and to help all those who are impacted. And so with that, I am here today, Madam Speaker, to talk about Bill C-347, an act to amend the Constitution Act. And this is my very first speech as the new NDP critic of democratic reform. And so I'm very, very proud and pleased to be able to speak on this issue. I want to thank the member for Madawaska, Restigouche, now I hope I pronounced his riding correctly, for bringing forward this motion. As we know, this bill brings forward the ability for a member of the House of Commons or Senate, before they take their seat, to choose to take and subscribe to the oath of allegiance, the oath of office of both. Now, we know we all subscribed to the oath of allegiance, and so this is an alternative for people. Members will have a choice to swear an allegiance to the monarch, as has always been done in Canada, or to take the oath of office, therefore committing to work in the best interest of our country and in accordance with the Constitution. We know that members cannot currently legally assume their seat in Parliament until they've taken the oath to the sovereign. Now, when speaking with constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, I hear a mix of responses. Some very much in favor of such changes, some very much against, and others who are quite frankly apathetic to the issue. It is for these reasons that my New Democrat colleagues and I will decide individually whether to support this legislation or not. I will say I respect the member for his creativity in this bill. Whether intended or not, I believe that this can be a small positive step in addressing potential barriers for Canadians in putting their names forward to serve and represent constituents as members of Parliament. I believe this to be a small change but worth discussing, as such decisions can have an impact on the composition of who's elected into the House of Commons. However, as we all know, this is not an issue that I'm finding is front of mind for Canadians. This is understandable, as Canadians and people in Nanaimo Ladysmith are struggling to make ends meet. People are unable to afford housing, unable to keep food on the table. Canadians are feeling the real impacts of the climate crisis. In my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, Madam Speaker, for example, forest fire season is now a term being used by locals. Forest fire season is now a part of our summer, where the smoke fills the air, kids are unable to go outside to play, and people struggle just to breathe. There are serious problems facing Canadians across the country. Front of mind, for most, rightfully so, is not this issue. But we do need to be talking about how to adapt to meet the needs of Canadians to ensure our democracy is strong and representative. Madam Speaker, I do believe, however, now perhaps I'm willing to be proven wrong, but if the Liberals who are currently forming government were serious about wanting to make this change, it would not have come forward today as a private member's bill. They would have instead made it happen. This is a pattern of Liberal behavior, picking off low-lying fruit instead of implementing legislation that would bring forward real democratic reform and the real changes Canadians so desperately need. Now more than ever, we need to be seriously evaluating the ways in which our electoral systems and parliamentary processes create barriers to full participation of Canadians. This is why I brought forward my previous bill calling on the government to implement a National Citizens' Assembly on electoral reform. This motion would have provided Canadians with the tools needed to develop informed recommendations to the federal government as to how to best strengthen our democracy. We all know that the Liberals first promised electoral reform in 2015 and continued to make such promises time and again. The Conservatives, on the other hand, for the most part, have been silent on this issue, as, let's be honest, the current system benefits them. Out of 118 elected Conservative MPs, only 21 are women. This is about 18% of the party. Women account for over 50% of the general Canadian population, and yet the Conservative Party is composed of only 18%. You would think the Conservatives would be eager to make changes to increase representation, but instead they fight to maintain the existing systems, and the status quo. This motion and much of the work still required is an opportunity for all MPs to come together. I will say that. And to implement a positive path forward for Canadians, because we cannot keep doing what we always have. We know that there is currently only 30% women elected to the House of Commons overall. This is the highest it has ever been. The rate that Canada is increasing representation is too slow, and we are falling shamefully behind on the global scale. Those elected to the House of Commons should be representative of our communities. Instead, we have seen an underrepresentation of so many, including Indigenous people, Black Canadians, those living in low incomes, people who identify as part of the 2S LGBTQIA plus community, and I could go on. We also know that the current first-past-the-post system encourages divisive and adversarial politics. We are seeing more than enough of our fair share of this in this House, and the current system encourages such poor and divisive behavior. It does not have to be this way. When we look at countries such as Norway, New Zealand, and Scotland that have adopted a system of proportional representation where voter support means better represented seats in Parliament, we also see increased collaborations amongst those elected and political parties. This is because in order to get important legislation through Parliament, working together is the only choice. The winner-takes-all approach that we have here in Canada, in contrast, results in what we see all around us: division, misinformation, personal attacks, rather than respectful debate about the priority at hand. Madam Speaker, instead of providing Canadians with the tools required to ensure those important discussions and solutions were made a priority, the Liberals and Conservatives, both, including the mover of this motion, voted against moving forward.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I appreciate what the member is saying, but we do need to keep it relevant to the legislation at hand. Would be nice.
I just want to remind the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, as he is aware, there is some latitude in the debates that are before the House and in the speeches, and I'm sure that the Honourable Member will ensure that it's related to the matter, but you know it does flow in different ways sometimes, and then they bring it back. So I just want to remind members to please make sure that they are speaking to the motion that's before the House as well. So the honourable member for Nanaimo, Lady Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thought perhaps I had not followed a parliamentary rule of some sort, but turns out it is in fact a chance to try to deflect away from the truth, which is the voting record of the Liberals and not moving forward on electoral reform and strengthening our democracy. And so with that, I would like to continue on with my speech. I do appreciate this motion, as I was saying, Madam Speaker, and the need for changes to be made, but let's take a moment to reflect on the work required ahead and commit together to real changes, to listen to the needs of Canadians and to implement the necessary solutions. I cannot reiterate enough, we no longer have time to wait. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful to be speaking to this bill today. But the oath of allegiance is one, everybody in this House is familiar with it, because they've taken it. Everybody sitting here has taken it at least once. Some of us have been lucky enough to take it more than once. Look, the moment a member takes that oath for the first time, it has a powerful impact. It's a moment filled equally with excitement and solemnity. It's excitement because you're starting something, a bit of an adventure, something that you've been working on for months. Solemnity because of the task ahead. Serving our constituents and Canadians more generally is a serious task and one which we honor to undertake. The oath of allegiance is currently required by Section 128 of the Constitution Act. The courts have interpreted it as a symbolic oath to Canada's system of government, a constitutional monarchy. The oath of allegiance has been described as an affirmation of Canada's societal values and constitutional architecture and a symbolic commitment to our form of government and the unwritten constitutional principle of democracy. I do not begrudge the honourable member for wanting to update our oath. He's my friend and he's my colleague. But swearing an oath of allegiance in the 21st century may seem like a relic of a bygone era. I understand his sentiment. I appreciate where he's coming from. I just don't believe this is the appropriate time to have this debate. Madam Speaker, the oath of allegiance is a bond that links members of this place and members of the other place in many ways. Even prior to Confederation, Section 35 of the Union Act, 1840, required members of the Legislative Council and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Canada to take an oath of allegiance prior to taking their seat and voting. The oath of allegiance also connects us with our colleagues in the provincial legislative assemblies who are also required by Section 128 of the Constitution Act to take the same oath. The Crown remains an ever-present feature of our system of government and symbolizes the state. The Crown in Parliament participates in the legislative process, most critically in its culmination by granting royal assent. In this sense, the Crown is a unifying symbolic feature of our system of government and of our constitutional order. As the courts have recognized, Madam Speaker, viewed in this way, the oath to the King of Canada is an oath to our form of government, as symbolized by the King as the apex of our Canadian parliamentary system of democratic constitutional monarchy. The oath of office proposed by the honourable member in Bill C-347 would invite us to swear to carry out our duties in the best interest of Canada while upholding its Constitution. I cannot dispute the sentiment. As the courts have held, however, the oath of allegiance, properly construed, is quite similar in meaning. The reference to the King in the oath of allegiance really is a reference to the state and the source of all sovereign authority. But this proposed oath of office, Madam Speaker, although well-intended, though it may be, does not reflect our system of government. Changing shared rituals like the oath of allegiance involves changing the Constitution. This is not something that should be done lightly or without careful reflection. Having expressed my own reservations about the honourable member's proposal, I and the government would oppose this measure and vote against this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. C-347 seeks to offer senators and members a choice relative to the oath they take for a foreign monarch, or an oath of office, or both. And I want to salute the member for Madawaska Restigouche for this bill. He's also the chair of the Standing Committee on Official Languages, and I am one of the vice chairs. The Bloc Québécois is opposed to any demonstration related to monarchism and its system. For people not to know its history, it's like somebody who's an amnesiac. It's important to remember the actions and decisions taken by the British monarchy and to remember the deportation of the Acadians, the horrors of the siege of Quebec, the 7-year war that led to the death of 15% of the population of New France, the military repression that occurred. There was a union that was declared for Upper and Lower Canada to assimilate and make Francophones a minority. Then, in the name of the Queen, they pushed the provinces outside of Quebec to prohibit Catholic schools and all teaching of French in schools. In April 1982 gave royal assent to a constitution that was opposed to Bill 101, and it was never signed by any Quebec government. So if we don't remember, as my colleague said, if we don't taking history lessons, they will repeat themselves. And we see again today the Canadian government is interfering in Quebec's area of jurisdiction to constantly impose and promote English. 99% of official languages funding goes to English-speaking lobby groups in Quebec, and the decline of French continues in Quebec and across Canada. Changes being put in place or being proposed by C-347. It's a democratic improvement. It's an important democratic improvement, in fact, because democracy puts the origins of the power in the hands of the citizens. As the Patriots said, the elected officials are working for the people in creating legislation, and the people are the source of the sovereign powers. So the people themselves are the sovereign. So taking an oath of allegiance to the Crown goes profoundly against our values. It's anti-democratic. It's as if saying these people don't exist under those of the Crown. The Bloc not only rejects royalism, that is fidelity to the monarch, but also modern monarchy itself. There is a Quebec Democratic Republic, and that's the project. We will reject the monarchy. So this continues, however, to have a major influence and role in English-speaking Canada. Our leader or head of state is the head of is a monarch in another country. We have an unelected monarch who exercises a portion of our legislative power. We want self-determination for our people. It's not in our institutions. The Crown has used its executive powers on a number of occasions, so the Crown's prerogatives are always present on paper, and the tradition that the Crown will not exercise its prerogatives can be corrupted, as it was in 2017. In Canada, the monarchy is the institution that ensures the perennity and sovereignty of the state or the nation. Canada is an incomplete democracy in large part because of these undemocratic institutions that are the Crown and the Senate. In a democratic republic, the people are sovereign, and this includes fundamental legislation, such as the Constitution. Fundamental freedoms are guaranteed and include the right to freedom of religion with its corollary, the separation of state and church. There is a reference to the Constitution, Acts. Therefore, there's not a complete there is a mention in the oath of office of while upholding its constitution, and so there is a mention, however, of the old institutions, the monarchy. That said, the oath of office suggested in 347 could, in appearance, seem not to meet the fundamental principles of the Bloc Québécois and its plan for sovereignty. This requires somebody to do so in the best interest of Canada, a country that it wants to leave. As I said, this constitution was forced upon the people of Quebec, and the nation of Quebec has never subscribed to that constitution. So these two aspects, the best interest of Canada while upholding its constitution, are not compatible with our values. For the Bloc Québécois, it is in the best interest of Canada if Quebec becomes an independent nation. The Bloc Québécois is a democratic political party that respects the rule of law. We are already taking action with respect for the Constitution and legislation. We think that it poorly reflects the reality of Canada. While Canadian society is made up of nations, the English-speaking Canadian nation, the Quebec nation, the Indigenous nations, Canadian multiculturalism defines the people as an aggregate of individual identities and cultural communities without regard for their national composition. The Quebec nation is a nation and a people. We do not hold that vision of multiculturalism, and this plan has failed a number of times in trying to get Quebec to sign on to the Canadian Federation. So any attempt to integrate Quebec has failed. So for all those reasons, the Bloc Québécois members would be solemnly able to exercise their duties in the best interest of Canada, but we think it's an opportunity for other people in Canada to talk about the definition of their political wishes. This is a small step in the right direction. It presents an improvement to democracy. We want to have an oath of office that is more respectful.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlottetown.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today and speak in favour of Bill C-347, an Act to amend the Constitution Act Oath of Office, sponsored by my friend and colleague, the Honourable Member from Madawaska-Restigouche. I want to thank the Honourable Member for the work he has put into this piece of legislation. Like any experienced lawyer, he has left no stone unturned, has anticipated every argument and every detail. It is a simple enough change that would have no impact outside of Parliament Hill, but has the potential to revitalise the institution itself, arguably helping Parliament evolve and usher in a new era. This bill would see future parliamentarians have the choice to swear allegiance to the monarch, as is presently the case, or take an oath of office swearing to act in the best interest of Canada while upholding its constitution before taking their seat in Parliament. Some may choose to both swear allegiance and take the oath of office. This is the important principle of the bill. This is the important principle on which the bill rests, and that is the principle of choice. It's my belief that all parliamentarians, both in this House and in the other chamber, yes, including Conservatives, work day in and day out for the betterment of this great nation. Whether it be in our respective ridings, in committee, or in this chamber, we strive to act in the best interest of Canadians. We might not always agree on what that looks like, but we have a shared goal of supporting Canadians now and setting the stage for a positive future. The oath of office proposed in Bill C-347 reminds us of this shared goal and sets the stage from the get-go that we are here for Canada. This does not in any way diminish the role of the monarchy in our Constitution, but allows for future members to celebrate their purpose in Parliament and remember that they are accountable to Canadians in everything they do. Having myself sworn the oath of allegiance on 4 instances now, I know that an oath of office in addition to, or instead of, the oath of allegiance would serve as a powerful motivator for new parliamentarians as they take their seats. And then there's the matter of inclusivity. The oath of allegiance itself emerged in the 16th century due to political and religious conflicts in Great Britain. The Act of Supremacy established the Crown as the head of the Protestant Church, and members of Parliament had to swear allegiance to the sovereign in both their capacity as head of state and head of the church. The goal at that time was to exclude based on religious belief, as Roman Catholics and Jewish people would not recognize the Crown as supreme in all matters, and thus would not have access to public office. In Canada, we have shaped things since then in a uniquely Canadian way, with the oath reflecting allegiance to the Crown, but also to the institutions it represents in our country. The aim here is to ensure that members remember that they are acting in the best interests of Canada and to impress upon them the serious responsibilities they are assuming. These same goals can be achieved by an oath of office. In an increasingly diverse Parliament, we must reflect on the necessity of asking First Nations, Métis, and Inuit members to swear allegiance to a system of monarchy that has long disadvantaged them. Understanding that the Government of Canada has long affirmed that its most important relationship is the one with Indigenous peoples, we must work towards reconciliation and allow Indigenous self-governance to exist on Parliament Hill as it does elsewhere across the country. This also rings true for other potential members who, for historical or ethnic reasons, might hesitate to take an oath of allegiance to the Crown. This hesitancy does not make anyone less Canadian, nor does it make them less suited for public office. In fact, some of these perspectives are essential and may serve as lessons to us as we debate legislation, undertake studies, and make important decisions that affect Canadians. We must find ways to allow members to take their seats without compromising their identities. I know that talk of amending the Constitution is justifiably met with skepticism, but this is where the simplicity of this bill makes it effective. The bill proposes that the Constitution Act 1867 be amended to give every federal parliamentarian the option to take and subscribe the oath of office contained in the Act instead of or in addition to the oath of allegiance. If the bill had included provincial legislative bodies in the proposed amendment, we would indeed have to go through the general procedure as outlined in Section 42 of the Constitution Act 1982. However, the amendment specifically refers to the House of Commons or Senate, thereby having no impact to provincial or territorial affairs. By limiting the scope of the bill to Parliament, Section 44 of the Constitution Act 1982 is triggered, which reads, and I quote, "Subject to Sections 41 and 42, Parliament may exclusively make laws amending the Constitution of Canada in relation to the Executive Government of Canada or the Senate and House of Commons. Hence, Parliament has exclusive jurisdiction over decisions that impact only its affairs. Thus, by a simple act of Parliament, we can modernize both chambers without going through the general procedure for amending the Constitution. This amendment does not in any way change the Constitution's architecture or spirit, nor does it jeopardize the democratic institutions of Canada. In fact, it improves them. This is also not the first time in history that our democracy has been modernized in Parliament. As was stated earlier in debate, from 1905 onwards, members have been able to make a solemn affirmation of allegiance instead of an oath, acknowledging the religious diversity of our country. Just reflect on that for a minute, Madam Speaker. In 1905, we made it optional to make any reference to God in our oath. And here we are in 2024 debating whether we should make it mandatory to include the monarch in the oath. This 1905 development is in line with the living tree doctrine in Canadian law, that the Constitution must be read in a progressive manner, allowing it to adapt to changing times. It must reflect the realities of Canadian society and evolve with it. This, once again, is a simple, meaningful change. I thank the member for introducing this bill, which brings a modern, inclusive, and uniquely Canadian perspective to our institutions, and I will be proud to stand with him in support of it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Right of reply, 5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all those who spoke today about my bill, Bill C-347 seeks to amend the oath of office so that federal MP has to swear allegiance to the King. This is at Section 138 of our Constitution Act 1867.
To make this oath of allegiance to the monarch optional, while allowing, for the first time in the history of our country, an oath of office by which we swear to carry our duties in the best interests of Canada while upholding its Constitution. Il est même prévu de pouvoir prêter les...
Both can be used. That is as inclusive as you can get, Madam Speaker. The current option, with only one choice, does not look like today's modern Canada.
I'm sure my colleagues and Canadians who are listening that my bill is neither monarchist nor anti-monarchist nor even Republican. Madam Speaker, this bill is inclusive and 100% Canadian. Je réitère que la modification.
The constitutional amendment only has to do with members elected to this Parliament or to those who are appointed to the Senate. And that is all. Section 44 of our Constitutional Act 1867 allows us to bring amendments to the Constitution. It provides that Parliament has exclusive jurisdiction to amend the provisions of Canada's Constitution with regards to the federal executive power in the Senate and in the House of Commons. These are strong legal words that are not ambiguous in the slightest. The Canada Supreme Court, in a 2014 decision, supports my claims. I would ask my colleagues, as we're all legislators, to read this decision. For example, my bill does not affect the roles and functions of our country's constitutional cornerstones. Our two levels of government with their own levels of jurisdiction, our Parliament with a House of Commons that is elected and a Senate that is appointed. All amendments to this architecture would have required a unanimous consent from provinces, from the House and from the Senate. This bill does not affect the interests of provinces and their jurisdictions. Had this been the case, we would have had to reopen the Constitution and ask 7 out of 10 provinces with 50+1 of the population their consent.
347 is much simpler. It is specifically designed to limit the effect of its constitutional amendment to Parliament Hill. It has no ambition to interfere with the constitutional architecture of our country or even the interests of the provinces. Au risque de me répéter, notre Parlement a.
Our Parliament has exclusive jurisdiction in amending the constitutional change that I've proposed.
That this Parliament has exclusive jurisdiction to amend our Constitution in order to make this bill a modern, inclusive, and a 100% Canadian law. J'invite donc mes collègues à...
I ask my colleagues and all Canadians to support this bill so that no one ever has to swear allegiance in a way that makes them not feel Canadian before they sit in this House of Commons, for example, and elsewhere in the Parliament of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The question is as follows. Mr. Arsenault, seconded by Mr. Lightbound, moves that Bill C-347, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, oath of office, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs.
Member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, the 10th of April 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to follow up on a question I asked this government in December about the carbon tax and Bill C-234. Notably, the question I asked in December got over 13.5 million views on Instagram, so clearly many Canadians are very interested in the issue. It might have had something to do with, as well, the hearty laughter from the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, who was sitting behind me at the time. Madam Speaker, the issue with Bill C-234, which we continue to champion today in this House, Conservatives are fighting for farmers to be exempt from the carbon tax. We believe in axing the tax completely. But in this Parliament, in order to make some incremental progress, we have put forward a bill that has gained the support of a majority of the House of Commons, seeking to exempt farmers from the carbon tax. This bill was on the verge of passing in the Senate when the government started to lean into their supposedly independent senators, making personal phone calls to senators to try to pressure them to change their vote. Now the bill is back in the House of Commons, and Conservatives are pushing to pass this bill in its original form to exempt our hardworking farmers from the carbon tax. Madam Speaker, applying the carbon tax to farmers doesn't make any sense, even if you believe in the carbon tax in general. Because the carbon tax is designed to be a Pigovian tax, that is, a tax on something that is believed to generate a negative externality in order to try to discourage that behavior. That is the theory behind a carbon tax. It seeks to make gasoline more expensive in hopes people will drive less. It seeks to make airplane travel more expensive in hopes people will fly less, etc. That is the theory of the government's carbon tax. And yet, on what basis is it applied to our farmers? Does the government hope that people will farm less if they make farming more expensive? Do they think that farmers should do the essential work of farming less in response to the Pigovian tax that they're applying? And it doesn't make any sense. Farming is not an activity we want to discourage. Farming is an activity we should be encouraging. We should be making it easier for people to go into farming, to work in farming, to continue with this critical livelihood, feeding people across this country wherever they live. So why is the government applying a punitive tax on farmers? What possible rational policy objective could taxing farmers in this way have, Madam Speaker? It just doesn't make any sense. To be clear, Conservatives oppose the carbon tax in general. We will axe the tax after the carbon tax election. But at a minimum, the Liberals should understand that even in theory the carbon tax makes no sense. Even on its own justification, the carbon tax makes no sense when applied to farmers. And that is why Conservatives have and will continue to champion the passage of Bill C-234, to push the government to pass Bill C-234 in its original form. Now, we have also called on the government to meet with the premiers who, along with the Canadian public, overwhelmingly oppose the carbon tax. Liberals are afraid to gather and meet with the premiers to have a carbon tax conference. I'm sure if they did, they would hear clearly from the premiers a call to axe the carbon tax on farmers and on all Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's nice to be back in a adjournment debate with my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. Madam Speaker, before I start, the member spoke about pressure on senators. And I think it's relevant to this debate to talk about what pressure on senators actually made the news with respect to the failed Conservative former leader from Regina Capel's bullying tactics of some non-Conservative senators, which actually resulted in them feeling extremely unsafe, people showing up at their private residences. That kind of bully politics is unbecoming of any member. It should not be part of how we come to decisions and how we debate in this House and how we put forward good ideas. So, senators, the only senators who are partisan, I would say, in the other place are Conservative senators. The Liberals don't have senators at our caucus meetings. And there are independent senators, and there are senators that have their own views, and that's the way it should work. But for the member to suggest that pressure was put on any senators, other than the pressure that was very, very clearly documented in the media from the member from Regina Capel and other Conservatives, was totally unbecoming of the offices that they hold, and they should have apologized for that. But, Madam Speaker, on the topic of farmers and agriculture, farmers are the backbone of our country. Their work is essential. It is difficult, especially with climate change impacting heavily their livelihood. The number one risk and the number one impact that farmers are experiencing is our changing climate and severe weather. Drought, floods, very, very focused precipitation, wildfires are having a devastating impact on the agriculture sector, with people having to evacuate their homes and communities in the summer during wildfire season last year, which burned, I think the number was almost 1.5 million acres of our forests. Actually, it was much more than that. I'm sorry that I don't remember the total number off the top of my head. But farmers face climate change's harsh realities every single day, whether it's through drought, wildfire, floods, or invasive species. They're all becoming more prevalent. And our government supports agriculture and farmers, as well as their families and the practice of farming. We subsidize innovations. We ensure that they're made whole. And, Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that they are the breadbasket of Canada, and it's absolutely essential that we make sure that farmers can continue their important work. I meet with my local farmers in Milton on a frequent basis, and I'm very grateful for all the work they do. And that's why, Madam Speaker, 97% of on-farm fuels are exempt from carbon pricing altogether. It's also worth mentioning that farmers in Quebec and farmers in British Columbia aren't subject to the federal backstop of carbon pricing because those provinces have a plan to fight climate change and lower their emissions. And it's up to the provinces. If Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, and Ontario don't want to continue to have Canada carbon rebates go to their constituents, if they don't want to have the federal price on pollution, then they ought to come up with their own plan. Now, in the last federal election, the last time my colleague from Alberta went to the doors, he ran on a commitment to price carbon. With Aaron O'Toole as leader, the Conservatives ran on a promise to have a carbon pricing scheme. It was called the more you burn, the more you earn, because every dollar gets deposited in some kind of a green bank account. But they didn't win the last election. But in a hypothetical alternate universe, if they did win the last election, then farmers would be paying the price on pollution. Madam Speaker, it's clear to me why they made such a big deal about this April 1st hike, and that's because in Alberta, Danielle Smith increased the price of gas by 4 cents on April 1st. That was not a rebatable increase. That was just an increase in provincial tax that they did, and that had an impact on the cost of living in Alberta. But you never hear that from those Conservative Alberta MPs.
Honourable Member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, this member began with a ridiculous and irrelevant attack on the Conservative House Leader. And I want to be very clear what happened. The Conservative House Leader made a post on social media with the names and photos of senators in terms of how they voted, with their publicly available office phone number, and invited people who disagreed with the public votes of senators to contact their office and to share their views. And I would just say, if any citizen has a concern or an opinion about how an elected official voted, they should have the ability to phone their office and share their perspective. And if anyone disagrees with anything I say or do in this House, they can call my office at 780-467-4944. I'm not afraid of accountability, and no minister, no member of the government, nor senator should be afraid of people calling their publicly available office number in order to share their perspectives. What farmers want and need in this country is the ability to grow their food without the punitive carbon tax. That's why this government should axe the tax.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Canadians don't need to hear it from me. They can hear it directly from the senators in question. 3 independent senators said they were bullied by the Conservative leader in the Senate, in the Red Chamber, after a member from their group attempted to put off debate on a controversial bill. Now, police and the Senate had also investigated the matter, and the leader of the Conservative leader in the Senate did concede that he got a little angry over the matter. Madam Speaker, the thing is, like, the Conservatives can stand over there and justify that behavior if they'd like. But there are senators that didn't go home on the weekend. They went and stayed in a hotel because they feared for their safety due to the bullying of the Conservative House Leader. That is unbecoming of the office they hold. Certainly there is lots of time for debate, but instructing people to harass senators or any other elected or non-elected official is wrong.
I want to remind the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, there was no more opportunities to reply, but I also want to remind both members, order, 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 order. If the honourable members want to, order. If the honourable members want to continue having conversations, they should take it out, and I would just ask members to please stick to the order. Order. I want to remind, order. Okay, this is getting out of hand now. And both will be removed if they continue. I just want to remind members maybe to stick to the matter that they've brought forward before the House, as opposed to trying to expand into other debates on the issues. Again, so the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands can bring his issue forward.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When I last spoke in this House on this particular issue about the carbon tax being imposed on Canadians, including to a young farmer trying to raise a family, the response that I got from the minister was far from satisfactory. But as long as the Liberals decide to keep the carbon tax in place and raise it every year, there's nothing that they can say. Canadians won't be satisfied until the government finally gets rid of it. Conservatives will not stop until we axe the tax for good. And that's why we've been debating a new Conservative motion in the House here today on the carbon tax. Maybe the members from all the other parties are tired of talking about it, but they need to continue to hear about it because the issue is not going to go away. More and more people who are doing their best and working hard every day can barely afford to live anymore. And instead of easing that burden, the NDP Liberal Coalition went ahead with their out-of-touch plan to raise the carbon tax yet again by another 23%. Before they did that on April 1st, we heard from a growing number of Canadians telling them not to do that. And apparently they weren't paying attention and they ignored all of this. So I want to at least highlight the impact that the carbon tax is having back home. Hopefully it will help the government to understand the damage that they are doing. The Mayor of Shaunavon wrote an open letter to the Prime Minister and broke it down for him. He offered a straightforward explanation of the problem created for a rural community like this one. And this is what he had to say about the carbon tax increase, and I will quote Mayor Bennett here. This impacts communities like ours all across the country. The town of Shaunavon's total utility costs for public buildings on an average monthly basis during the winter months amounts to about $38,477.18. It is highlighted that a total of 14% or $5,267.91 of this total is paid towards the carbon tax. This carbon tax is set to increase by 23% as of April 1st, 2024, amounting to a new total of approximately $6,500 per month, an annual impact of $78,000. To understand this in proportion, that alone would require a town like Shaunavon to increase municipal taxes by 8% or more to generate enough to cover the federal implemented carbon tax. We bring this to your attention out of concern towards the federal government's lack of transparency around the carbon tax, and that personal tax rebates do not accurately reflect the actual costs of this program, end quote. Madam Speaker, unlike the federal government, municipalities do not have the ability to borrow and spend like the feds do. The Mayor of Swift Current also released an open letter to the Prime Minister. He included this information in his quote here. 2% of our municipal taxes will be required this year to pay the carbon tax. This 2% comprises more than half of the property tax increase we requested from our ratepayers in 2024. We estimate that over $400,000 in carbon charges will be paid by the City of Swift Current to the federal government of Canada this year alone, end quote. The Liberals have the nerve to tell the public that they're not increasing the tax burden, but that's misleading. What's really going on is their federal policy forces taxes to go up at lower levels. How is that fair to anyone? I shared two examples, but it happens in a lot of other places. The carbon tax adds to the cost of everything, and some of the worst damage is done indirectly. Along with municipalities, small businesses have not yet received a rebate of $2.5 billion in carbon tax revenue. The government has repeatedly said it will return that money, but the delay has continued. There are so many ways that the carbon tax is harming families, communities, and businesses. And that's why it's not good enough for them to pretend that the rebate will solve everything. It doesn't cover all the costs for everyone. And a strong majority of Canadians oppose that. So I'm going to ask the question on their minds. Why won't the NDP Liberals axe the tax or at least pause it? What excuse do they have left?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And let me first by correcting my colleague, as the Supreme Court has recognized, the carbon price is not a tax. It's a regulatory charge that is essential to reducing the pollution that is causing climate change, and all the money is returned back to Canadians. And in fact, 8 out of 10 households receive more money back through the Canada Carbon Rebate than they paid towards the fuel charge, with lower and middle income households receiving the most, and they benefit the most, Madam Speaker. Claims that the carbon price is increasing the cost of living are false. It's been widely refuted by hundreds of economists across this country. The math has been done by those who conduct the research on a regular and frequent basis, and the fuel charge is a slow and steady increase, which does not affect inflation to a large degree, and it also does not increase the cost of living. But you know, Madam Speaker, I have been reflecting on why the Conservatives have taken this, this approach on April 1st. And I started considering, you know, who are they working with? And the fact is, on April 1st, Danielle Smith increased the price of fuel in Alberta by 4 cents. And that was actually more than the increase. You know, they talk about a 23% increase. That 23% increase on just the very small carbon price on gasoline added up to 3 cents. So a 3-cent increase to a liter of a price of gasoline, but Danielle Smith, the Premier of Alberta, increased it by 4. The difference between those two increases is the 4% increase did not come with a rebate, whereas the price on pollution with the Canada Carbon Rebate is sent back to Canadians. It's an incentive, it's a proven strategy, and it works. It is lowering our emissions in Canada. But my colleague's not from Alberta, so you know, who might he then be working for? Well, there's a couple of options, I suppose. One, big oil and gas posted record profits last year. The vast majority of the price of fuel goes to profit for big oil and gas execs. That's worth considering. But also, there's been calls in Saskatchewan, the province, the home province of my colleague across the way, to reduce their provincial tax, which is in excess of 15 cents per liter. And they've refused to, despite the fact that other provinces have recognized there's an affordability crisis, so they ought to do what they can to lower the cost of fuel. And one might say, but you guys just increased the cost of fuel with the price on pollution going up on April 1st. That's true, but the rebate went up as well. So it's a fully rebated increase on the price of fuel. But the provincial excise tax, which is the highest in the country in Saskatchewan, and doesn't come with a rebate, and they have refused to cut it. So, you know, it's also possible that the Conservative members here are, you know, kind of just creating this Conservative cover-up campaign to make it look like gas is expensive just because of the price on pollution, whereas there's multiple factors. There's corporate greed from big oil and gas. There's provincial excise taxes, which are not rebated. And there's a lot of other global factors, including climate change, actually, which has an impact on the price of fuel. Climate change is the #1 cause of the increase in cost of living with respect to groceries, Madam Speaker. It's another well-documented thing. Those 200-plus economists from right across the country, the people that the member from Carleton, the leader of the Conservatives, calls so-called experts. That's unfair, Madam Speaker. Those experts are experts. They work at Canadian universities. They conduct that research, and that is the evidence, the facts, and the science, the pure mathematics that our government relies on when making decisions. And carbon pricing is a proven strategy to lower our emissions. It's working. Since 2018, our emissions are down 8%. A reminder to Canadian voters, Conservatives ran on a plan to price pollution in the 2021 election under the auspices of Erin O'Toole, the former Conservative leader. That member ran on a promise to price pollution, and he went door to door with that campaign commitment and that platform. And since then, the Conservatives have decided that carbon pollution and climate change is not an issue, but it is an issue, Madam Speaker, and it requires all of us to work on it.
The member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Madam Speaker, I got a couple things I need to clarify for that member. The only people that I work for are the residents of southwestern Saskatchewan. That's all. The only people that I work for is them. And also, I have never campaigned on a carbon tax, regardless of what the former leader of this party may have tried to do. I never ran underneath that promise, never have, and I never will. And that is also reflected in what the people of southwest Saskatchewan want. Here's some more data that works here, Madam Speaker. And I'm just going to quote the Premier of Saskatchewan. When the latest consumer price index came out, Saskatchewan is at 1.7%, down from the 2% projected target that the Bank of Canada hit, and 1 full point lower than the Canadian average. Statistics Canada says specifically that this was due to a decision the Saskatchewan government made to remove the carbon tax from home heating. You can imagine what would happen to our CPI nationwide if we were to pause, first of all, and then remove the consumer carbon tax on Canadians, end quote. So right there, you can see the benefits from removing the carbon tax would have on all Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said previously, carbon pollution pricing systems across Canada are designed to limit impacts on farmers, on the cost of living, on the cost of food, and they have been doing that. But when premiers either refuse to cut their very high provincial excise tax, which is still 15% in the province of Saskatchewan, or actually increase it, as Premier of Alberta, Danielle Smith, did, what they're doing is they're creating inflation within their provinces. So perhaps, the inflation in Saskatchewan, as my member opposite just said, hasn't gone up by as much. Well, he hasn't increased the price of gas. It was already more expensive than in other provinces. So, Madam Speaker, this is a journey that we take together. Carbon pollution and climate change are inescapable realities, and we need to help Canadians lower their emissions as well as navigate this affordability challenge. Climate change is upon us. The wildfire season has already started, and it's only April. Madam Speaker, last year, 2023, was the hottest year on record, and I'm hoping that the Conservatives will come up with some kind of plan to lower emissions, fight climate change, and make sure that our grandkids have a planet to live on.
The Honourable Member the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes not being present to raise during the adjournment proceedings the matter for which notice has been given. The notice is therefore deemed withdrawn.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
Thank you.